Okay, am I live now? Oh, finally. God, it's probably been 10 years since I tried to stream on YouTube, and like everything in OBS was saying that, yeah, you're streaming. I had to click through like 3 different screens to actually get it to go public. Let me double check a few more things. If you are in chat, please say something. I don't know if I'm speaking to the void still. Okay, I see you, Eco. Thanks. God, I'm so rusty at streaming in general. Yeah, and the main reason I'm doing this on YouTube and not on Twitch is because Twitch does not save VODs for very long, and I want to make sure that this chat is archived because I expect to interact with chat a lot. This was intended to be a stream that was going to be done yesterday, and it was intended to be a stream about the English patch because I worked on the English patch, and I was very excited to share the English patch with all of you and show off a whole bunch of cool things in this game and a whole bunch of cool things that the translation team worked on. Not really in the mood to do that tonight for what I assume is pretty obvious reasons to most of you. And if I was in your position, I would not be terribly thrilled about playing or watching the English patch either. So I'm not going to do that tonight. I do feel like playing the game though, so this is going to be more of just a let's play for the game and a Q&A for anything you have about the patch. I'll share what I can, but I don't know exactly everything that you're probably interested in knowing. Like, if any of you feel bait and switched, like being hyped up for this patch release, and then on release day, like you get that news about, hey, there was like an AI translation, at least for the basis of it. Like, if you feel sucker punched by that, like imagine working on this and then like getting that news at the same time as you guys did. That kind of takes the air out of you. I can't read any of this. I've played the game for 20 years off of vibes alone, and that looks like how I'm going to do it tonight. Okay, Eco says in chat, is the translation a direct translation or a localization? It probably varies from one component of the game to another. Like, just for, just to give some context for like my role in the translation patch, I was not a translator, I'm not a writer. I'm really just a very, like, I'm a mega fan of this game and a pretty big fan of Retro Sega in general. And that's why I joined the patch project. because like I was really familiar with how this game played, especially in like the simulation mode where you're actually developing games, like what all of those menu choices do, how the gameplay works, how like what's effective for like increasing your market share and managing your budget. Like I know the game kind of front to back to the extent that someone not literate in Japanese can. So like my contributions were mostly making sure that side of the game was conveyed accurately and correctly, and that as many like Sega references that I could find were like properly conveyed in English to the extent that I was familiar with them. But I can't really speak to the quality of the translation just because I'm not really literate in Japanese, and for the most part, I did not even really engage with the Japanese script of the game during the work. I was mostly just play testing whatever English builds were being distributed among the team and just giving my feedback where I felt it was needed. Like, hey, there's a bug on this screen, or there's a typo here and this text line rolls over a box where it shouldn't, or this part just doesn't sound clear in general, you should probably take another pass at it. To the extent I was doing any editing on the translation itself, that's the kind of stuff I was contributing on. And to get around to your like specific question, is the translation a direct translation or a localization? The editorial decisions made that I saw very much leaned more toward literal than not. Like in general, that was the thrust of it. Like if it felt necessary to punch dialogue up occasionally just to get the meaning across better, sometimes that was done. I know for sure that it just wasn't, that the end script just isn't literally copy pasted from like ChatGPT. Like I know that for sure because the script I was given to, like the first build I was given to beta test, like had enough typos in it to indicate that it was human error. I'll put it that way. Like things like spelling mistakes, punctuation mistakes, the wrong use of its or your, the kind of things that a human would screw up. Because from experience, I know that ChatGPT and other generative AI tools tend to produce things that are very syntactically correct, but just flat and empty in meaning. And that didn't look like what I was working off of, even though I cannot tell you for sure to what extent it was used as the first draft. I'll put it that way. Yeah, so this whole opening scene is just the president and your secretary, Alyssa, introducing you to the company, like laying out the project goals, how we have to take Sega from 3% market share to eventual industry dominance, and how it's not just Sega that's in a dire spot, but the whole video game industry is stagnant and like on the brink of collapse. She's introducing you to the development rooms that you're going to have to traverse and persuade the people therein to join your team. She's also saying that it's like under heavy guard, not to keep people out, but to keep the staff in, because game development is such like a brutal industry that the work has transformed the people therein into like monsters over the course of the years they've been there. Oh, and this line here, like, your partner here is asking the secretary, well, how are you able to talk without moving your mouth? And she, like, says it's ventriloquism, and every game character in the company has practiced this technique so that their mouths don't have to be animated. So it's kind of like lampshading how low budget Segagaga is. Why is it not in English? No, because I don't feel like streaming the English version. That's the short answer. Yeah, so the top there, that's the budget I've been given to work with. What is it, like 10 million yen? Only 3% share. Yeah, I do know the English patch released 2 days ago. I worked on it. How much money do I have? I think I have exactly enough money to upgrade my defense, so we'll go ahead and take that. Yes, that's my current jacket. Oh god, I don't remember which choice was equip. There we go. I think this is drop. This is drop, I think. Happy to hear it. Let me know what you think about it if you play it. You know, all things aside, I do hope people do, who do choose to play the English patch, enjoy it. I do know a lot of work went into it by everyone involved, and I do think everyone who contributed in one manner or another has work to be proud of. And I do hope some of that shines through to the rest of you. But if I was in your position, I would not be terribly thrilled to play it myself. Yeah, Flagman down here is like introducing you to the concepts of flags in video games and how they like control progress in a dungeon and other stuff. And by talking to Flagman, you can physically see that one of the flags in this dungeon has been raised. That's what this is right here. You can check the nameplates on the other pots, and they'll tell you what story events they're associated with. And it kind of gives you hints as to what you're going to be doing throughout the rest of this dungeon. Now, the random encounters are against the various developers that inhabit these dungeons/development rooms. And these battles are just shouting matches where you're trying to convince them to join you. And there's a lot of... he ran away. And some of the insults thrown back and forth are pretty funny. I think this guy comments on how everyone in here is like flattened by the miasma. It's not only transformed everyone into monsters, but given them very inhuman appearances in general. It's not him, it's somebody else in this room. Was able to defeat him, but he was not open to negotiation to join me. So if I want to recruit one of those particular types of staff members, I gotta fight him again. Generally, if you're playing this, it's good practice to recruit one of each distinct developer type, just because that gives you like just enough battle experience to stay like ahead of the level curve you need to be, and it gives you a good stable of developers to pick from when you actually have to form development teams later. So we'll see if we can recruit this guy without being able to understand the questions being asked. Okay, good. I passed the marker on the left that I need to get this guy on my side, so I'm just going to let the timer run out. Like, these negotiation sequences basically consist of the developer asking you questions, and depending on the answers you give, you make them either more willing or less willing to work for you. And so you kind of have to get a feel for, like, what their personality is, what kind of answers they like to hear. The more of those you give them, the more willing they are to work for you, and, you know, vice versa. And occasionally, like, intermixed with those, like, questions, they'll ask you, what kind of salary are you willing to offer? Those are what those numbers mean. And if you choose the middle option, which is usually the default, it won't affect their affinity one way or the other. If you choose the higher option, that means you're willing to offer them more money, and they'll be more willing to work for you. And if you pick the lower value, then you'll kind of turn them off. So the goal is really to answer as many of their questions as accurately as possible to make them really willing to work for you, and then that way you can lower your offered salary as much as possible to get them for cheap. Like, if they really like you, you know, they'll work for you for cheap. And since money is pretty tight at the beginning of the game, you don't want to overspend on staff. Like, if you can avoid it. This nasty as hell nap room. The implication here is that, the implication throughout the game is that crunch culture is rampant. It's kind of what's transformed these people into monsters. Because those graphics in the nap room do not look particularly, like, pleasant. Okay, I'll just leave that timer to tick off. The narcotizing beds. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you convince somebody to join you, this screen is just asking you if you want to rename them. I usually just keep them on the default. Necrotizing. Is that what you meant? Oh yeah, and like, you have the, like, even though all the encounters are random throughout these dungeons, if you hold the B button to run, like, you'll just avoid all random encounters. Like, it makes you look busy so nobody bothers you. Okay, this is the design room. These guys are all game journalists. And I think one of these guys said, you know, game journalists are really important. Like, the press is the reason why games sell or not. And then your character's like, is that really true? And then he's like, nah, sometimes. I'm gonna try and get one of both of these guys. It's like, you don't have to recruit everyone in the game, but I think it's good practice to do it just because going through the process of battling them all, like, makes it to where you don't have to worry about being underleveled. The RPG part of this game is pretty simple. There's not a whole lot to it. You're only ever controlling your one main character. Most of the time you're just using the basic attack option. Like, there's not a lot of the way of resource management or strategy. Most of the strategy comes in the game development side of the game later, where you actually have to manage your budget and manage your staff, get games out the door to increase your market share, make sure that you're, like, competing with Dogma's tentpole releases, that kind of stuff. But this part of the game is pretty straightforward and basic. Like, I think it's possible to play even without any Japanese literacy. I mean, it's how I played it for 20 years. I already got one of this guy, right? I don't need to fight him again. Let me double check my staff list. Yeah, that's who I've recruited so far. I'll try and get the magazine editor, one of those guys, before I move on. They're not sticking around and negotiate. They are giving me items, though. They're dropping them as I defeat them. Yeah, it restores health. That restores MP. And I think that is one of the items that can increase the motivation of certain kinds of staff that you work with. So that'll be saved for much later. Let me double check my social media real quick. Does anything on the stream need to be adjusted? Like the volume of either me or the game, or does anything look amiss? It doesn't look like I've been dropping frames. But if you have problems on your end, definitely let me know. I couldn't successfully run. I'm still just level 2. Probably going to skip recruiting some staff members later in this dungeon, not waste my time getting everybody, because I do want to play through at least the bulk of the story tonight. So I might rush through some of this. Alright, thanks. Also, if you have just any questions about the game, like feel free to fire them off, especially when I'm just like walking back and forth in a room like this. I'll answer what I can. Gonna hire everybody at their default levels if I can. Not try and min-max this stuff because yeah, I don't really think I'd be able to do that effectively. Alright, so that's everybody in these first few rooms. And this guy I think is the first forced encounter. And if you see that pop-up right there, that's telling you the recommended level that the game wants you to be at before you continue further. And right there it was saying you should be at level 2 before you fight this guy. That'll pop up occasionally throughout the game. Right, I don't need to heal right now, and I'm at level 3, so I think I should be good. Alright, this dude's name is Suzuki. And if you're curious, I'm pretty sure he is not supposed to be Yu Suzuki, because that person factors in later in the game, so this is somebody else. And there's no negotiation with him because he just auto-joins you, like after you defeat him. He's just a sub-boss. And like your character, like in these scenes, is like trying to convince everybody to join you to like develop some really fresh, like amazing games. And a lot of the people you meet are kind of jaded and burnt out. But you win them over with your charm and optimism one way or another, generally. In this particular dungeon, like the main thrust of it is that the programmers and designers are like in a pretty big feud over some fallout that has happened in the past, and they'll go into more detail on that later. You just gradually uncover more information about that as you play through this dungeon. Why is his face censored? I don't know. You'd have to ask Tez Okano on Twitter. He was the main director of this game, and he's happy to talk about it. Like, some of us who worked on the translation patch like asked him like a lot of questions over the course of the past year, like whenever he was we were curious about it, and he was usually willing to oblige when he could. So yeah, I don't know why that guy's face is censored. What's with these quiz sections after you fight an enemy sometimes? That's the negotiation screen. Like, the battle itself is like, you're just trying to wear them down and like insult them and argue with them to the point where they're willing to talk to you. And if they are willing to talk to you after the battle, that's what the quiz sections are, where you're like negotiating salary and trying to convince them to actually work for you. If you succeed, they join your team. That's what this menu is. When you successfully get through that negotiation screen, they'll join your roster right here. So these are all the developers that I've recruited so far. Yeah, and this guy here in the hallway, he's a playtester, but he's really just playing video games more than he is working, and he just gave me a couple of really valuable items to like shoo me away. As the debug room, I think there's only one guy in here that you can recruit. Still leveling up. I know these negotiation screens were like really difficult to translate. Like I still think in the final build of the patch, or at least the current build of the patch, they're pretty hard to understand. But to be honest, I don't know how coherent they're meant to be originally, because I've seen some Japanese live streams of this game, and like this section has like confounded some of them as much as it has like me. Like I've seen some of them just mash through trying to get lucky. And I know that even in the process of translating that for the patch, like a lot of those dialogue choices were gone over multiple times to try and make them as clear as possible, but some of the choices that you can pick are shared between multiple questions, and making them more coherent for one question makes them make less sense when they're used for another. So it was like I sympathize with anybody who was having to work on that, like to be honest. Like I think even in the previous English builds I was playtesting, I usually just tried to key in on a few specific keywords I could recognize in those questions and answers, and not really waste time thinking about the question in detail. I spot a word in one of the answers and be like, oh, I know this guy likes that thing, so I'll just pick that answer without really wasting any more seconds reading the question and thinking about it. I think this guy's an equipment manager. I think it'll maintain. Don't drop any lower. Got him. Yeah, that bar on the left decays gradually over time, so even if you get over the line early, you have to get over the line by more than just the minimum, or else it might drop back down below the threshold that you need. All right, the programming room. You see a bunch of Dreamcast dev kits on all of these desks. Yeah, the first team you encounter in here is the programmers. The designers come later. What's my health like? I could stand to heal. I think. Yeah, I'll spend 3 MP just to use my base healing technique. Yeah, whenever you get into a new room and you see new NPCs like this, that's usually a hint that you can encounter that specific type of NPC in that room. So yeah, these 3 are who you can battle in here. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, the only Japanese stream I've watched from start to finish is Corone's from Hololive. That's the only recent one I know of that's on YouTube. And sometimes she struggled with it. But she actually powered through the whole game and like got the true ending on her first attempt. Oh yeah, and this time this guy's not even gonna like require me to negotiate with him. He's just willing to work for his like default requested salary level. So yeah, I'm gonna take that, so I don't have to jump through that song and dance. I think this is the guy I just recruited, right? I gotta double check my roster every once in a while. Yeah, I got him. And to speak a little bit to the translation project, because I know a lot of people are going to be curious about the details. Like I mentioned earlier, I was mostly just a tester who was focused on making sure the development mode made sense, and that all the Sega references I knew were also correctly identified and conveyed. I was not a translator, didn't really work from the Japanese script during the project. But I did play through the entire story and offered my feedback where I could. Oh, I'm not going to get this guy. Oh, yeah, I am. And I did not get the impression when I was testing it that it was a machine-generated translation. Because again, what I said earlier, like I noticed too many human-made mistakes to even, for that to cross my mind. And also, like, even though I haven't worked on translation projects in a long time, I did work on a few about 15 years ago, and my experience back then, like working with like amateur translators, doing it on their free time, who were, did I already recruit this guy? I don't remember. But like my experience of working on projects in the past was that it was pretty common for them to be done very literally by novice translators who had not had enough experience to really find their own voice and localization, and usually played it safe with their translation choices and did things very literally. I think I did get this guy. And so yeah, the first builds of this game that I was given to test kind of gave me the impression that that's what I was working with. And I know that even during playtesting, when some things were highlighted to be be given a rewrite, that maybe there could be like more, like the dialogue could be punched up and could be conveyed with some more emotion. Like sometimes that was done, but a lot of times it was just left alone. And I kind of feel like that editorial decision is gonna make the dialogue sound like machine translated to the end user, even in cases where I know the original dialogue was checked. Oh god, I'm almost out of it. And I think that's pretty unfortunate. Like, to offer some specific details, the first build I was given to playtest, like, there were still Japanese honorifics in the script. Like, the player character addressed Alyssa as Alyssa-san and addressed Flagman as Flagman-san, that kind of stuff. And I remember that being one of the first things I pointed out, is like, no localization, like, official or otherwise, like, ever keeps that stuff. So, it should probably be removed. And that decision was agreed to, and as far as I know, almost all of those honorifics were removed. I think the only ones that remain are in cases where the character in question is like a really big otaku type, and it just feels thematically appropriate to keep it. At least the ones I remember that are still in. That's what it's like. But like, I think that kind of gives you an idea of how much of a literal bent this translation project, like, had. Like, I remember one of the battle lines that your player character says in these random encounters is, like, speak Japanese, please. Like, that's the exact line. And it makes sense in the original script because the implication is that your opponent is just speaking nonsense. And so your player character is like, speak clearly in Japanese, would you? Like, that's the idea. And I know that battle line was translated in the patch still as, speak Japanese, please. And I pointed that out, that like, okay, that doesn't, like, even though that's what he's saying, it doesn't really make sense to use that line in a translation because everyone's speaking English now, not Japanese. So, like, my suggestion was, I think that line should be changed to be more about coherence in general. Like, maybe say something like, speak in full sentences. Like, something like that. Because it wouldn't make sense to use either Japanese or English in that line. But the original line was kept on the rationalization that this is a game that takes place in Japan. All these people that we're playing as, like, they are Japanese, and they literally are speaking Japanese to each other. So the translation isn't so much that they're speaking English now, but that it's more like the translation patch is subtitling what they're originally saying. That was the rationale that was chosen, if I recall correctly. But, like, again, like, that just kind of gives you an idea of, like, how literal the translation generally leans toward. For the record, I don't think that's a wrong decision. I'm just offering that for context. Yeah, in these last couple of battles, that previous guy I just fought was like one of the longtime programmers in this development room, and he was like sharing information about an old arcade project that really went south. Like, it went over budget and over time, and the higher ups were like, hey, get this done already. Stop trying to like min-max quality and everything. And there was an internal debate among the team as to whether they should really like push for doing the project to like maximum quality or to like acquiesce to their superiors and just rush it out the door. I think they did end up rushing it out the door, and some like really fatal bugs ended up making it into the final release. And one of the, I think the program chief was scapegoated for it and has like been reduced to bulk staff status. And we think most of this dialogue is like pertains to giving them another chance and making things right with some new original games, because everyone here still has dreams they want to achieve. And this guy is telling me now that if you really want to break down the walls that have formed around the developers and programmers and designers, you're probably going to need to find the gold flag. To be 100% honest, I don't know all of the subtext that pertains to the gold flag. What makes it like so much more special than any other flags you've been raising in the dungeon. Like, at this point, I have to find a literal seed that can sprout a gold flag. So I'm looking around the desks for one. There's a couple of random cards you can pick up that, as far as I know, don't really do anything. But they're added to your inventory. Alright, the seed was laying under this desk. But I also have to find some water to make that flag grow in the flag pot over here on the left. So I'm going to have to leave the dungeon to go to the store to get that. Yeah, this over here. So you notice when I was in here earlier, there was just this first flag that was raised, but as I've been making progress, these other flags have been getting checked off in the game, so their corresponding flags are growing out of these pots to represent that. And I think this one on the top left, yeah, this is where we need to grow the gold flag to make any further progress. In order to do that, I have to leave the dungeon. And every time you do leave the dungeon, either by choice or if you like run out of health and have to go back to headquarters to heal, you lose 30 days of progress. See up there on the top left, it's now January 31st, where it was January 1st earlier. And that's bad. You never want to take that time penalty whenever you don't have to, because you only have 3 years to beat the game, and time is precious. The store clerk knows that I have a flag seed, so she's just going to give me the flag water. But also, while I'm out here, I'm going to buy another weapon. Also going to save the game while I have that option. You can't save in the dungeons, so when you're out here, like whenever you're about to go into a dungeon, you should probably save your progress. Equip the hammer, and I'll go ahead and drop the fan. I don't think you ever need to clear out your inventory. Like, as far as I know, there's not a limited number of slots. But I do get rid of old stuff I'm not using just to keep it less cluttered. So we're going to plant the seed and grow it. Take it with us. Okay, yeah, I'm at full health. I'm pretty sure whenever you leave the dungeon, you automatically heal to maximum. So this guy got the gold flag. Yeah, this is when he tells you about more details of the arcade project that went bad. And it's foreshadowing for something that comes at the end of the game. If you happen to watch that before, you should recognize that machine in the background. So we're going to try and redeem this guy. Even though he was scapegoated for the team's failures in the past, we still have a lot of opportunities ahead of us to make things right. Okay, I'm at level 7 now. Like, he's letting us know that he and the design chief used to be best of friends. And that we should go convince him to work for a better future, as we just did the programming team. Clear out the smoke in this room so that she can pass. She gives us some disparaging comment about, hey, maybe we are useful after all. Hands us a phone to keep in touch. Alright, so this is the room of designers, and if you notice from the appearance of most of these guys, they are largely pixel designers. So we'll try and get some of them. Oh, if you go right next to this room, I guess we'll play this next scene. In this room, the design chief is like berating his employees for like requesting that they reduce the amount of polygons being used for a trash can. Like, they're like, hey, it's insane to use this many thousands of polygons on just one trash can. It'll cause too much lag and like performance drops. And he's like, how dare you question my design decisions? I'm going to erase you. So that whole conversation like kind of plays off the idea of like programmers and designers being in conflict over resources and how neither one wants to compromise for their vision. It's like I think there are 6 distinct staff members you can run into in this room. I don't know if I'm going to go to the trouble of getting all of them. I just got that one, so there are 5 more. I'm at least going to get a few. This guy is also willing to negotiate. Oh boy. Okay, got it. Yeah, a little under a year ago, I got the urge to replay this game again. Like, I've played it a bunch in the past. Pretty big fan of it. And about a year ago, I thought, maybe I should actually go back and like work on a walkthrough for the game. Because I kind of have a bunch of old notes that are like a half-finished walkthrough already that I needed to make for myself just so that I could play the game. Like, I went through a lot of trial and error with the development portion, figuring out like what everything did and what you needed to take advantage of to actually get 100% market share and get the true ending. And I figured that kind of information would be useful to share with other people who maybe didn't know any Japanese, but still wanted to play the game to the extent that they could. So that's why I started replaying the game about a year ago. I'm like, I'll refamiliarize myself with the game and tidy up my old notes and turn it into an actual walkthrough so more people can play the game even if they can't read it. But while I was starting to do that, I thought to myself, I wonder if anybody actually did go to the trouble of like starting up another translation project. Because I know there's been a ton of attempts over the course of the past like 15, 20 years. Yep, that one failed. But I thought, who knows? Maybe there's a chance one project will actually produce meaningful results. And so when I started searching around a little under a year ago, I found the current project and was like, oh, hey, I'm really familiar with Segagaga and would like to join this as a tester and like offer whatever contributions I can to make sure it crosses the finish line. And, like, that's how I joined the project. And after I did that, I kind of left my old work-in-progress guide to the wayside because I felt, well, it won't be necessary anymore. We can just translate the game and people won't need a walkthrough. They can just play it now. I am beginning to think over the course of this weekend that there might still be demand for me to go back and complete that guide. So who knows, maybe I'll do it. So I have 1, 2, 3. Get a few more. Doesn't hurt to level up. Just got this guy. I also have this guy. This is why I'm probably not going to recruit everyone in this room, because I'm just going to be running into people over and over again who I already have recruited, and so I'm just going to waste a bunch of time trying to get literally everyone. But for the record, it is worth recruiting most of the pixel designers in here, because they are some of the few designers who are actually capable of being promoted to director later. And you need, if you want to 100% complete the game, which means like developing every possible Sega game that you can eventually, then you need to recruit every director that you can, because the different games that you make are dictated by who's sitting in the director's chair. Like, any one particular game in Segagaga is usually only created by one specific designer. And so to get a complete archive, you need every director, and you need them to develop all of their games. And to just get the true ending, like you don't need to do that. Like, that's going above and beyond, and you'd have to play through the game multiple times to get all of that done anyway. If you just want to see the true ending, all you need to do is like get 100% market share and make sure that you beat out all 3 of Dogma's tentpole releases. You don't need to develop everything in the archives. But for the completionists, you do. Come on, I want at least one more person in here. And like when you fight a programmer or a designer who actually can be promoted to director, like the game will tell you that. Like right before negotiation begins, it'll tell you that in like blue text that, hey, this staff member has director potential, to kind of clue you in that you probably should recruit them. I'll point that out if I want to play these guys at least enough to the point where I can point out that happening when it shows up. Because I think that might be useful to demonstrate. This guy I already have. Yeah, I think there are 5 distinct pixel designers in this room, and 4 of them, all of them except that guy at the top, are capable of being promoted. Like this guy right here. He can't, but all the other pixel designers, they can become directors. I'll still recruit them anyway if I can. Nope, they're really being stubborn. I'm just going to recruit one more, and then I'll move on. I don't want to be here all night. This is one I already have. I don't think I have this one. Well, the good news is that most of them are going down in one hit, which means I'm probably leveled up enough to continue if I want. Okay. So yeah, designer Princess of Dot wants to negotiate. That blue text right there, that's telling you that this person has the potential to become a director. So anyone you come across in the dungeons that has that text, that's somebody you probably want to recruit if you're a completionist. I think that's good enough. That should hold. Stay above the line. We're just going to move on. I don't want to stay in this room forever. Yeah, we have 3 of the pixel designers and that hideous monster. There are 2 more pixel designers that we could pick up, but I'm just going to move the story along. This guy thinks very highly of his design work and wants to compromise for nobody. Yeah, and he also just jumps you with his special attack, where he's just throwing so much garbage at the game that it makes it lag and freeze you. He's just gonna beat me up. Like, I have nothing that I can do to counter this. But our partner character sees that we're in trouble and is going to come in to help. It's like you can't issue any commands to her. She just operates of her own will. And she's usually very effective. I got 2 levels out of that battle. You also learn his overflow skill from that battle, so now we can use that to freeze other enemy characters. And it's usually one of the most useful attack skills in the game for boss encounters. Like any boss that's acceptable to it, it's usually worth using it. So now we've like thinned the ice between the programmers and designers, and we're just going to move on. This is the archive room, and it has some old Sega hardware in here that you can look at. You got the SG-1000, Sega's first console. There's comments that there's like an associated SC-3000 computer version of it. The Mark III, which was turned into the Master System for overseas markets. We'll fight this middle manager guy to see if we can get him on board. But to be honest, like, this is the kind of stuff, remember, that you only want to recruit if you're concerned about 100% completion. Because he's not very high skilled, but he's also not very cheap, I don't think. And if you look at the affinity bar on the left, he also takes a lot of convincing to join you. So there's an argument of, like, is it even really worth it to get him? But I'll get him if I can. Alright, and this right here is a model of the R720 project. That's the arcade project that went south, that the programmers were telling you about, what the program chief got scapegoated for. And this right here is the operations manual for it. It tells you how to control the R720, like what all of the buttons do, which, you know, is an interesting case of foreshadowing for later. This is Opa Opa's big wing that you can buy in Fantasy Zone. Fantasy Zone. And this old chap he really wants a Moe poster, so we're going to have to find one for him. Because he's going to block this room for us until we do. Go back and find one. Turns out the master of dot pixel artist actually has one that he drew. He has a whole stack of them. And he will happily give us one of them. So, we're going to drop off this poster to the old gentleman who really wants it. This guy is going to be so thrilled that we got this for him that he's just gonna flat out transform into another character entirely. And now we can proceed. Alright, there's one trial left before we can get to the end of this dungeon. It's one of those puzzles where you have to traverse a room without retracing any of your steps. It's not terribly difficult. think she's saying something along the lines of, hey, maybe you are useful after all. Like something like that again. So this is the boss's room, and I think it wants you to be at least level 10 before you fight him, so I think we're in a good shape. Doesn't hurt to heal. Yeah, it tells you right there, you should be at level 10 before proceeding. Yeah, and the boss of this place is really quite the slave driver, like concerned with churning out products as quickly and efficiently as possible. Isn't really interested in hearing all of your nonsense about innovative or creative games or like having a strong creative vision. He is interested in just churning out products. So let's use that overflow skill we learned from the design chief. Freeze this guy in place. The freeze only works for a few hits. So they'll snap out of it eventually, and if you want to freeze them again, you got to use the skill again. Also, the processing crash overflow skill, I think, is the only skill in the game whose like MP cost scales with your level. Like I think it always takes 25% of your total MP. Every other skill in the game you learn is static. It has like the same cost throughout the game. And he's like, well, I admire your determination and I'll listen to what you have to say. So now we have the first development studio in Sega under our command to use as we see fit. But even though we successfully finished the dungeon, we still have to rest for 30 days before we can continue. So again, every time you leave a dungeon, you lose some potential development time. And so you don't want to have to make any more trips to them than necessary. We can revisit that first dungeon just to recruit more people if we want. But again, that's one of the reasons why you probably want to recruit one of each type of developer the first time you go through, so you never have to go back in there again and waste more time. And Mogatan and One-san are giving us some nice propaganda about how great Sega games are here. As from what I recall reading about this game, these scenes were originally intended to be animated, but there was absolutely no budget to spare on those scenes, so they just made some crude puppets and filmed it outside of the office, which is pretty great. Now Alyssa is congratulating us for getting one development studio under our control and is running down the basics of how game development in Segagaga works. Like how you need to take the staff you've recruited and assign them to their posts, and then how to manage them while they're developing. I'm just going to mash through most of this and not really go into detail on it because I don't really feel like I need to until I start actually playing through this portion of the game. Like, we could develop one game right now if we wanted to, or we could go into the second dungeon and get that under our control as well, and recruit even more people, and that is usually what I prefer to do. But what I am going to do is go into our roster and at least assign some of the people we recruited to a team. Just so I can free up some space in this research bench. Whoop. Actually, I think I will put the pixel designers to work. because again, they can be promoted. And just one of them. Who else should I use? If you use the Y button to auto sort this list, it usually sorts each of the 3 groups by the sum of motivation and talent, which are the 2 most important stats. The other stats are important, just not as important, because they don't have a direct effect on the completion percentage or appeal of the games that you develop. And I think you only have 30 slots available on the research bench. And in order to make sure I have enough room to recruit people from the second dungeon, I'm going to fire some of these guys right now. Whoops. So yeah, all that talk about, you know, gathering a new team to like make like really creative games and achieving our dreams and everything. You still got to make tough business decisions. You can't hold on to everybody. You don't have the money to pay everybody, especially early in the game. So I'm going to clear out this roster. Yeah, as you can see, like each game you develop needs 1 director who determines what the actual game it is that you make, 3 designers, and 3 programmers. You can work with just 1 designer and 1 programmer if you're really short on staff, but it'll also make the game take much longer to develop. So you really want a full team if you can afford one. If you don't have any designers or any programmers, you literally can't make progress. Like they are, like you require at least 1 of each type to just get anything done. Gonna save before going into the next dungeon. I'm playing for an hour. Yeah, we're already into March. So like the first thing you notice in this room is a giant lobster that makes really curious engine sounds from a car. And everyone in here who was in attendance for the lobster's prophecy just teleports away after you talk to them. Yeah, I'm not going to screw with that anymore. I've got this guy on my side. Yeah, and so this giant mechanical lobster is like treated by an oracle by the rest of the developers in this space. The chief of this lab like delivers his instructions through this lobster, and then everybody on each individual team in here interprets those prophecies to the extent that they understand them and will work from that. So it's a very unusual development team, to be sure. Okay, so everyone's teleported away. And this fellow says, hey, if you want to know more, come over here and follow me by teleporting into this room with the A button. So we're going to do that. Okay, I've only gotten that guy in here so far. I think there are 4 distinct developers you can recruit in here, so I'm going to try and get all 4. Ugh. Okay, that should be good enough. Yeah, so this development studio is also split into factions, like the previous one was, but instead of programmers and designers, it's split among 3 different factions who, like, all prefer their own favorite gameplay systems to be prioritized over the others. Like this first one that we go into, as you can see from the sign in the background, they're all about developing RPGs. Really big on narrative elements and whatnot. And this guy, Landman, is letting us know like how to move around in this place. Oh yeah, you might notice like every time somebody mentions the phrase RPG in this game, like there's a message that pops up in the text box that says something like RPG is a trademark of Bandai, which is a reference to a point in time that actually happened where Bandai tried to trademark the term RPG, and this game exists in a universe where that attempt has to be acknowledged. Okay, that should be good enough. I notice a lot of times, even when I don't recognize the right keyword to select, a lot of times just selecting the longest answer seems to be either good or neutral. I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to that, or if that's very dependable throughout the game. But I'll give it a shot, maybe. Try and get both of these fellas to join. Yeah, you see, like every time somebody says RPG, it's like RPG is a trademark of Bandai. That should be good enough. I think, yeah, that says Moe Moe, and I think this is the kind of guy that would be into that. Alright, there is one more staff member that you can recruit in here other than these 2, but he's also one of the few that shows up in the next dungeon, so you don't really need him the first time through this one. Alright, so I'm going to talk to the leader of this team, see if I can get him on my side, and he lets me know a little bit about how split the factions are in here, and how there are spies in each team trying to undermine the other teams. So there's a real big lack of trust between the 3 right now. And one of the other team leaders, oh, maybe not, might be confusing this for another scene. I don't know. I don't remember if this guy is letting us know about spy activity in particular, but in either case, whatever's happening there is kind of underscoring this team leader's point on how much of a lack of trust there is between the people working here. So we're going to go a little bit further. up into this room where a bunch of mecha maniacs reside. Okay, yeah, these guys can pack a punch. Like, even if you are at the recommended level. So you probably don't want to proceed further unless if you're at least near full health. Like, if you are under half health, you probably want to heal before battling any further. And this guy's so fast that he usually gets the jump on you. So I think the thrust of this is that if we convince these mecha designers to go along with us, the team leader of this section will also join. I don't think, yeah, none of those guys auto-join you, so I'm going to stick around in here and try and actually encounter some that I can recruit. God, that's a lot. If he gets a crit on me, I'm probably done for. I'm gonna roll the dice. Got him. Yeah, I probably just should have used the frickin' processing crash skill. Like, you want some free hits on that guy. But this is a good guy to recruit because he does have director potential. Okay, at least know what mecha looks like in katakana, so those are the options that I chose when I saw them. Like, again, if you can just zero in on some keywords, you can usually do pretty well in those negotiations. Jesus. I took a beating from that one. I'm gonna heal to full health and then restore my MP a bit. Wow, that only gives you 10. We'll roll the dice and try and get the two other types of mecha designers while I'm in here. Already got you, so please leave me alone. I think I might play through most of the story tonight. I don't know if I have enough time to play through the whole game. Yeah, I'm just gonna freeze you. I don't want to get beaten up again. Might play through most of the story chapters and then debug to the end if I need to. I want to do the whole game in one night. Oh wow, he doesn't take a lot of hits. So I guess I didn't really need to freeze him. is fine. The mecha designers are decently skilled compared to the average you get in this dungeon, so I am going to try and get them. Okay, his crit only does about 14, so I should be fine. This guy has a lot of health, but he's slow. The other guy usually moves first, but it looks like he drops in about 1 hit. I think I'll only heal if I go under half health. Yeah, that guy's a glass cannon. Oh, he's just going to join me. He's not even going to ask me to negotiate. Get the other mecha designer on my side if I can. If you notice, I'm still leveling up pretty frequently in here, which is a sign of, like, how much experience you get from fighting these guys. They're above average for this point in the game. Well, wasn't able to run. Wasn't able to run twice. Okay. It's like there's only 3 distinct types of staff members you can run into this room, so I'm gonna try to get all 3. Like in rooms where there's a lot, I don't think I'm gonna go to the trouble of like spending a ton of time trying to get everybody. But I do think these guys are decent in terms of game development, so I do want all of them. Okay, his crit does about 15. Okay, he is willing to negotiate. Uh-oh. Whoops. Well, this one's lost. Nope. Clutched it at the very end. Yeah, like sometimes you just have a better chance of like taking a shot in the dark than trying to waste time comprehending what you're saying. Which is kind of funny. Alright. So we got some people on board. What's next? Okay, yeah, so that's the leader of one of the other rival factions in this development room. So our next task, basically, is to go over to that other team's quarters and get them on board as well. Yeah, the teleporter to their location is open for use now. Request, like, recommended level is level 11. So yeah, we are way ahead of the level curve. Yeah, so the previous team was all about RPG battle systems. That's their preferred games to develop. This team is all about high-quality movies and cutscenes. So I think the thrust of what the NPCs say in this area are about this section being used as the background for like all of their movie production. And they even go to the point of commenting that, you know, we put so much detail even to like a bunch of stuff that the players are just never going to see. And there's this kind of unspoken, there's this obvious but unspoken thing throughout this dungeon that this whole chapter is just a Shenmue allegory. It's all about a super game that's been in development for years and has gone over budget, and that the creator, who's like a super important person in Sega's history, has like kind of become obsessed with perfection to the point where he developed that mechanical lobster to more efficiently issue his commands to his staff members and other stuff. Just checking chat. Oh yeah, there is a translation patch that was released on Friday. I worked on that patch. I am not playing that patch tonight because it has come out since it came out during release. That generated AI translation tools were used in its creation, and I was not aware of that. So I don't really feel like streaming the patch tonight. I just feel like streaming the game. I had planned to spend this weekend streaming the patch and just showing it off, but I kind of feel like most of the people I wanted to talk to about it wouldn't really be interested in seeing it like after that news came out. So I'm just streaming the original version. Yeah, if you have any questions about the game, feel free to fire them off. I'll answer what I can. Like, the stream was originally intended to be like a showcase of the patch, but now it's just kind of become a walkthrough of the game itself. Okay, I rolled the dice on that last one, but I think I needed at least one more boost. If you have any questions you feel like firing off in chat now, I'll answer them here. I'm not sure if I would have free time to like contribute to whatever you want to write at a later date. So if you have anything that comes to mind, let me know. Are these the only two people in here? Let me double check. Yeah, they are. Looking at my notes. So those are the only two developers in this room. I can move on. And here these guys jump me. Everyone in here suspects me of being a spy for the RPG team, so they are going to apprehend and jail me. I am using an actual Dreamcast with a GDEMU running the game. I do own the game, I just don't, and I have two Dreamcasts, one that still has its original disk drive, so I could boot that up and play it if I want, but it's more convenient for me to just run it off the GDEMU. And this fellow that they also jailed, I think under suspicion of being a spy, is telling me how to break out of here. There's a corner of this cell that has cell phone reception, so if I know somebody on the outside that can bust me out, I should just go over there and send an SOS, which is what I'm going to do. I think there's even a comment in the player's dialogue right there where the other guy's like, wow, I'm surprised I didn't confiscate your mobile, and then the player character's like, well, the story couldn't advance if they did that. So it's just kind of lampshading that the game has some convenient writing to move the plot along. If you do want to run this game on an emulator, I do know that Demul does work. I think Flycast does as well. I'm not sure which is more convenient or more accurate. I don't emulate Dreamcast that often. It's funny, like, hearing people talk about how hard the Saturn was to emulate when I've been emulating it on and off since the year 2004. It's just one of those things that, like, became common knowledge and stuck forever, no matter how much proof was shown to the contrary. Very good. This guy's joining me without negotiating. I think that's the only guy you run in here in this room, so let me heal for the next encounter. Yep, the team leader is going to jump me in here and fight me. I couldn't tell you for sure, like, what system is or is not particularly difficult to emulate. Like, I just don't know enough about the process. I do know N64 has a rep for that. Like, as far as I understand, not all of the main chips in it have been reverse engineered to the point where, like, there's, like, accurate one-to-one emulations of them. Like, I think even the analog 3D console that came out recently, that's like an FPGA, I think even its compatibility isn't 100%, which is kind of surprising because usually analog's really good about, like, nailing that stuff. So if, like, even they don't have a full technical understanding of it, I have to imagine that technical understanding just really isn't out there. Yeah, I think this guy is telling us why the mechanical lobster in the center of the development room was created and how all of the commands from the department chief are being filtered to that now. And, like, things have dragged on so long developing this Ultra game that everyone's starting to get uneasy about it and distrustful. So yeah, again, really obvious Shenmue allegory in here. It's clearly the game that they're talking about, which just kind of goes to show you, like, how during the development of Segagaga, like, Shenmue was, like, really at the forefront of the minds of, like, everybody who was working at Sega. And, like, how a lot of people were probably really uneasy about how many resources and how much time it was taking. Like, it's kind of famous that the pitch for Segagaga itself, like, the director, when he was trying to convince his superiors to, like, let him make a game like this, like, one of the things that finally won them over was, like he literally said to them, hey, I will only need 1% of Shenmue's budget to get this done. And that was what finally convinced them. Like, before that, they thought he was joking about it. And then when he insisted that, no, I'm not joking, I want to make a game about developing games for Sega and, like, saving Sega from, like, the brink of market collapse, they were like, I don't know if that's, like, paints such a good light on us. I don't really know if we want to do something like that. Like, they were nervous about it. But they let him do it if he could do it for cheap, which is why this game exists and why it looks as cheap as it does. Wasn't aware of that console. Oh, you mean the Analog 3D? It's literally just an N64, like, FPGA console. It just runs N64 games straight from the card. Like, if you don't know much about Analog themselves, that's kind of their market. They make modern FPGA versions of retro consoles so that you can hook them straight up to your HDTV and not have to have a CRT or a scaler to get good quality gameplay out of your old retro games that you might have laying around. And, like, I have their consoles that run Sega Genesis games and Super Nintendo games, and I can very strongly recommend both of them. They do really good work. So if you're the kind of person who still likes to collect physical retro games but don't want to, have to keep around a CRT to play them in like good quality and in like, proper presentation, like they are a very good option if you can find them. What else is in chat? Oh yeah, you're a Mac user. I can feel that. All of the stuff that Microsoft has done with Windows in like the past several years about really dragging it down with AI slop is like really making me consider switching to Linux. But I know if I do, there's always going to be that one particular tool or program I need that is Windows only, so I'm going to have to keep using Windows for one reason or another anyway. Which is why I've never really given serious consideration to switching. Although at this point, I am holding on to my Windows 10 laptop as long as I can. Because I do not want to have to deal with Windows 11 if I can avoid it. God, I think the last piece of news I read about Windows 11 was how Notepad has, like, security exploits in it now because the AI that they shoved into it is like vulnerable in some manner or another. Like, I don't remember the details, but I remember reading that story and thinking to myself, if you are introducing security vulnerabilities to Notepad of all programs, you have completely lost the plot. Like, Notepad should not be anything more than the most basic text editor on the planet. Like, the main thing I use it for is to remove formatting from other text. Oh my god. Anyway, like, you probably already noticed that I've moved on to the third team's quarters in this dungeon. And this team is all about creating really intricate and high-intensity fighting systems in their games. So yeah, just to go over it one more time, we have one team that's really all about RPGs, one team that's really all about high-quality movies, and one team that's really about intricate battle systems, which, that's kind of what Shenmue is. It's a combination of those three things. Wasn't when Windows 10 support dropped. More or less, yes. They've stopped making active updates for it. They still are offering basic security fixes for a few more years for anyone who's requested it. But after that period of time has come and gone, like, who knows what kind of... who knows how reliable Windows 10 is going to be for that much longer. Like, I think they offered... I think the announcement of End of Life happened in October of last year, and they announced that they'd be offering 3 years of support to anybody who requested it. And I definitely applied for that. So, we'll see what Windows looks like 2 years from now. Okay, I got the peach-colored guy. Yeah, all of these guys in here are just battle maniacs. They'll have macho in their name. The one you really want to recruit is the one in the white gi, because he's the director and he creates some really high quality games. It's really useful to pick him up. So I'm going to get whoever I can, but I'm especially going to try and get him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm losing it. Okay, gonna let it sit there. I probably can't answer any questions you have about, like, the quality or difficulty of emulation of a lot of things these days, just because I don't emulate a whole lot of stuff myself anymore, unless if it's MAME. Like, I emulate arcade games, but, like, for most of my old consoles, I either use, like, flash carts, like, for the cartridge-based systems, so that I can just run games on them directly. And for the disc-based systems, I either get ODEs, which are kind of like flashcards, where you just like, instead of using the disk drive, you just use something that lets you plug in an SD card and run games off of that. Or in the case of the PS2, I have everything running off of a networked hard drive. So, like, I have emulated a few things in the past, but I couldn't give you any, like, I couldn't give you much advice on how to go about that, like, these days. Like, I'm just not up to speed on it. Okay, I think I already have enough to recruit him. What old consoles I own? I own all of Nintendo's consoles except the original Game Boy. I have a Game Boy Color. And the Virtual Boy, which I cannot believe they re-released for the Switch. That's incredible. I own everything Sega from the Genesis onwards. I don't own a Master System just because you can run Master System games on a Genesis if you really need to. For the most part, there's like 99% backward compatibility there. I don't really need that last 1%. I have a PS2 and a PS4 and an Xbox 360. And I think that's everything. Well, yeah, I don't really have modern systems other than the Switch 2, and I mostly just have the Switch 2 so that I could use my Switch 1 for other means. Like, take my account off of it. I'm going to try and get all 6 Macho guys on in here. Oh my god, I do not have an SG-1000. And one reason is that I'm not 100%, like, playing SG-1000 games in general just isn't a high priority for me. But also, if I really want to, I can play that on Analog's Mega SG. Like, the Analog system that runs Genesis games, it will also run SG-1000 games, even though an actual Genesis doesn't. So in the rare event that I do want to play an SG-1000 game, I can use that option. And most Genesis emulators, at least the good ones, actually did go through the trouble of adding SG-1000 support, again, even though an actual Genesis doesn't. At least the Genesis emulators I'm aware of do that. Like, I know Kega Fusion is ancient at this point, but I think even that does a good job of it. Yeah, I do not mind chatting about off-topic stuff at all, just because, especially during these sections where I'm just going to be walking back and forth in a room, recruiting random developers anyway. Anything to kill time. Oh boy. Got him. Yeah, the reason why the Genesis doesn't support SG-1000 games is because SG-1000 games operate in, like, a different color mode. Like, even the Sega Mark III, like the Japanese version of the Master System, like, it technically has SG-1000 backward compatibility, but it's, like, not even it is 100% accurate, because it doesn't display things in the right colors, because it uses a different video chip. And, that video mode just straight up isn't supported by the Genesis hardware. That's why the Genesis can, it can run Master System games, but it can't go all the way back to SG-1000. Yeah, Sega had a good 20-year run. And it's kind of funny, like, I grew up as mostly a Sega fan, like, occasionally dabbling in Nintendo. And I'm telling you, as somebody who... Like, when you live through being a Sega fan, like, console wars these days just don't matter at all to you because you realize how stupid it is to be, like, emotionally invested in a company. It's always really funny when I see somebody these days still fighting the console wars for one reason or another, especially when, like, Sony and Microsoft right now are both going through some, like, really obnoxious things for various reasons. Like, Sony's, like, firing, like, half of its studios or whatever, and Microsoft is just imploding in general. Like, everything's being consumed by AI. They spend a ton of money on, like, Activision Blizzard, and who knows what that's gonna actually, like, bring to fruition or not. Like Nintendo's still trucking along, but with them, it's just a matter of, are Switch 2 games worth the price to you or not? It's kind of funny how like Nintendo's so stuck in the past that they might weather the storm better than the rest of them just because they don't get consumed by line goes up brain worms to the same degree as the other two do. I have all of the macho guys. Oh yeah, I agree. Like, it seems like during the PS4 generation, like Sony, started to be dictated by like the American branch of the company. And I know there's been some fallout about that, like some certain studio closures and a really big emphasis on live service games that doesn't seem like it's paid off very well. So like, who knows how long it's going to take for all of that to be straightened out. I always think it's interesting when somebody has an interest in Sega when they weren't really around for when Sega was really relevant in the console space. So I'm kind of curious, like, what gives you an interest in like checking out stuff like this? I have for a long time now, like, had a project on the back burner where I want to do some like YouTube retrospectives on Sega's arcade history. Because I feel like there is a ton of there's a ton of things worth talking about in that just isn't talked about by modern YouTubers, because like so many YouTubers have like a console only focus. There aren't enough like quality arcade retrospectives in like retro gaming spaces, I think, and especially these days where a lot of people playing video games don't have personal experience playing them when arcades were like a major driving force of video games. And that is like half of Sega's history, like maybe even more of it. But yeah, so like I've worked a little bit on and off on just writing a bunch of history about Sega's arcade games, but it's just not at the point where I'm ready to like actually put it into production. I need to get off my ass and actually do it. Oh yeah, there's like funny stories about Joypolis in particular. Yeah, like arcades were more important in Japan for a longer amount of time, but up until the mid 1990s, like they were just as important in America. Like in the early days, like the biggest system sellers for like Atari systems were like the arcade ports. Like Space Invaders was huge. And it was like a third-party game. It wasn't an Atari game, and it was an arcade game, and just having a good port of that was a really big deal. Like, a lot of Sega's consoles were initially sold, hey, you love Sega's arcade games, if you want to play it at home, you need to buy Sega's consoles. Like, there were all kinds of different, like, boom periods of the arcade when different genres were in vogue. Like, the early Score Attack games, like a bunch of Space Invaders and Pac-Man clones. The beat-em-ups that came later. And like fighting games in the wake of Street Fighter 2. Like Street Fighter 2 coming to consoles was like a huge deal. Like Sega's mid-1990s games when they were really pushing 3D tech, like Virtua Fighter and Daytona USA, those were super huge deals back then. And I think arcades really started to decline in America like in the mid-1990s when arcade tech just became like extremely expensive. Like especially Sega, they were really big on pushing like cutting edge tech, and those machines were expensive to produce. And if you weren't producing like hit after hit on a level of Daytona, then you just really weren't making your money back. Like the operators wouldn't make enough to justify the cost of like buying more machines. And not only that, the mid 1990s, like when the PlayStation dropped and all the consoles moved to CD tech, it meant people could really focus on like much longer and in-depth games like RPGs. And so the shift kind of moved to games that you really just couldn't do in arcades. And arcade-style games weren't as big of a selling point on consoles. Because like you had RPGs and simulation racers instead of arcade racers and stuff like that. And so it's just a whole bunch of factors that kind of coalesce into the arcades going into a decline. Oh yeah, Knights kind of rules. Like I feel like some people bounce off of it for like not being as like being shorter than they expected it to be, or like I don't know, not really like. It's funny, like Nights into Dreams, even though it was created by Sonic Team, who aren't arcade game developers, it feels to me like it has so much of an arcade game ethos because all of the stages can be played in just a few minutes. And whenever you complete a stage, it just dumps you back to the title screen. It just doesn't even feel like it's really like forcing you to go through like a single complete narrative. And it's really like score based about like doing loops and like getting high ranks so you can even unlock the last stage and stuff like that. It's got great visual and sound direction too. Really interesting game. But I remember at the time it came out, even though like it had a lot of positive buzz about it, the overall consensus was that it just didn't stack up to Mario 64, just because 64 was such a, it felt like such a bigger game. I think this is the spy in the development room that just revealed himself. So we're going to dispose of this guy, break the fighting team leader out of his mind control, and try and get everybody on board to cooperate with each other again. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, the Genesis was the height of Sega's popularity in America, and so it's like the well that they go back to the most often, like for nostalgia purposes. And it's really interesting. Like, the Saturn's rep in America is really interesting. Because I feel like Sega of America, despite all of their faults, did do a pretty good job of bringing over almost all of the first-party games that were relevant for that console that they could, at least for the first few years that it was on the market, where it was still economically viable. I think the only major Sega first-party game that didn't make it over in the first several years was Sakura Wars. And even though I do think that was a bad miss on their part, I also kind of sympathize with any marketing department at the time trying to figure out, okay, how do we sell a dating sim to America? Because that entire genre like never really caught on over here like it did over in Japan. Even though Sakura Wars is like one of the major games for that system in Japan. It's probably neck and neck with Virtua Fighter. Like, that's how big it was. But I do know a drawback of the Saturn is that a lot of the good RPGs that it had either just didn't make it over to America or just were overshadowed by stuff like Final Fantasy VII. And like, that was the point in time where RPGs were really blowing up, and not having major hitters on that front at the time was to Sega's disadvantage. Oh yeah, that's true as well. Like, Sonic Extreme is its own can of worms. And, like, the development history of that game is very sad. and just kind of underscores like how much disarray there was between the American and Japanese branches of the company at the time. Yeah, it's not just Sonic Extreme's cancellation that was a big problem. I think it was the priority that Sonic as a franchise itself was within the company. Like, Sonic was always a bigger deal in America during the Genesis era than it was in Japan. And so the Japanese branch didn't treat it as a huge priority, but they did understand it was important, which is why they let Sega's America branch work on Sonic Extreme as like the big Saturn game. But that just never came together for a number of reasons. Like, they realized it by 1998 because that's when... It's like Sonic Adventure was a launch game for the Japanese Dreamcast in 1998. Like a year before it came... Like, a whole year before it came out over here. Which sometimes is weird to think about. Just because... Like, that puts it at the same... time span as like Banjo-Kazooie for the N64, and that feels like it should not be the same year. So I'm gonna mostly focus on... Oh wait, did the freeze not work? Shit. I wasn't paying attention. Let me actually focus on this boss battle a little bit. Okay, the freeze did work. Yeah, whenever you have the girl as your partner, it's usually advantageous to just let her do the work. So yeah, now I've deactivated the out-of-control Lobster Oracle. Everyone in here is like working together again, and they're showing off all their work of the past 3 years to the department chief. It's like, oh man, this is incredible! But it could be so much better. Here's to another 3 years of work. Yeah, the guy in shadow, the department chief, is very clearly meant to be Yu Suzuki. Yeah, the Dreamcast release in particular is like a really interesting like what-if case, because it was delayed for international release by about a year. Like, it came out late 1998 in Japan. It came out late 1999 in America. And, like, Japan didn't really need a replacement for Saturn right away. So you could kind of argue that in Japan, they might have kneecapped the Saturn a bit. And then in America, since the Saturn died off way earlier, not having the Dreamcast until late 1999 basically means that there were 2 years in America where Sega had no retail presence. Like, the Saturn died off by the beginning of 1998. And so, like, Sega went through all of 1998 and most of 1999 without really having a presence in American retail. And the reasoning for that was so that the Dreamcast could launch with a really strong launch lineup, because that's something that the Saturn definitely lacked over here. So I get the rationale, but it's definitely an open question on whether that was the right move. All right, let me look through this roster and find that high motivation staff members, because those are what I want to use for this first game. The 4 stats there for all of the developers on the right from top to bottom, like starting at 130. Top one is stamina, the second one is motivation, the third one is talent, and the fourth one is cooperation. When developers have high stamina, that means they're in good spirits and usually find programming breakthroughs that can help in other ways. When they have low stamina, they tend to start like slacking off and like making mistakes that can like snowball into other problems. If they completely run out of stamina, they die. And you don't want that to happen. The second stat, motivation, that dictates how quickly they work. Like, your games are completed faster if your team has high motivation, and take a lot of time to develop if they don't. The third stat is talent, and that dictates the amount of appeal that a game has. That, the more appeal a game has, the better it sells. And the fourth one is cooperation. The higher that is, the more likely that different staff members will like form positive bonds with each other, which can like boost their spirits and their other stats and like have a positive snowballing effect. And if cooperation is really low, then they start getting into fights, and that starts having the opposite snowball effect. And then that big number, 400,000 at the bottom there, that's their, I think, monthly salary? I think monthly. So let me find some other high motivation guys so I can get this first game out the door really quickly. I think 140 is high. 136. Yeah, we'll go with 136. Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to. Get 3 programmers on that team. 106. Ooh, 190's high. And 183. Get the guys that have 190. Yeah, for my first game, I'm not so fussed about making super high quality stuff that sells a ton. I just want it to get completed quickly, because you don't have a whole lot of funds to develop for very long at the beginning of the game. You want to get your first game out the door fairly fast. Then I'll use general high stat staff members for the second game. Trying to think who I want to keep. Yeah, just for the record, if you're playing this game and you want some strategy for this like first section of game development, the 2 best directors to use at the start are Suzuki and White Macho. And the reason for that is Suzuki's low effort game doesn't sell a ton, but it sells pretty well for the amount of time it takes to develop. So it's a good like low risk option to go with. And White Macho's games are bugged in a way that's like favorable to the player. Like for every other developer in the game, their low effort cheap games sell kind of crappy, but their high effort expensive games sell a ton and like boost your market share a bunch. And that makes sense, right? Like the degree to which that is true, it varies from one director to another. And like some developers just don't make very good games in general, and some developers produce pretty solid stuff across the board, but that's the general trend. White Macho is the only one where that's reversed. His cheap, low-effort game sells like gangbusters. So like using him at the beginning of the game development portion is pretty advantageous, because that means you'll get a really big windfall of development money to use like once his game is released. And that makes the following section of game development like so much easier. So you definitely want to pick him up in B-Lab. And even if you're not using him for the first section of development, you're going to want to use him at one point. And again, because money is tight, I'm going to get rid of most of the developers that I am not actively using right now. Because like you don't have to pay the full salary for these guys if they're on your research bench compared to when they're on an active development team. I think they only cost 1/3 the amount on a monthly basis if they're over here on this list than when they're on a team. But I'm still going to try and min-max this a bit. It doesn't hurt. Like it's not a bad idea to keep at least like 1 or 2 extra designers or programmers in reserve, just in case if something happens to one of your programmers on your development team and like they just get into a slump and like bail from the project, having somebody on your bench to replace them is a worthwhile consideration. But I usually run with a thin crew at this part of the game. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, it's like Saturn and Dreamcast are like, they're fertile grounds for like arguing about what could have been and what mistake was the biggest. All right. I am going to... Yeah, this is it. Okay, so I'm just going to pause the screen right here now that we're in a development room just so I can explain what we're looking at here. The top left, those 3 percentage markers, the top one is completion progress. That's going to tick up over time as we develop games, and once it gets to 100%, the game is finalized and ready to release. The higher your team's motivation is, the faster that meter fills up. And different games take different amounts of total effort to actually finish. Like the cheap games you make usually don't take that much time to hit 100%, but the expensive, like super high quality games, they take a lot longer to reach 100%. And throughout the course of developing your games, there will be certain progress markers where the director is going to butt in and ask for direction on the project. Like at 40%, it enters alpha state, and at 75%, it enters beta state. And at both of those moments in time, the director is going to come to me and say, hey, this is how the game's shaping up so far and what it's probably going to be like. Do you want us to put more or less effort into this or like change the direction of the project? The middle percentage meter up there on the top left, that's the sales expectation of the game. Like how much it's going to appeal to its potential market. And that is the single biggest factor in determining how much the game's going to sell. Like, ideally, you're going to want that to be over 100%, because it can go all the way up to 999% if you really put in a ton of effort. But some of the low-effort, cheap games, they just aren't going to hit that marker. Generally, that value is increased by having very talented staff members working on the game. The more talent you have, the more appeal that the game has. But each game that you develop also has a natural cap. No matter how much talent you may have on the team, it's just going to hit a ceiling. The appeal value is just going to hit a ceiling that cannot be broken by talent alone. You can further increase appeal by spending money on advertising and other things that come into play later. And that third percentage meter that's at 100% right now, that's this team's resources and equipment level. The longer you develop, the more that value just naturally decays over time. The higher that value is, the quicker things get done. So if you're working at 100% resource level, you're working at an average pace. If that value decays and like drops to 80 or 70 or 60%, that means you're only going to be making games like at 70, 60 or like 50% speed. And so you want to pump that number up as much as you can, just so that your games can be developed on schedule and so that your team just doesn't get worn out working forever. And you don't have a whole lot of money to spend on any extra stuff like right here at the beginning of the game, so there's only so much of that you can prioritize. I am going to boost those resources up to 110% though, just to try and get this first game out the door as quickly as possible. Prior experience tells me that this is about the amount of money you can afford to spare at this point in the game, assuming nothing goes catastrophically wrong, which might happen. There's a lot of random events that can occur here. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend 10% of my existing budget on getting this first game out the door. Look at the status screen here for this team. I think that top value on the left at 1133 is total motivation for this team. The second value is the talent. I think that third value is the team's salaries. The fourth one is the total expenses, not just this team, but both teams and all of my research bench, and the extra costs of developing the games. Like that's 728, that's how much I'm spending on everything. And that 900 is the total amount of budget I have left right now. So as things exist right now, I really only have enough wiggle room to fund a little over 1 month of development. Like if you look on the right where it says 2025/5/12, that's the expected release date of this game, assuming that things stay on track from this exact moment in time. If you look at the top left, it says that it's April 1st. And on the right, it says our expected release date is May 12th. That's how things look right now. We're going to see how well we can stick to that as we develop. And I can go over to the other team and see their stats over here. Yeah, and if you notice, on this team, that middle meter, is already at 56%. Like, White Macho's game starts with 50% appeal. That's very rare. Like, his already has, like, and that appeal meter is going to tick up a lot. So that's why it's good to have him on your team at the start. He develops a high-quality game for you. And you might also notice that the resource meter over here in the second studio is already at 80%. Studio B just, like, it starts at a lower level of resources than Studio A. It's just going to take longer to develop games over here at the start. Let's try and get Studio A across the finish line. And you see everybody in the dev room, they're sparkling and in good spirits. So things are running well at the start, but their stats will naturally decay over time as they get worn out, and a lot of what you have to deal with in this game development stretch of the game is managing those stats and just making sure things don't go too far off the rails. And so that's what I'm going to do here. You can speed it up, like hold the Y button to fast forward, but I'm just not going to. At least not for now. I did save before I started this, so if I screwed up and run out of budget, at least have a save to go back to. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, someone's butting in. Hey, the A-Lab chief is interested in working for us. So, let's hire him. We'll go to the research bench. Won't use him just yet, though. If you might notice, the expected release date on the right was May 8th a little bit ago and has like drifted back to May 12th. Or not May 12th, but May 11th. So as the team gets worn out, that release date is going to keep slipping into the future. Okay, so we've reached alpha stage at 40% progress, and Director Suzuki is jumping in to tell us how the project is shaping up. It's currently taking 100,000 yen per month to develop, and he's asking us, do you want to stay on the course, or do you want to decrease or increase the amount of effort and budget into this title? And every director that you start using for game development, the first game they start making is their lowest effort game, so picking the top option here wouldn't do anything. And I usually just stay on course. We're going to keep going. 40%, expected date of 5/11. Remember that. Yeah. White Macho's game is going to take a longer amount of time to finish. He's only a little over 25%, whereas this team is already at 45%. And once you get to 45%, a game journalist butts in to ask you, hey, what are you working on and when is it coming out? So at this point in development, you have to try and gauge when you expect to release the game and give that date to the press. The closer you can meet this target date, the more the game sells. So this is actually kind of important. And if you recall from the screen that was just up previously, it said it's probably, if things stay as they are right now, it's probably going to come out on 5/11. So I could pick that right now, but I know things are going to fall behind a little bit. So let's bump this back a week to 5/18. We figured we'll probably have the game out the doors about then. So let's try and hit that May 18th release date. If you release the game within 1 day of the target, you get a huge sales boost. If you release it within 6 days, you get a moderate sales boost. If you release it within 13 days, you get a minor sales boost. And if you miss it by 14 days or more, or if you don't give a date to the press, then you don't get any boost. So it's always a good idea to at least give the press some date, even if it's a shot in the dark. You see there on the right. Oh, what's happening? I have no idea what he's asking about. And I think his motivation just dropped 3 points. No, well, those things will happen. Yeah, if you look at the dates on the right, you'll see that we've penciled in our scheduled release date at the top as 5/18th, and our expected release date has now slipped to 5/13. Let's hope it doesn't slip too far beyond the 18th. We're still trucking along, just about at alpha state. Yeah, if you're playing the English patch, a lot of my effort was spent on making sure all of these menus were translated correctly. A whole lot of work went into that. I hope somebody appreciates it. Somebody ran into a bug that might threaten our progress if we don't handle this correctly. Uh-oh. I think we're losing progress on this game. So it was at 5:13. It dropped back another day. These guys reached alpha. So White Macho is going to ask us to input on game direction, and I'm going to tell him to stay the course. What you're working on is great. See, it's already at 212% appeal, whereas Suzuki's game is probably going to get stuck at 59%. I don't think it rises any further than that, unless you spend money on advertising. But White Macho's game is going to keep ticking up. That game is going to sell like gangbusters. And its expected release date is the middle of June, so I'll keep that in mind for when the journalist comes by. Oh yeah, whenever you roll past the 26th of the month, that's when payroll happens, which is why that budget value at the bottom there, that was over 800, has now dropped down to 170. I had to pay everybody on the 26th, and that took out a huge chunk of funds. So we have to release something before May 26th, or else we're going out of business. So let's hope this first game does not miss its target. Okay, 6:15 is the expected date on this game. I have to remember that. So Programmer Oka is asking for advice. No idea what you're asking. But I increased 2 stats. So I picked the right choice. Suzuki's game is in beta, so he is again going to ask me whether we should stay the course or increase or decrease our level of effort. And if you choose to change the level of effort, you literally change what game you're developing. So if you're trying to unlock everything in the archives, that's something to keep in mind. You will need to eventually develop every game. All right, 6:15 targets, or 6:15 expected dates. So you might think that I should just tell this journalist that this game's going to be released a little bit after 6:15. But I know that by the time this game is developed, I'll have already gone through the third development studio, and that's going to tack on another 30 days. So I'm going to tell him that this is going to come out in July 25th. Just giving me a lot of runway for that. But yeah, so you notice some of these developers on this team have icons over their heads that are demonstrating one level of like stat decay in one manner or another. The red macho over there on the top left is his cooperation is getting pretty low, so he might start fights with some other team members, and that could be a problem. And the Insomniac on the bottom right has really low stamina to the point where there's a skull over his head now. I could give these guys recovery items to boost those stats back up to like a more healthy level, but we're already at 78% completion for this game, so I think I might just, cross my fingers and hope that things stay together enough to get this game across the finish line without spending any resources on these guys. Yeah, right now the game is still on track for releasing on the 14th, and as long as it releases before, like around the 18th, we're in a good spot. So I don't think I need to boost these guys' stats. We might make it without it. These guys are also in pretty good spirits, so let's keep our eyes on these guys and hope that things don't fall apart. Uh-oh. Okay, so Red Macho has just straight up fallen into a slump. Like, he's bailed on the team for a few days, so he's not going to be contributing anything for a while. That will slow down our progress. You can see it drops to the 15th now, but it's only 6 days away. Okay, I am getting nervous about Insomniac. Let's give him an energy drink to bring his stamina back up. %91 completion. Okay, Mechamaniac wants us to have a meeting. Something about graphic quality. Something's bad with how the graphics are shaping up, and he's asking what we should do about it. I don't know what these say, so I'm going to tell him to do the first option. Okay, something boosted by 30%, and another stat dropped by 20%. And another staff. Oh crap, we just really, we kneecapped the progress for that game, but I think in exchange we increased the appeal. Yeah, so that game might miss its target date even though I gave it an extra month. Oh well, these things happen. Gotta release this by the 18th. We're not exactly on the 18th, but within 1 day of the 18th. And it looks like we're going to make it. Okay, this game reached alpha state again. So he's asking us again, like, what direction we should take on it. Which means I should be able to get a second shot at telling the journalist what date it's going to release on. So I do have to remember that. Okay, we hit 100%, and everybody's going to celebrate that the game's gone. Oh wait, nope, not yet. Somebody on the team found a breakthrough and increased their stats. But it is at 100%, and we are 1 day ahead of the scheduled release, and that's, if we release it today, then it will get the highest sales boost possible. So I think I'm just going to go into the menu and tell him to manually release the game now, even before they ask us to. So let's do that. That's this option right here. You can technically shove a game out the door for release at any point after it reaches beta period, which is 75% completion. But if you do that at 75% completion, then it's not going to sell very well because you're releasing an unfinished game. It can be necessary in some circumstances, though. So we sold 84,000 units. And we made that much yen. And that should help a lot. That's Uranai Angel QT for the SC3000. All I know about it is that it's some kind of fortune-telling game. We're going to keep the team in place. Yep, our market share ticks up a little bit. We're not in super high danger anymore. And we get to watch another puppet show. We're talking about Sega's history a bit, and how at the start, before they started making arcade games, they were making like jukeboxes and other amusement machines. And also about the people who founded Sega, but I'm pretty sure it's all nonsense. Not all nonsense, but I recall it being a little embellished. Okay, and at this point in the game, our efforts have not escaped the notice of the rival Dogma Corporation, who currently dominates the gaming industry. They're not terribly pleased about this new Segagaga project and are going to seek out to crush it as soon as possible. And the first of their main directors who rises to the challenge is Kaurin. So our next order of business is going to be creating a game that can counter her efforts. All right, so now we know that Karen has laid down the gauntlet for us, and Alyssa's letting us know that is kind of bad news because Sega doesn't really have a strong history in making games that can compete with like strong Moe developers, and we're gonna have to find some people in Development Lab C that have the kind of skills we need to create a game that can undercut Karen. Yep, so her game is going to release in November, and we got to figure out how to make a counter game before that release date. If we don't do that, we're going to lose a lot of market share, and I think maybe even lock ourselves out of the good ending. Somebody in C Lab should be able to get us out of this. Actually, let me check stats in here again. I don't think I have enough money to upgrade my equipment further. No, by my equipment, I mean like my weapon and armor. Yeah, our budget's in a much healthier place after releasing that first game. So we have a few more months of development that we can afford now. And while we're in the dungeon, it's going to fast forward us 30 days, and no development is going to be done during that time. Like, those things are kept completely separate. I'm going to go ahead and save and take a quick bathroom break. Alright, let's keep this thing moving. So now Lab C is open. Let me double check what the next weapon would cost. Like, I'm pretty sure I do not have the money for it. Yeah, 60,000 for the next weapon. 70,000 for the next armor. So yeah, I do not have that kind of cash on me. So like the two big things in C Lab for the story is that it's a very, like the others, it's a very regimented development team. But in this case, instead of being like different factions, it's more about a hierarchy of the haves and the have-nots, the people at the top making management decisions, and the people at the bottom just slaving away doing the manual labor. The other big thing in C Lab is how much the employees are into Moe here, and how much it's trying to be suppressed by the people in charge. management is not a big fan of Moe, so a lot of the developers in here kind of have to like smuggle it and like share it in secret. And anyone getting found out for like spreading Moe usually gets severe penalties. And when I say Moe, it's more than just like the typical like girly aesthetic things that people associate with it. As far as I can tell in Segagaga, that's used to describe just about anything that can provide really fanatical inspiration. Like, it's used in a pretty broad sense that I haven't really seen used elsewhere, and can't really comment on how typical of a definition it is, like, for this game. I'm introducing myself to the leader of this floor. And I'm going to start getting to work. This guy here in the front, he's a card collector and says that he'll offer some information if I can find a rare card for him. Oh, he's just going to join me without negotiating. That's convenient. So I got two guys on this floor. Since the developers in this lab tend to have pretty high stats compared to the previous two, I think I am going to try and get everybody here. Actually, I'm going to look at my... Okay, so I have learned the UFO skill, but I have not learned the UFO 800 skill. Both of those skills can be used to just straight up recruit somebody without having to fight or negotiate with them. But the UFO skill doesn't have as good of a success rate as the UFO 800 skill. So I'm not really going to use it until I'm not going to use that first one. I'm just going to wait till I've learned UFO 800 so I can skip some of the battles later on. Only have the submarine and the booster. Don't need to fight you again, but he's so fast that he can get you before you can run away. God, it might just be better to just fight. I might take more damage trying to run. Ugh. Screw that. Leave me alone, you jerk. I don't need to second one of you either. God, I'm under half health already. Good start. This guy is so overworked and so starved of Moe that he's just going to collapse. And Seaman is going to introduce himself. Okay, I can't remember exactly what I do to progress here. But I know I do have to take over for that guy on the assembly line. So I might have to go back to the chief and ask to start working. God, this guy has a ton of health. Which I think correlates to having high stamina during development, so, you know, that's good. But it's annoying to fight him. Didn't even offer to negotiate. It's a waste of time. Got 2 levels out of it, though. Jesus. It's kind of impressive from just a random encounter. Will you join me this time? I know one of the random battle lines that you can say in these fights is something like, Like, is the 7 billion yen rumor true? Which is referencing Shenmue's budget. And so the player character is basically asking, you really blew 7 billion yen on this? Which is like such an insane thing to be in this game where they're like openly mocking Shenmue. Like again, like I mentioned earlier in the last dungeon, I think Shenmue's development was really weighing heavily on everybody at Sega, and some of that shines through in this game. I even went out of the way to like ask Tetsuo Kano on Twitter a little bit more about that, and he told me that Okano is the director of Segagaga, by the way, and he told me that he absolutely believes Shenmue is a masterpiece and that Yu Suzuki is like a brilliant creator, but that, you know, Shenmue's development was such a tumultuous time for Sega that it was just fertile ground for, you know, material in a game about making games at Sega. Like, he wanted to be very clear that he had no, like, ill will against Suzuki, or that he didn't think that Shenmue was a good game or anything. It was just like, hey, if you're making games about developing games at Sega, then you're going to need to talk about Shenmue. And that's kind of what Segagaga does in a roundabout way. It's also why that lobster in B-Lab like randomly yells free at different parts of the game. Because when Sega was marketing Shenmue, like, they didn't even call it an RPG or an action RPG. They called it a free game, which stood for Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment. Like, they literally tried to say it was a new genre. And so that's what that lobster is referencing. And the reason why that lobster also makes engine sounds is because during development of Segagaga, it wasn't a lobster, it was a Ferrari, which is an Outrun reference. But the Segagaga development team couldn't secure the license for the Ferrari, so they just replaced it with a lobster. And they left the engine sounds in. If you look through the debug mode flags for that part of the story, it's still referred to as an F355 Ferrari instead of a lobster, which is kind of funny. Alright, so we're going to get to work debugging, which is literally just spotting disks with literal bugs on them and making sure they don't pass inspection. So whenever one of these bugs shows up on the screen, we tap the A button to scrap the disk. Seaman's relating some stories from work and kind of instigating a friendly rivalry with you at this point in time about how he has dreams of rising up in this department and he's not going to let you beat him. Which is like a recurring through line for the story in this chapter. And I don't know if they're trying to say anything about the quality of GD-ROM production here, but the ones you deal with in Segagaga certainly have a lot of bugs. Everyone in this department is so starved for moe that even the fact that a girl has walked into the place has them all smitten. And they all act like zombies about it. She's like, I don't need any of this. I'm out of here. It's like, to be 100% honest, I don't have a super strong read on how this moe stuff is supposed to be interpreted by the player. Because, like, there's clearly, like, they're kind of making fun of it in that everyone obsessed with moe stuff is basically acting like zombies. But there's some parts of the story where it feels like they're trying to, you know, appreciate moe for, like, earnest inspiration or something. Like, they go back and forth on it. It's interesting. So let's keep slaving away on the production line. Like, you can only advance once you reach a certain score there. I think that's all the debugging. No, I think there's one more session. I think you have to get it up to 600 eventually. I think he wants me to talk to the leader again. Yeah, I can't do anything else with this right now. Who have I recruited already? Okay, the squid, the booster, and the submarine. I don't think I need to heal just yet. Oh, he just bailed. Okay, I'm just gonna fight this guy. Oof, 12 damage. Look, I barely beat him. I need to heal now. I already have one of you. I wish the other guys would offer to negotiate with me. I don't need to negotiate with you again. Okay, so one of the upper class leaders of this department has come down to dictate some orders. And he's aware of my reputation as Segagaga team leader. And so I think he's going to give us some preferential treatment just so that he can curry favor with his superiors. And Seaman isn't particularly appreciative of that, because I think he feels like he's going to get looked over, and he really doesn't want us to beat him out. At least that's what I recall. But yeah, it really just kind of underscores how everyone in this particular department is like kind of out for each other, in how the only way they know how to build themselves up is by tearing somebody else down. Just so that they can move ahead in the hierarchy and reach a higher station of work. I guess I'm getting plenty of experience in here. Yeah, I think I have to push this marker over 600 now. I think that's the last of the debugging that I need to do. Yeah, I'm just mashing through the dialogue because I'm just playing this game off of vibes. This guy's absolutely filthy. I think his name is even something like Bath Hater. Certainly seems like the kind of guy you would not be wanting to share cubicle space with. Oh boy. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, some of the really high-skilled developers you recruit in this department have a really high threshold you have to meet in negotiation, which is extremely difficult even if you know what they're saying. Which is why it's useful to have that UFO 800 skill. And it shouldn't be too much longer before we learn that. Squid booster, submarine, and and the Bath Hater. I think there are 2 more developers in here that I can recruit. I already have you. Don't need to talk to you again. I also have you. So we're convening a meeting in here about something or another. But Seaman busts in with some important news. He's discovered that the chief of this floor is hoarding moe items in his office, and that is strictly forbidden. If you look over here, sure enough, you can find a .com-ko-chan poster that he was hoarding. And so as punishment, he is banished to the depths of this dungeon, and I think Seaman is given a promotion. And I think we are also given a promotion for satisfactory work that we've done on this floor. And also because that upper class chief here is showing favor to us. So much for that poor guy. He just straight up got ratted out. See, man, I was like, I just had to do what I needed to do to advance. This is the only path for me. Something along that line. I think I'm still going to hang out here and try to recruit the developers that I'm missing just before I advance any further. Actually, you know what? Since there's so many I can run into, I might just come back here when I learn the UFO skill. Yeah, I don't think you can come up to this floor until you finish everything down there, just because you don't have an access card until that last scene. So now we are on the middle class floor, where instead of just the grunt work, some more actual directorial decisions are made here for their games. They're all arguing in their developer's pitch over the direction for their next game. Nobody's really... things just aren't coming together very well. So the upper class chief is like, hey, how about you guys assemble some ideas from the floor here and put together your own pitch, and we'll see how good of a job you can do. If it looks like you've got solid ideas, then you have a chance to advance further. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to fight a ton of people on this floor and gather ideas from them. This is the only random encounter on this floor, this one particular aimless director. So we're going to try and get him. He has pretty high stats, especially for talent, but he's also very expensive. Okay, that'll definitely do it. Since that's the only random encounter on this floor, I'll just run to prevent random battles from happening for the rest. So some of these NPCs we're going to need to fight. And some of them are just going to give us ideas without a battle. Oops. Remember, one of these guys in the translation initially said he wants to make a shooting game. They're great because you only need one button and a lever to advance. And I made sure to tell the project lead that, hey, when he says shooting game, he probably means shmup. And when he says lever, he probably means joystick. So I think you should probably change those word choices to those two things because that's how people would describe it in English. And those changes did make it into the release build, as far as I'm aware. So just so you know, the people who worked on the English patch did care about making sure things were accurate when they could offer that input. Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah, he's up. You know, that katakana there, it says shooting. But when they say shooting, you know, they mean shmups. Like, not like first-person shooters. I have an extremely rudimentary knowledge of, like, hiragana and katakana, so I can, like, read basic menus, like when everything's just English loanwords transliterated into Japanese. I do not have any more Japanese literacy than that, which is why I am not a translator. I just offer help where I can. I don't think I checked this room yet. If anyone in chat has questions about the game or like the recent released translation project, let me know. I'm trying to keep my eye on it. No, it hasn't been that busy. Pretty sure this is the last room. Okay, I can't check all of my skills until I'm in a battle. So I think I've gathered enough ideas to create my pitch. So that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to refer to my notes what some of the correct choices were in this scene because I do not remember. Oh, C-Man's giving his pitch first, and as his name suggests, he's an expert in the C programming language. So he's showing off with his technical knowledge here. Now it's our turn. Oh crap, I did miss some options. I did not talk to everybody. Whoops. I might have enough to succeed. I'm not sure if I made the cut. So I went into all 4 rooms. Maybe I just... Yeah, I missed some of these guys on the outside. So I'll go ahead and fight them. UFO 800 skill yet? No, still not. Shouldn't be that many more levels. Okay, definitely checked all the guys below here. Did I check every NPC on the outside of these rooms? Looks like I did. Alright, so let's give a second attempt at this. Alright, that should do it. I think if you get over 100, you're good. So he's satisfied with our proposal. We get a key card for the next floor. And he did notice that Seaman's proposal seemed to have some moe hidden within it. So even though Seaman's proposal was very impressive, he's under suspicion right now. Using our key card to access the next floor. And I think the next sequence of events is a bartering sequence where we have to work up to obtaining a project number for development. So we gotta trade a bunch of items in this floor with various people to work our way up to getting a project number for approval. I don't really remember the proper sequence, so let me double check my notes. I don't have this in my notes, so never mind. I'm just going to randomly talk to people in here. Oof, I hope I don't get a crit. Or I hope he doesn't get a crit. Okay, good. Yeah, I think he just joins you. Like, you don't have to negotiate with him. Let me double check. Yeah, he joined. Let me check my inventory. Okay, so I have I think I gave him the orange, and he gives me a scroll of fabric. Which the guy in the top left, I think wants to, because he's cold from the air conditioner right next to his desk. So I've bartered a couple of things already, and I think this guy is going to tell me that some of the people in the lower floors might be interested in items as well. So, whoops, let me check what I have right now. So I gave him the fabric, and now he gave me the tree branch. Somebody on the lower floor wants that. I know that for sure. Go ahead and heal. At least talk to everyone else in here. See if there's any other auto battles. Okay, none of those are forced encounters. I think this guy wants the branch. Yeah, he does. He gives me... maybe he doesn't. Maybe that's not him. this guy. Yeah, it is. You give me the legendary Dojin. That has a prophecy about game development in it. Who wanted this? He wants a rare card. I don't remember who wants the Dojin. Was it this guy? Yeah, I think it was. He gave me the rare card, which the guy on the lower floor wants. And our associate is frustrated that her progress is being blocked. At least I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, I give him a rare card. He gives me a copy of Post-Armageddon. Does Seaman want that? Seavan took Post-Armageddon, and he gave me a business card for a development or contracted developer who I think specializes in Moe games, which is kind of dangerous to have in this studio, considering their thoughts on Moe. I think before advancing any further, I'm going to try and recruit everybody on this floor. So I have the submarine, the booster, the squid, and the bath hater. I think I need the tank and the drill. That's who's left down here. It could be worthwhile to knock that out of the way right now, just because I know there's a point of no return coming up. So this is going to be one of the last chances I have to recruit people on this floor. Man, I still can't outrun this guy. I do not need a second one of you. Okay, I still have plenty of empty slots though. So I can definitely recruit everybody, like one of every developer in this room, or in this department. Okay, Drill Macho, please work for me. He's willing to negotiate. God, that line is so high, though. Ugh. Uh-oh. Yeah, this ain't happening. Shit. I might need UFO 800 for him. God, I'll try again, though. I also need Tank Macho. Level 41. Oh, he's not even going to require negotiation. He's just going to work for me. Yeah, so the only guy left on this floor is Drill Macho. How badly do I really need him? Put it off for now. Try and recruit some people on the top floor first. Because I just don't want to waste a ton of time on this floor just trying to get an encounter with Drill Macho and then screwing up the negotiation. I feel like that's a lot of time I don't need to be spending here. I kind of want to just make progress. So this character, his name's Adult Children, which I think is supposed to literally just mean man-child. Well, there was some controversy when this game was released in Japan because that can also be a reference to, like, abused people who grew up under alcoholic parents or something. And I know there were some social worker organizations in Japan that didn't really approve of the use of that phrase. So this character's name was changed for a later release. As far as I'm aware, as far as like public-facing content in Segagaga is concerned, it's the only thing that was changed between the two releases. There are some other changes, but it only pertains to like dummied out content that you just can't see outside of like debug mode and save hacking anyway. Alright. This guy's name is Drugstore, so... I wonder if he's inspired by anyone who worked at Sega and what that says about him. Let me double check my notes to see who I can recruit here. It's interesting. Moe Moe is supposed to be like a taboo subject in this department, but that's literally this guy's name. Like, he's overtly into Moe material. God, that's a high affinity benchmark. Ugh. Ah. Okay, got it. So I think the only other the only other developer in this room is the assembly wizard that you see there as an NPC. He's a very skilled programmer, so I definitely want to recruit one of them. The people on this floor generally all have really high stats. You want to get all of them for your development team. I'm just not running into the other guy at all. Like, there's literally only two possibilities. There he is, the assembler wizard. Watch I not get the recruitment option. No, I will. God, that's a high benchmark. This is gonna suck. Got it. So yeah, like, I mean, if nothing else, I hope this playthrough demonstrates you technically can play this game even if you can't read it. Cause a lot of, in most of those screens, I'm just mashing. Who else do I need? Got them. Okay, there are two in here that I can recruit. these guys all have really high marks you need to meet in negotiation. Because they're all really skilled, they are worth getting. Got him. And there's one other developer that I can pick up in here. And there she is. No dice, though. Level 42. Even though there's a lot of developers you can pick up on this floor, at least they're like segmented into individual rooms for the most part. So it shouldn't take that long for you to hunt down one specific person you're looking for. This would be a lot more annoying otherwise. All right. She's open to negotiation. Okay, that'll do it. Again, I'm just trying to hire everybody at their default salaries. Not pushing my luck by trying to haggle and not trying to overspend either. Check my notes again. I have everybody I can get from the right room and the left room. I think I need this one. Yeah, I don't have the yellow one yet. At least the guys on this floor don't do a whole lot of damage. I don't need to spend too many resources healing. Oh, this might be a struggle. Got it. Clutch. Actually, I think I am. Am I missing a person in here? Yeah, I have the green one. I do not have the purple one. I think the implication for those characters is that they're addicted to, like, prescription drugs or something. Okay, he likes mecha. Is that enough? Barely. check. Yeah, the bottom right. There are 2 people in here. No, I already have drugstore, so I just need this fella who's shirtless. Yeah, I need one more. There we go. Okay, I think that makes... Yeah, that's everyone on this floor. So I'll go back to the bottom floor and try to get Drill Macho. I'm not going to spend a ton of time if I don't have good luck, though. I'm at level 43. Let me look up when you actually get UFO 800. God, did I not have that in my notes? Whatever, I'm not pulling up my copy of the perfect guide to hunt down that. I'm just going to play. It can't be that much more. Because I know whenever I play through this game, I usually have it by the end of this dungeon, and I'm just about at that point. I'm going to fight this guy just because I have not had success running from him. And if I can just level up to the point where... God dang it. I just want to level up to the point where I learn that skill. So maybe I should just fight everybody. This might be a brief farming session. And I think Squid Macho gives a lot of EXP. I think the characters, like the enemies with a lot of HP, give higher than average EXP. We'll see. Level 44. He's offering to join, but I already have one of them. Don't need another. I think UFO 800 unlocks at level 45. At least that sounds correct. Let's see if we can get Drill Macho without it. Nope. Watch the game give me a bunch of encounters with Drill Macho before I learn that skill, and then never after. See, there it is. There's the skill I'm looking for. So the next time I encounter Drill Macho, I should be able to just use that skill to recruit him. It tends to have a pretty high success rate, but we'll see. And if the reference isn't obvious, this skill is based on Sega's like crane games, the redemption prize machines that are especially common in Japan. The UFO skill can also be used to recruit people like this, but it fails very frequently, which is why I just don't want to waste a bunch of MP on it. Okay, I think that is every developer that I can recruit up to this point, so let's move the story along. And this guy wants the business card for that Moe developer, and in exchange, he's going to give me his project number, so I can move forward with development. I think that's everything, and the floor leader is impressed that I've been able to make this much progress, but C-Man's going to double-cross me. He's going to rat me out for hoarding a Moe item that I think he gave to me earlier. And so as punishment, I am dropped to the basement along with everyone else who's broken these rules. So yeah, now we're at the lowest of the low in terms of developers on this floor. I think this is just like tech support or like customer support or something like that. There are a few more characters that I can recruit down here. Let me look at my notes. Like, look at them while I'm walking around looking for an encounter. I have her already. I'm looking for Polygon Man. I think that might be the only character left down here that I haven't encountered on the above floors. Yeah, I have this guy too. It's just Polygon Man. And he is one of the most skilled developers, so yeah, I definitely want to get him. I'm also going to go ahead and restore some of my MP, just so that I can use the UFO skill twice in case the first attempt fails. That's who I'm looking for. Yep, skill can fail. So I'll take another crack at it. I think that's everybody that you can get up to this point. So let's just advance the story. This guy has the same like appearance as the supercharged middle manager from Lab A, but I don't think he's the same guy. Let me type this guy, and we're both in the same position now. Down here as victims of people who try to get one over on us. This guy tells us a little bit about the history of this development lab and how it used to be like completely powered by Moe, but now there's been a crackdown on it because I think the people in charge thought it was too powerful or something like that. Okay, still have about half health. And there's something about a prophecy about somebody who comes from a faraway land to like guide everybody to the promised land of game development, and she matches the description of that person, so we're going to use her as the object of that prophecy, I think, to convince everybody to join us. Something like that. I don't remember exactly. Oh god, that was a lot. That's bad. Oh my god, I might fail here. Okay, thank god. Well, even he got demoted. I think I get auto-healed from the next conversation. Might regret this. Let's see. So she's like, hey, what'd you call me for? And everyone like, oh, it's her, the prophesized one. Just go along with it. You can do whatever you like to him later. Now we've activated the Mo elevator and can ride it to the top. There was a few forced encounters. Shouldn't take too much work. And we'll get up to the boss floor. I don't think you can recruit anybody in these encounters right here, the forced ones. So I'm not going to waste MP on the UFO skill. I think either Flagman or Landman in the sequence like lets us know that Seaman is their brother. It's time to rise to the top. I think there is one more developer on this floor that we can recruit, so I'm going to do that before I advance any further. Yeah, I have to double check, but I think this guy is the one who's capable of developing Phantasy Star Online, and that is by far the highest effort game you can make in this, and it also sells the best. I think. I'd have to double check. One more level up for the road, that's good. Let's heal. And then restore MP. Yeah, I have plenty of these. Just max out just to be sure. Alright, now Seaman's running the joint. We gotta teach him some important lessons about what he's forgotten and given up to achieve his station. And we'll learn our newly acquired Moe Moe skill just to drop his defenses. I think all of your attacks do 1 point of damage to him if you don't use it. It doesn't take much once you lower his defense. Two levels out of it. And that's it for that dungeon. conversation, she learns from the elder that there is one more development lab at Sega, long abandoned and very mysterious. And she's very interested in it for reasons that are kept kind of mysterious. Like, there's this implication throughout the game that there's more to her than what it seems. Alright, Alyssa wants to know how us went and if we're ready to counter Dogma's upcoming Moe game. Seaman is letting us know that, you know, if you want to succeed, then you're going to want to put him in charge of this project, because he has a greater understanding of our needs than anyone else on staff. And that's true. The only way you can counter Kieran's game is if you develop Seaman's game first. So it's very important that we do that. Seaman joins us. Let's check our development roster. Put Seaman in charge. And okay. Okay, I have 7 empty slots on the research bench, and Team A just finished developing a game, so their stats have all been refreshed. Let's take them off the bench and put the highest skilled members that we have under Seaman's command. Because we want people with, not people who are not only capable of creating good games, but also have high stamina and can survive long development periods without suffering too much fatigue. And I know he has low stamina. Who else should I use? I'll go with her. We'll put some of our other new recruits on Team A. Should we replace anybody on Team B? We have Red Macho and Peach Macho. I might just let them roll as they are. Macho Booster. I don't recall. I think I'll just let Team B finish with their current construction and then just reeval everyone's stats afterwards. I don't want to look up spreadsheets again. It is not that serious. I think I'm going to save, because things can always go south. Let me check on B Lab's progress. Okay, that's under 45% clear. So I think the game journalist is going to come back soon and ask me for an updated release date, which is not something you're always given the opportunity to give, because you usually don't go back under that threshold in the middle of development. So I guess as long as I tell him it'll be done by mid-August, should be good. Okay. I need to get his games done by November. Like, if you recall from the earlier meeting with Alyssa, you'll see there at the bottom, Kairouan's game is going to release on November 13th. We need Seaman's game to finish before then. So we definitely need to spend some money boosting the resources on this team. I think I can afford that. We're maxing it out. We're going 180%. How does that change the dates? Okay, so now it's scheduled to come out by October. That gives us a month to play with. Let's also boost this team over here. Actually, hold on. Let me double check. Oof. Oh, that's bad. I probably shouldn't have done that. I do not have enough money to survive the next payroll. I might want to reload my save. Let's just let it roll over to the 26 and see what happens. I'm gonna restart. Yep, went bankrupt. You should probably check your funds before you just jump into it like that. So let's reload that save. So let's hold off on maxing out Team C's resources. Maybe focus on Team B. Just because I know that release, like White Macho's game, gives you a ton of money. So if we just get that across the finish line, then we can start playing around with our funds a lot more freely. So let's max out him instead. Not max out, but like get him up to 100%. Okay, so 721. Yeah, okay. So July 21st. Or the 22nd. Oh, dang, it's not going to let us update the release date. The journalist does not come back for an update, so... Okay, shoot. We might still be able to hit that original target date of the 25th, though. I'm thinking. Let's add another 10%. Yeah, let's just try and hit that benchmark. Just do whatever you like with the graphics. I think I just reset the progress on the game, so that's not good. Okay, so yeah, payroll did take a big chunk out of our funds, but we can still make it, I think, one more month. As long as we release within this next month, I think we're good. Yeah, we're making good progress. Like, the appeal is way up on this project, even though it's only 2% complete, so it should sell very well. Actually, you know what? There's one more thing I should buy. In order to make sure that Seaman's game crosses the finish line, we're going to buy an outsourcing contract. I'm going to get some other contractor on board to get his game developed as quickly as possible. Now, farming out work to a contractor doesn't increase the appeal or the quality of the game at all, so it won't help it sell. But it will help us make sure that it gets finished in time. So let's get that contract in place right now while there's still plenty of time to get it done. These are items. There's our contract. Now we gotta choose which team we're gonna ship it off to. Oh god, I forgot this costs funds out of our development budget that we don't have right now. You have to buy the contract itself out of your personal funds, but then getting the contract actually made requires funds from the project budget, so we're going to have to wait until Team B releases their game. Alright, Suzuki's next alpha is ready, though. He's asking us for input. Yeah, if you might recall, I think the previous game he made cost 100,000 yen per month, and down there at the bottom message says his next game is going to cost 450,000 yen per month to make. We're going to tell him to stay on track, because you don't want to make the same game. Like, if I told him to decrease his effort there, then he'd just make his previous game again. And whenever you release the same game twice in a single playthrough, the second release just sells like crap. So that's something you want to avoid if you can. His game will probably be ready in early August, so we'll just have to remember that. All right, White Macho's game is in beta. He's telling us a little bit more about it. Costs 1.7 million yen, I think, per month. Okay, yeah, early August. Because, yeah, the journalist is going to show up. Even though our scheduled release date is 7/26, let's bump that, say, to August 1st. Well, it looks like Yellow Macho is slacking off, his motivation is low, and Green Macho down there at the bottom, his stamina is low. Insomniac's running into viruses. Looks like it didn't do any damage. Okay, we only have like 2 more weeks here. Just hold out as long as you can, guys. I do have plenty of energy drinks, so yeah, let's get you a little bit healthier. Everyone on Team C is in good spirits. So is Team A. And I think these guys... Uh-oh. I should be able to tough it out. Yeah, we have low motivation on this team, but we're still like nearly a week ahead of schedule. Oh god, a virus though. Let's hope this doesn't screw anything up. Okay, not too bad. I think that chipped away a few percentage points on our resources, but we're still doing okay. Just tough it out, Yellow Macho. Oh god, there's an important meeting. Okay, that might have helped. I think that boosted our completion percentage by 5 points. Okay, yeah, we're gonna hit 100%. Suzuki's next game is already in beta. And it's about penguins. Wonder what it is. Oh. Team B's game is ready to ship. We've reached 100% completion. And I'm going to tell them to wait a little bit because we told the press this is going to release on the 25th. And if we release it right now, we're not going to get the biggest sales boost possible. So I'm going to wait until July 24th, and I'm going to release it then. Oh, Alyssa has important news to share. It seems that Dogma has released another game in the interim. So this is going to chip away a little bit at our market share. Not do too much, though. The next game they have on the horizon after Kaorins is another game on December 20th. I don't think I need to give them any restoration items since they've already completed their work. I am going to save my progress, though. I just don't want anything disastrous to ruin this, like, right now. Ship this game out the door on the 24th. Insomniac has really low stamina. So I'll fix that. And the drugstore guy in the bottom middle looks like he's sick. That's fine. There's nothing I can do about that. Oh God, more viruses. Oh, well, somebody just stole an energy drink because they were getting so low on health. That's a bad sign. Oh, Program Chief from Lab A wants to join. Yeah, sure. We'd love to have you on board. Okay, so it is the 24th. That's within 1 day of our target date over there on the right. And so if we release now, we will get as much sales as possible from releasing on time. So let's just pick this option and confirm. We sold nearly 500,000 units on opening week. And that is a lot of money to play with for this point of the game. And it's Streets of Rage. And it sold so well, in fact, that I get a personal performance bonus for it. Like, it sold over 300,000 units, so I think I get 30,000 yen to spend as I wish. Hit no there to keep the team in place. Yep. That definitely gives you a pretty good cushion. And I'll keep White Macho in the director's chair, but I'll put these guys on the bench just so I can reevaluate the stats on everybody. So who do I want to make the next game? This guy has low cooperation, so I don't really like to use him. Like, he tends to start fights with people. Mechamaniac is solid. Peach Macho is good enough. Either Mechamaniac is also good. And who to use for programmers? Program Chief has pretty well-rounded stats. I don't know why he gets auto-sorted to the bottom. Usually the higher stats go up top. And I think it's just because the auto-sort prioritizes the middle two stats, like motivation and talent. And they are the most important, but you know, I also like having somebody that's well-rounded. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, Programmer Oka is kind of low. So I think I will use some of these guys at the top. I don't think I need to keep everybody at this point. I'll go ahead and get rid of most of these guys. That's the harsh reality of business. You gotta trim payroll. Yeah, I don't like his cooperation is just way too low. He's not a good team player. I guess I'll keep one programmer and one designer on reserve. And like, I basically don't try to fire directors, because I know you need a large stable of directors to develop a large stable of games. I could get rid of some of them if I wanted, but I don't really think I need to at this point. Okay, now how much money do I have? Okay, yeah, you noticed earlier, like, I barely had enough money there at the bottom to fund more than 1 month in advance. Now I got enough to fund 7 months. So we are cranking the resources for Team C up to maximum. Yeah, that doesn't even take 10% of our budget now. And, okay, so we need to release by November 13th, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, November 13th. And it is July 24th right now, so we have a little over 3 months to get this game done. So I am going to use that development contract now. We can afford the money for a contractor. And those values at the bottom, the third line tells you how much the contract costs, and the fourth line tells you the completion boost you'll get and how much time it'll take to do. And we have 3 months to spare. I can't remember if that kanji is for months or for weeks. I'm assuming it's for months. %40 completion in 3 months. I think I can afford that. Let's see what Team B offers. 44% completion in 3 months. Interesting. Yeah, I think this is weeks, and that's months. 24% in 2 months. 15% in 1 month. And 16% in 2 months. So it looks like, I think Company A is the most reliable. We have 3 months to spare. We can afford spending that much money. And a 40% boost should take us over the finish line. Let's see what our current expected release date is. Okay, so as things stand right now, we'll release slightly behind schedule on the 19th. So we do need some assurance here. I'll just not take any chances. 3 months, 40%. Sounds worth it to me. Yeah, the expected completion date for Company A's contribution will be on October 23rd, which would be a few weeks ahead of our required release date. That should come in clutch for us. Okay, so White Macho is working on his next game. Can I afford to just boost the resources for everybody? Yeah, that should be... Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that money we get from Streets of Rage, man, really gives everybody a shot in the arm. Okay, this is going to be the next game released, and our scheduled release date is August 1st. So let's see how this goes. Oh, it's almost done. It's already at 98%. Oh, it's done. I'm going to tell them to not release it right away, because if we told the press we're releasing on August 1st, then we don't want to release any earlier than July 31st, because that will give us the biggest boost. If you notice, the resource meter there on the top left has dropped from 180 to 179, because every 10 days that just decays by 1 point. And if you really want to make sure that people are developing games as quickly as possible, then you go in there every time it drops and just boost it back up to 180. You don't need to be that on top of it, but hey, anything that gets things done faster is helpful. Alright, let's release this game. We are within... Actually, wait. I think August has the most favorable market conditions for release, which would also give us a sales boost, so I'm going to wait 1 more day. Because that kanji on the bottom right there, like in that right box, it tells you the market conditions, and it changes from month to month. If I recall correctly, August and December have the most favorable conditions. So we are going to wait until August 1st and release it on the exact correct day. Alright, so how much do we get out of this? 93,000 units, not too bad, not too bad. And and some more money to play with. And that is Doki Doki Penguin Land Uchu Daiboken, which was released on Master System as simply Penguin Land. Yeah, if you play a translation for this game and you scroll through the in-game archives for all of the Sega games you can make, I put in a lot of effort making sure they were all translated accurately. Like, the first build I got to test, there was some inconsistency on whether localized names were used or not, so I made sure that that was consistent across the board. I don't remember if I saved while I was in here or not, so let's make sure I save. And I think on August 13th, Comiket opens, where you can recruit some more developers, and I will try to do that. Okay, Suzuki's game, next game, like Suzuki develops pretty fast. Like, he's still ahead of schedule for release compared to the other two, even though he literally just started a new game, and these two have been working for a while now. Although when White Macho's game passes 20% completion, I'm going to screw around with the direction of it. Yeah, this option here forces the same discussion that happens whenever the game passes 45% and 70% completion, like the alpha release and beta release discussion, where you get to tell the director, hey, either increase or decrease the amount of effort you're putting in. But I think you can manually choose this whenever the game passes 20% completion. So I'm going to do that right now and tell him to decrease his effort. Now, I'm doing that because, like I said earlier, White Macho's games are bugged, where his lowest effort game produces the highest appeal in sales. So if I just trick him into thinking he's developing his first game, that appeal meter will rise faster than if I just tell him to develop as is. Like, he's warning me here in this discussion that he's already made this game before, and it probably won't sell very well if he just makes it again. But I don't care, I'm going to tell him to do it anyway, because that middle meter that is at 58% right now should just start ticking up faster. And I'll tell him to switch it back to his second game when he passes the beta stage. Although I think doing this is going to really throw that scheduled release into whack, so who knows if this pays off or not. We'll see. Like, I will not be able to judge that correctly. Yeah, because the game journalist is dropping in to ask me, hey, when's this game coming out? I noticed that you're nearly half done with it. And I'm just going to take a random shot in the dark and say October 13th. I have no idea how accurate that is. We'll see. Yeah, because right now it's on track to release mid-August, but that's going to change on when it reaches beta stage. See, this is where all of the difficulty in Segagaga comes into play, because you are spinning a lot of plates managing all of these game development teams. And there's all kind of random things that can happen to push one game off schedule, you know, for one reason or another. Wait, why is this not at 180? Like, I have plenty of money to afford, so let's keep these guys working as quickly as possible. Fast forward a little bit. Somebody's falling ill. Suzuki's next game is in alpha stage. This will cost 750,000 yen per month to develop. It's on track for late August. All right. So let's say early September. I think 1 week of wiggle room should give us enough. Yeah, that should be good. these guys are looking good spirits. These guys all looking good spirits. Oh, it's past beta stage. Yeah, you can't change the direction of a game that you're working on once it passes 80% completion. So this is going to be one of our last chances to make sure that he's developing the right game. So yeah, now I'm going to tell him to increase his effort so that instead of creating Streets of Rage 1 like he did previously, he'll make his next game. Now that'll dock the progress. Yeah, it dropped all the way back down to 38%. And I think it pushed the scheduled release date back to late September. But that's fine, because I think we should be able to reach that October 13th game that we gave to the press now. So I might have nailed that. It's back in alpha stage. This time I'm just going to tell him to keep working as is. I'm not going to screw with that anymore. Alright, Program Chief recovered from his illness. Everybody here looks like they're in good shape. Resources dropped again, so let's boost it all back up. I'm going to need to talk to the press soon over here. Maybe. I don't know if I'll get a second shot or not. No, it looks like I'm locked into that October date. I do not get another attempt. Alright, Suzuki's next game is in beta. It's a shooting game of some kind or another. Anybody want to guess what it is? When is it? Okay, that needs to be out by September 3rd. Well, September 4th, technically. You have 1 day of wiggle room to get the biggest boost. Nobody's in low spirits, so I can fast forward a little bit. Alright, 100% completion, I think. Oh, you got a random stat boost at the very end. Oh shit. I forgot to check Comiket. I think I missed it. God, I might restart. Yeah, it's August 13th. I gotta remember. I don't think I lost too much progress. Oh wait, I don't want to start a new game. What am I doing? I am mashing too hard now. Okay, what condition was everything in? Okay, Suzuki had just started his next game. As did White Macho. Okay, nothing that I really need to fix. Or maybe I just won't screw with White Macho's game. I'll just let him develop normally. Okay, this is going to be the first one I have to talk to the press on. Let me double check. I know that Comiket opens in mid-August. I don't remember the exact date. Not yet. 2 more days. Uh-oh. Oh god, if C-Man is in a slump, that's a bad thing. If your director has to bail, then that means no progress is going to be made. So he's going to need to come back quickly. We can't afford his game to lag for too long. It has to be released before KRNs. Okay, 8/27 scheduled release. Okay. August 13th. Yeah. So Comiket does open up around August 13th, and we are going to check it out. I do want to double check though before I go what the current release schedule looks like. Okay, I haven't given any information to the press about any of the current in-development games, which is good. Because when you go to Comiket, it also counts as a dungeon. Like, you lose 30 days of progress just by visiting. And so if you have given any release dates to the press before you visit, this is going to push those dates back by 30 days. And if you plan to visit Comiket and you give one of the game journalists a release date ahead of time, you have to factor that into your calculation. If you want to get a boost anyway from your game sales. And I know to talk to some of the people that you want to talk to in here, you have to clear out these lines of attendees first. And they're all super low level randoms that will they'll all go down in one hit, but it's just going to take an eternity to mash through it all. So these next few minutes of gameplay are going to be pretty boring. It's just going to be smashing these guys' faces in over and over until the room is cleared out. Yeah, apparently when Segagaga was being developed, they weren't sure of how wide of a release to give it. There was some conversation in development as to whether they should just, release it at Comiket because it's basically a Dojin game. It's so low production value. But eventually what they settled on was to just release it through Sega's online store. At first it wasn't planned to get, a full retail release. But there was so much interest at the time when news broke about it that eventually Sega did decide, oh, hey, let's just actually give this a proper release. And I think that change might have come about at the same time when Sega announced that they were leaving the console market. Because Segagaga was developed, at least by its main director, for about 2 years before it came out. So, a lot of people think of it as a deliberate swan song for the Dreamcast and as for Sega's time as a console manufacturer. They think that, well, the whole reason that Sega made a game where you can save Sega from eventual collapse in the market is because that's what was happening in real life. And so it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek way of playing around with their own demise. But that was all a happy accident, in one manner of speaking anyway. I'm sure it's not happy, but it was good for Segagaga's fortune. Because initially when it was conceived, Sega wasn't planning to leave the console business. It was conceptualized early in the Dreamcast life. And I think that when it was announced that Sega was leaving the console business, Segagaga started to get more attention among Japanese fans, and that's when interest rose enough to justify giving this game a full retail release. At least that's what I've heard. I don't have any primary sources that I could share to know for certain, but I know it's not too far off base. It's a really interesting game. And I know some of the people that you talk to in here are just straight up real life people that they just dropped into the game. And some of them who aren't real people are just using avatars to represent somebody that the development team knew. And I guess I'll point out the ones that I know once I actually get around to it. Anyone in here ever been to Comiket? How accurate is this representation? Yeah, like I could have maybe upgraded my equipment before I came into this dungeon, because I have some money that I've earned from the previous one. But when you walk into Comiket, the first thing the staff in the front of the building do is like they hold on to your belongings, which includes everything in your inventory. So even if you had gone to the trouble of upgrading your weapon and armor, it wouldn't make a difference because you can't equip them in this dungeon. Like if I open up my inventory right now, it should be empty. Yeah, like there's just nothing in here. So like no point of upgrading equipment, no point of restocking on healing items because you can't use any of that while you're in here. Yep. I'm checking some other screens while I'm mashing through this. The Comiket is an optional dungeon. Like, you don't need to visit this place at all during your playthrough, unless if you're just trying to like be a completionist and make sure that you recruit everybody you can so that it's checked off in the archives. But it's usually worth visiting once in a playthrough because some of the guys you recruit here have pretty high stats. And Comiket opens twice every year, once in mid-July and once in late December. And that applies to all 3 years of the Segagaga timeline, which means that you get 6 opportunities to visit, as long as you don't miss the dates. And, you know, it's arguable as when it's worth doing and when it's not. Again, the most important thing to be doing right now in my playthrough is to make sure that Seaman's game comes out on time, so it beats out Kaorin's. And by visiting Comiket, I'm delaying Seaman's game by another 30 days, which is a bad idea in isolation. But since I already filled out that outsourcing contract to contribute another 40% of progress to Seaman's game, that will, or at least it should, come into effect even if I waste some time in a dungeon like this. Like, that external contractor's contribution will not be delayed by visiting the dungeon. Alright, so I wiped out all the randoms. Okay, I have max health. This is one of the real-life developers that the team knew. His alias is Root, and if I'm not mistaken, he runs some kind of game history website called Ryusendo, which, last time I checked a few months ago, is still an active website. Go check it out if you can. Yeah, I think even in that conversation right there, he tells you about his website. And he joins you automatically. Alright, who else is at this table? This guy is one of the Otaku Amigos, whoever that is. I know he's a friend of the director of Segagaga, and they just put him in the game. And that guy joined us without a fight, I think. Is anybody on the left side that's worth talking to? I think this guy doesn't say anything of consequence. I think all of these generic NPCs, I don't think you need to talk to them, but I'm just going to do it just in case. This guy, though, I think is worth talking to. And I think he only agrees to work for you if you can prove that you're a fan. I don't think we can do that right now. I think we need to obtain a voucher from somebody else. So I'm going to keep clicking around. And this guy is also one of the Otaku Amigos, and he's using his avatar for this battle. He also has a website that's still up. I've checked it out. It has some questionable content on it that I would not feel comfortable sharing. Okay, I've taken barely any damage, so I don't think I need to worry about healing. Wow, only 1 damage. Do I need to drop her defense? .27 damage is pretty serious. Okay, yeah, that does a ton. Oof. Hope I don't get knocked out. Okay, good. Yeah, that deserves a level up. Go ahead and heal. That is another one of the 3 otaku amigos. I think one of these guys says something like, thanks for the yakiniku the other day. And the player character says, that's not your line, is it? And then the other guy says, well, there was no other place to put it. And that is literally a reference to a line that was cut from the game. Like, the Otaku Amigos used to have, at some point in development, character profiles in the in-game archives you can look at, but they were cut out, and that's where that line was supposed to go. So it's weird that they just still reference it in Comic Kit. Oh yeah, this guy that was standing here in the corner, he's the one that had the voucher for that green creator right here, and so I just gave that guy the voucher, and he agreed to work for me. Now this guy, you can recruit him, but only if you visit him on 3 separate occasions. So you need to visit Comic Kit 3 times just to get him, which means you need to waste 90 days of development overall to pick him up. That is arguably not worth it, but I might still have enough wiggle room to do that. We'll see how this playthrough goes. Oh, I think I've talked to everybody that I can. Picked up all the developers that you can pick up. Yeah, I'm done here. And the attendant gives me back my belongings. And we gotta sacrifice 30 days. I'll go ahead and save again. Seaman's bailed on us. Oh man, it's fallen way behind schedule. Not great. Okay, September 26th is the expected release date here. Oh, Mr. Mominoki, I think, is offering to work for us. Now, I forget this guy's real name. This is the avatar for one of the guys on Team Andromeda, the Panzer Dragoon guys. And they just put him in the game. Okay. Suzuki's game is currently on track for a September 26th release. So we'll add another week. We'll do October 3rd. Everyone there is in good spirits. Everyone here is in good spirits. Gotta wait on Seaman there. That's not good. White Macho's game is an alpha. Yeah, just keep on trucking. Scheduled for October 22nd. So I'll just wait for the press to ask about that. Make sure every team's resources are maxed out, because we can afford that. Okay, October 23rd, expected release date. Let's Let's push that back to November. Just to give us some breathing room. Yeah, like Suzuki's games, they don't sell a ton, but he develops them at a pretty steady clip. Which is why he's one of the better directors you can get from the first dungeon. It's also good that he's like a forced encounter and just joins you automatically, so you have at least one reliable director, like no matter what you do. Okay, October 3rd is the scheduled date there. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened to him, but he's not in a good mood. All right, we're ahead of schedule for release here, so I'm going to tell them to wait. We're going to wait until October 2nd. And keep working in the meantime. Sometimes it's beneficial to delay a game's release after 100%, just because you can keep increasing that middle meter to raise the appeal value, and it'll sell better. Yeah, it just increased from 87 to 88. So even though it's technically already done, the team is still polishing it up a little bit, which is sometimes worth doing. All right, Seaman's finally back. Jesus. Get to work, you jerk. It's October 2nd, which is one day ahead of the scheduled release. So that means it's a good idea to release now. Over 100,000 units, not too shabby. Another good chunk of change to play with. Now, Whip Rush for Mega Drive / Genesis. Since it sold over 100,000 units, we get a 10,000 yen personal spending bonus. Crept over 30% market share, making pretty decent progress for this section of the game. And now, since Team A just finished developing a game, let's reevaluate the stats of all of our workers and see who we should put on that team for their next game. It's not incredibly high stats. I think I'll just use the top 3. Yeah, this guy has a ton of talent, but the other stats aren't so great. Now, what about programmers? Got a lot to pick from at this point. He's really good. So we'll go with you. Yeah, like I said, the Comic Cat developers you can pick up, those indies, like, they're pretty talented. They're worth keeping around for the most part. Like, he has such low stamina. Like, you need to, like, really spend a lot of energy drinks to keep him healthy. But I guess that's worth it. How do the stats of the rest of these? Okay, he has low stamina right now. He's also kind of wearing down. But not to the point where we really need to do anything about it yet. Go ahead and save. Let me double check all of Suzuki's games. Like, what can he create? Okay, so he only has one more game that he can make. Like, he's already developed 3 of his 4 potential games, so we're keeping him around for one more project. Alright, we just started development. And And these two team members are getting super hyped about drill mechas. They're forming a bond over it and boosting each other's stats. Yeah, when your team has high cooperation, these events tend to happen more frequently, where like they form friendships and like bond over common interests. When they have low cooperation, they get into fights and they start to wear on each other instead. Are we gonna cross the finish line? They are also getting hyped over Japanese computers, I think. I want to check the stats on everybody in here. Or at least on a few people in here. Okay, his stamina is under half, his cooperation is under half. When that game hits alpha, I need to give that team a shot in the arm with some restoration items. Almost a beta for Team B. Alright, Devil Gold found a breakthrough. White Macho's team is at beta status. Yeah, go ahead and keep working on what you're working on. We're still about a week ahead of schedule. That's good. Oh, yeah, Devil Gold is super hyped. He's really motivated. Don't think I need to give these guys any items because they're ahead of schedule. And the Assembler Wizard has also found a breakthrough of some kind. Uh-oh. Tank Macho wants us to have a meeting over something. I don't know what this is, so I don't know what this is going to do. Okay, something went 3 points down, something else went 10 points up. I think that affected progress and appeal somehow. Peach Macho is got low stamina. Might be worth giving him something for it. Yeah, we still have over 10% of development left. He needs it. Someone fell ill. Yep. Submarine Macho found a breakthrough. Team A's next game is already in alpha status. As usual, Suzuki's keeping everything on track pretty well. Oh, our contractor finished their work. So now we get a 40% boost to completion. And it's a good thing we went out of our way to do that, because I don't think we would have hit the release date otherwise. We passed alpha status, so he's letting us know about progress. But even if you tell Seaman to change direction for this game, it won't do anything, because like, he's only capable of creating one game anyway. I did not check. I have no idea what the actual scheduled release date is for this now. That we just jumped ahead 40 percentage points. But I know we need to release it before the 13th. So if I tell him the 11th, we can release it on the 10th or the 12th and still get the maximum boost. What is the scheduled release date now? Let me double check. I want to see Seaman status. Oh dang, it still doesn't look like we're gonna make it to 100% by November. So we're going to have to shove this game out the door early, which is unfortunate, but we should be able to do that. As long as you reach 75% completion, you can do that. But since we've passed... Since this team is... Okay, yeah, this is Seaman's team. This team's been working for a long time now, and their stats have worn down quite a bit. You can use one of these healing items that you got all the way back in Lab A that, like, boosts all of your team stats a little bit. So we are going to summon Izumi to give everyone a pep talk. I think literally every team member stats is boosted by 50 points when you use this. You can buy those items in the store, but they're kind of expensive, so you really only want to use them on long development cycles where you won't be wasting any of the stat boosts. Yeah, because that boosted us from a scheduled December release back up to late November, so we at least should be able to mostly complete this game before the release date. You see, like, everybody's sparkling here again, because we just healed everybody. Mechamania is falling sick, but this game is at 98% completion, and we're ahead of schedule, so everything's fine there. Oh god, I did not check the date. I'm gonna have to guess. There's no way to check what your scheduled release date is right now. So, how long have these guys been working? I'm also gonna say this releases at the same time as Seaman's game. Seaman's game is in beta, asking us for more input. Gonna tell him to stay the course, because again, for Seaman specifically, that discussion just doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, I said this game's gonna come out on November 12th, but it looks like it's not gonna be done until November 28th, so that's just gonna miss. Straight up gonna miss. Even though this game is done, I'm gonna tell them don't release it because we are too far ahead of schedule. We want to release it no earlier than October 30th, or October 31st, rather. Boosting everybody's resources back to maximum. Okay. Yeah, and like White Macho's, like the appeal in this game is capped out at 89%, which is way lower than his first game. Okay, this is October 31st. Can I afford to spend on advertising? Looks like I can. Yeah, this fourth option here allows you to spend money on advertising for your games to try and boost the appeal up even further, which will help it sell better. You don't need to do it for every game, but you can do it for every game once per month. And it's useful for just getting more market share. I have the money to spend, so let's do it for each game. Before the calendar rolls over to the next month. So now we're in October, a little bit, now we're in November, so if I want to, I can spend more money on advertising again. Okay, this game is scheduled to release today, so I will go ahead and do that. A little bit more on advertising, and we'll force it to release. $162,000 units. Yeah, and as you might expect, the director who created Streets of Rage 1 for his first game creates Streets of Rage 2 for his second. But for whatever reason, Streets of Rage 2 and 3 don't sell as well as Streets of Rage 1, even though they take more effort and money to develop. I genuinely think when this game was being developed, they just input those values in reverse. Now let's move this team back to the bench and reevaluate who I should use for White Macho's third and final game. Let's use Mominoki-san. Just since he's a unique encounter. Macamania is good. Like, again, that's high talent, but the other values are pretty low. Peach Macho's decent. Macamania 2 is decent. I'll go with Peach Macho. Now for programmers, who do we have to pick from? Yeah, Root solid. Mindanao solid. Okay, the drugstore guide, some of the other Macho variants, and program chief. Yeah, his stats are just so well rounded that even like it's just good across the board. I'll keep using him. Save my progress, because now we are in the final stretch for Seaman's game. Just as a reminder, we definitely need to release our game before November 13th, because that's when Cowren releases hers. We are not on track to meet that date, so we're going to have to rush out an incomplete beta. You know, that's the reality of game development sometimes. You got to cut corners. Muchida-san is joining us, and if you're a big Sega guy, you might recognize that as a reference to Makoto Uchida, the director of Golden Axe, among other games. So we might use him in a later development. Like Insomniac, you need to sleep better, because you are always on low stamina. They just started. This guy's still in pretty good health. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I told the press that this team would be done by the 12th. That is not going to happen. Well, somebody found something that increased the resources on this team. So yeah, you notice normally the resources, that third percentage meter, caps out at 180%, but occasionally events can bring it up even further, like randomized events. The true maximum is 200%, but you have to get really lucky to get to boost it that high. Not 100% sure what happened there. This needs to be done by the 12th. Like, we cannot last any further beyond the 12th. Tank Macho wants another meeting. I don't care what you do. Something got boosted by 5%. That's good. So I guess now that this game is also past beta phase, I could force it to release as well. I might do that. Even though it's only 81% done, I think the boost that we would get from meeting a release date might offset the sales lost from releasing an incomplete date. Or like an incomplete game. Alright, I'll give them one more day of work, because we got to be out by the 12th. Yep. We'll spend some money on advertising. Just a little bit. I usually use the cheapest option. Like, you can spend a ton of money getting primetime commercial spots for your games that boost your sales expectations a ton. But as far as like budget efficiency is concerned, it's usually not worth it. You really only want to go to those super expensive options if you just really need to release a big seller. And there are occasions where that might be the case. Alright, let's rush you guys out so that you're still within 1 day of the target date. Yeah, it's not bad sales. I believe that is Shinobi Legends or Shinobi Legions for Saturn. It's one of those two. I can't remember the title off the top of my head. Now that is the last game that Suzuki is capable of developing. And like I said earlier, you don't want to develop the same game twice in a single playthrough, so there's no reason to keep Suzuki around anymore. We're gonna fire him. And who to put in as the next director? Put in the A-Lab chief. His games tend to be like really quickly and cheaply made. They do not sell well, but might as well knock him off the list. Oh yeah, Muchita joined us, so we might want to sub him in for one of these other programmers. Or designers, rather. Let me just take another glance at the list. His stats aren't super high. Like, she still seems like she's the best out of that group. Tank Macho's also pretty good. Mechamania 2 has really high overall stats. Like, none of those are fairly low. I think I'll go with Machida. Okay. And let's not forget, we need to release Seaman's game today. We cannot miss our target dates. Karen's game is releasing tomorrow, and if you miss that date, then I think not only do you take a huge hit in market share, but I think it locks you out of the true ending. And Seaman's game is one of the only 2 games in Segagaga that aren't also real games developed by Sega. And as discussed in the story earlier, Seaman and the Department C in general is all about Moe games, and so that's what we're making to counter Kaorin's game. Already over 50% market share. And like right after we release our game, Kaorin releases hers. So we're gonna see how it did. It only took 1% off of our market share because we beat her to market. And Seaman drops in to tell us that he's going to leave the company now. He's going to go off on his own journey. We get another puppet show. I know they said something about Nolan Bushnell and about the history of video game development. I'm not sure how accurate their story is, though. I'm just not talking over that one just because it was already all in English. Yeah, Dogma's getting serious. Notice that we're really moving in on their market share and have decided to release new hardware. So now it's on us to maybe replace the Dreamcast with a new console ourselves. And this is where D-Lab comes into play, because that's where all the hardware development in Sega takes place, and it's been long abandoned. So that's going to be our next order of business. I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick. Alright, let's keep on going. Oh. Check where the status is at. Yeah, over 50% market share at this point in the game is pretty good. Yeah, that's a healthy budget. Looks like we have over a year's worth of development budget at our disposal, so we can start spending more superfluously on things like advertising and other extras. Yeah, for this chapter of the game, you can't continue developing games. You have to go down to D-Lab and start looking into developing hardware. Yep, and the caretaker you meet down here is Professor Asobin, which if you're a really big Retro Sega nerd, you might recognize him from SG-1000 instruction manuals. I'm not sure if he appeared in literally anything else. Like, that's a deep cut. So our order of business down here is to find ancient game characters who are sleeping and I think harness the power of their souls to create our next game console for Sega. Because like it's all powered by magic. I couldn't tell you for sure. No, but somebody's interrupted us. There's an urgent meeting. The company president has collapsed in America, and the American vice president is stopping by to take charge of the Segagaga project. A lot of people have speculated if this guy is supposed to be a stand-in for Tom Kalinske. I'm not 100% sure if that's the case. Segagaga does describe him as a shrewd American executive who is responsible for increasing Sega's market share by a wide margin. And if the music hasn't already clued you in, he is one of the villains of this game. So in that respect, it might be a Kalinske reference, but that's the extent of any similarity. He's a shrewd American executive that the Japanese side doesn't seem to like all that much. But his plots don't involve things like, hey, we should make a 32X add-on for the Genesis, or we should adopt a Lost Leader strategy. They are quite different. Which is why I'm not entirely certain of how much of a Kalinske reference he's really supposed to be, or if that's the case at all. Anyway, he's forbidden us from continuing our exploration of D-Lab, but we're going to ignore that and go down into the depths anyway. That American executive's name in this game is just Cool. C-O-O-L. So now it's time to uncover the secret that has powered Sega to its current level of success for all of these years. It's really curious that our partner here already knows how to open this gate. Now, this thing at the core of Sega's depths is a mysterious alien artifact that noticeably is incomplete. Part of it's broken off. And Director Cool is not going to stand for all of this interference. Yeah, and this is when he reveals that our partner hacked the Segagaga project at the start to make sure that she was chosen for it. And she explicitly chose us to be the other person selected because we were, like, not expected to, like, amount to anything, and that we wouldn't get in her way. So Cool in this conversation just like, did you really expect that, like, a high schooler like you would be chosen to, like, lead Sega to market dominance? Like, you're just a nobody. And he's like, okay, you are going to tell me everything about this device on your head, who you are, and what you're doing here. because Cool also has a lot of interest in whatever is happening in this basement. Now, in this conversation, like he's saying that even though we were chosen to lead Segagaga by mistake, it's clear that we've already demonstrated some talent to bring Sega's market share up to this point. So he is interested in keeping us on board, even though he's going to be taking over the direction of the project from this point onward. And right here, he's asking us if we're still interested in working for Segagaga. You can choose yes or no. If you choose no, like you are fired from Sega immediately, and it skips you ahead to a later point in the story. And for reference, there's no drawback of picking no here. If you're playing optimally and trying to get 100% market share, it's honestly a smart idea to choose no, because skipping this whole segment of the game saves you some time. But I think if you never played the game before, and if you can read this, or if you're playing the English translation, you should pick yes here on your first time through, because I think this chapter is worth playing. So he is going to put us in charge of Studio P. So it's going to be a different stable of developer as someone we've been working with so far. But he's confident that we should be able to do something with it. But if you've been paying attention, you should notice that these are the absolute rock bottom quality of developers that you can recruit. And if you look at the stats up there at the top left, you'll notice that our resources are down to a meager 24%. This team is not going to produce anything of value. We have been set up to fail. Our schedule right now looks like it's going to take at least a year to finish the game that we're working on. Let's see what we can do about it. Do we have anybody on a research bench that we can add onto the team? No, Cool's blocking us from using the previous developers that we've hired. So we got to make do with these guys. Let's increase those resources. 24% is really low. But we're blocked out from doing that too. Do we have any items we can give these guys? No, we're locked out of that option. We can at least check Dogma's release schedule. They released something on December 20th. Can't spend money on advertising. Can't spend money on resources. What was this option again? Don't know, can't use it. Cool's blocking that too. Okay, so what can we do? We can use just direct commands. But I'll tell you right now, literally, this won't make a difference. We can try to make them work harder to get work done faster, but nothing we can do helps. So we're going to fast forward through this. Oh man, look at that release date slip into the future. Oh, 2029? Oh, that's terrible. No, somebody's calling for us. Cool's asking about progress. And we're like, well, we're kind of managing. Okay, so keep at it. You know, I'm sure we'll get it done eventually. A few days pass. Cool asks you for more progress, and he informs us that he's going to need to be taking some of our staff because the entire company's like short-staffed, and we need to allocate resources to another project. So now one of our designers is gone. Our release date's slipping into 2030. Hey, we need another status update, man. How's it coming along? Oh, also, we need to borrow one of your programmers for another project. Okay, this dialogue right here is a callback to the first dungeon. Like when one of the programmers was telling you about the project the arcade project that ended in disaster and somebody got scapegoated for it. One of the things he tells you during this conversation is, like, it doesn't matter what the executives in charge say or do, or like what ultimatums they give you or what they give you to work with. Ultimately, the quality of the games that are produced by Sega are the responsibilities of the programmers and designers that make them. And if we make bad games, that responsibility is on us, and it is our pride to make sure that we create incredible games despite all of those trials and tribulations. And someday you're going to understand that, rookie. And this dialogue right here is when it really sinks in for him.
ゲームを本当に作ってるのは会社でも上の連中でもない。俺たちなんだ。上がどんな無茶を言ってこようと、それを言い訳に客につまらねえものを出しちまったら、そこで俺たちの負けなんだ。僕はなんだかわからなくなってきました。
So now we're down another staff member. That release date just keeps slipping years into the future. Like there's like it's not looking good. Well, another meeting. Hey, well, how's it coming along, man? And we're like, are you gonna poach even more staff? And Cool says, nope, this time we're just gonna cut your budget in half. We got other stuff to spend that on, man. Yeah, so that number down there at the bottom, it used to be over 700. Now it's down to 400 and some. Another status update. He's not happy with our progress. And we're like, well, you've given us nothing to work with. And he's like, doesn't matter, you've been like wasting too much time. We're shoving this out to release now. And so we release it, has a ton of bugs, doesn't go over well in the market. And your character is like, well, what did you expect? Like, you rushed us out to release. And Cool is like, well, I didn't tell you to release it with so many bugs. And he just fires us. So we were set up to fail from the jump. And all of those resources that he's been diverting from the Segagaga project are going into something considerably weird in the basement. So enjoy another puppet show. I think this conversation is about how Sega's going through hard times, and the little boys and girls playing should not be complaining too much about the low production values that they might be experiencing. If it's not of that cutscene, it was from a different puppet show, but I think that's the one. Well, we're not part of Project Segagaga anymore, so we found work at a nearby game store. I'm just a lowly retail clerk now. Manager's checking in on us, see how it's going. I'm gonna handle a few customers and then get out of here. Boss says, alright, you've done enough, you can take a break. Maybe leave for the day. We can talk to some of the NPCs in here, but I don't think any of the conversations are important. Although it just forced one of us just forced one of those conversations right now. I can't recall who this character is. But judging from the expression, we know that whatever that person is saying is nonsense. I'm gonna take a seat across from the river and think about what we've been doing with our life. Our manager stops by to let us know that, he used to work for Sega too. He's Alex Kidd, Sega's previous mascot. Like, he literally says that he was intended to be a rival to Nintendo's Mario, and they just bleeped it out. But things didn't work out how he wanted. And so later on, another mascot character came along for Sega, and Alex Kidd was left to the side and forgotten about. He's just been standing over there to the side for years, just waiting for the next opportunity for the player to move him forward. But Alex Kidd still knows some people working at Sega, and it's going to use those connections to get us back into the building. One of them is the A-Lab chief, who's not terribly pleased with how things are going at the company right now. He asks you some questions here to see if you're worth bringing back into the company or not. And if you give a wrong answer, then he yells at you and you get a alternate ending screen. So I'm going to do that on purpose, just to get this. I think the correct sequence of answers is yes, no, no, yes. Yeah. He's telling us to show up at the warehouse tomorrow morning, like 6 a.m. sharp. Oh, not the warehouse. The first sequence happens at one of the local arcades. So we gotta clean some of the Astro City cabs. You literally just mash the A and B button. Like, it's super simple. It's the ultimate in customer support. It's important to keep all of those high-tech arcade machines in good shape. Hardly anything is more annoying as an arcade goer than, visiting your local arcade to play a game that you're hyped for, only to find that the buttons don't even respond properly or something like that. So it's, it might be grunt work, but it's important work. Alright, now with that done, our next task is loading Dreamcast onto a delivery truck. And this minigame is like a halfway point between Sokoban and Pengo. Like, if you notice the music, how it's just a remix of Popcorn, that was the original BGM for the first arcade release of Pengo, which is why they reuse it here, like a remix of it. Which is kind of interesting because I've heard that like Sega didn't even clear the rights to use it. But the fact that they're still using it in other games like this many years later just really makes me wonder like what the actual legal status of it was. Yeah, you have to get all of the Dreamcasts onto the delivery truck, and you can't move any of these boxes like once they touch a wall. Like, you can kick them from any angle you can approach them from, but I can't kick this left because this block is in the way. Trying to think. this will do it. It's a pretty good remix. I think the soundtrack of this game in general is pretty good quality. God, I don't remember how to do this one. I think this will work. Yeah. Not too complicated. And so now after we load the Dreamcast onto the truck, we also sneak onto the truck ourselves. And we are overhearing some delivery men talk about the new top secret tech that they are delivering to the basement. So we are going to sneak into that shipment. And the game is offering us an opportunity to save here, so we're going to take that opportunity. Up, cool's up to no good. Something weird's going on down here. It's like he's using that alien tech he discovered in the basement for some kind of nefarious purpose. We're not going to let him get away with it.
これまで我々はだが今は違う刑事の真の意味この女が何者なのか誰にもはこれこそ究そうはさせるもんか
Yeah, it's basically a glorified cutscene. Because he uses the power of that artifact to basically prevent you from winning. Alright, picking up where we left off. Cool has disappeared. We've been reinstated as the lead of Project Segagaga. And we just have to continue as normal. check in on our partner and see how she's doing.
助けられちゃったのね。僕の分さ。あいつあのまま消えちゃった。あれから大騒ぎになったけど、結局行方知れずさ。僕の方はなんとかまた使ってもらえることになって、みんなにはいろいろ迷惑をかけて一からやり直すつもりさ。私が何者か聞かないの？私、あなたに謝らなきゃいけない。私はどうしてもここに潜り込む必要があったの。進行中だったセガガガプロジェクトに自分が選ばれるようステラドライブに侵入してデータを書き換えたの。その時関係ないもう一人をデータに加えたの。操作が始まった時混乱させるため。でもおかげで僕はここに来れた。ただのゲームマニアだった僕に本当のゲームを作るチャンスをくれた。それに君に会えた。ごめん。しばらく安静にしてなきゃダメだけど、もう特に問題はないってさ。また来るよ。ありがとう。
Dogma is further displeased at the progress we've been making. Kaurin failed to do anything to us, so now it's next man up. Excuse me. So for Kaurin's game, we had to develop a specific game by a specific director who knew how to create something to counter it. For these other challenges, we just need to beat the directors to market and reach a certain sales threshold. Okay, and they want us to use Team A to do it. We've got to get it done by April 20th and sell at least 300,000 units. So let's take a look at our stable of developers. Ooh, I do not want him to be the developer for this. He does not create good enough games. So we just finished a game with Team A and Team C. Let's put everyone back on the bench, just to look at all of their stats at once. Oh, we have no more room. Okay, what director should we use? We need to sell at least 300,000 units. So who in this group can make a game that sells that well? Can't remember for certain. I think he creates pretty good games. Let me double check. Ah, screw it, I'm just gonna roll with it. Okay. And since this team is going to be of top importance, we want to give them the very best developers that we have. We gotta max out that appeal and get games done on time. What date is it right now? April 20th is when we need to release. So we have 3 months. Maybe I should double check. I don't want to screw this up. Yeah, this guy should do it. I think this guy should make a game good enough for this. still cross-checking a bunch of stuff. Okay, so what designers to give him? We have 10 to pick from. He's really good. He is really good. Those top three like have like super high stats across the board. Whoops. God, the Dreamcast D-pad is such a tragedy. All these accidental inputs. Alright, what programmers do we have to pick from? Yeah, he's really good. God, those top three are like perfect. Yeah, you guys are getting all the attention. We can't afford your game to undersell. And for the last team, let's develop the A-Lab Chiefs games. And we'll put Muchida-san to work, just because he's a unique character. I guess that other guy from Comiket too, why not? For the programmers, no, I don't like Insomniac's damage is too low, it's annoying. And programmer Oka's stats aren't great, but he's also a unique character. I'll keep him around. What are the stats like on Team B right now? Okay, they're all in good spirits. Nobody's in the yellow. And teams A and C are fresh. That's good. Oh, I forgot. Even before I get back to work, I forgot that D-Lab is open now. So yeah, we are free to explore here now since Cool's gone. Let me check my items. So I have the spiked bats and the knitted sweater. Maybe I should upgrade my weapons. I don't really need to, because if I recall correctly, you don't lose any time from this dungeon. Like, you don't get the 30-day penalty down here that you do in the others. So I might just roll with it. And all the characters that you meet in the hallways down here are Sega characters. I don't know if this Alex is supposed to be the same one that you meet earlier. It doesn't make sense if that's the case. Oh god, 73. But for whatever reason, he's the only character down here you can't recruit. Level up. So I get him out of the way first. And after you beat one of these characters, you get their soul orb that's left behind, which you can use to create a new game console. Yes, I did. Yes, it's kind of the same reason why I'm not playing the patch right now. And when I haven't checked the GitHub since yesterday, but when I did, I noticed that Lewis from Dreamcast Junkyard also had his name removed. I haven't talked to him, but I feel that he might have had similar feelings about how this all went down that I did. God, it was such a gut punch. God, forgot what I'm doing here. Let's just leave. I need to heal. Like, if you had looked at the GitHub when it was first launched, I had this whole write-up about Segagaga, like just an outpouring of love for the game and why I felt it was important and what it represented and how it was so unique, like so uniquely Sega. And how like Nintendo wouldn't have made something that was like so like unguarded about its own brand, about how Sony never likes to acknowledge anything older than The Last of Us, about how Microsoft is just falling apart and nobody there probably cares enough about that company's vision to produce a game like this. and how it's like matter of fact to say that Segagaga is a special game that no other company but Sega would make because nobody of Sega stature ever has, and how it shines a light on an ugly side of game development, but it still shows a lot of appreciation for the art achieved through that adversity and the people who made it and the people who like play it, and how it's such a raw and human work. Like, it was a long write-up that I wanted to express like what this game meant to me. And literally, the thing that was posted right below that write-up was the AI disclaimer. It's a huge forward for the game that I wrote about how raw and human it is. And the thing posted right after it was the AI disclaimer. Yeah, that's what I saw. And it's like, I saw some discussion about the patch on social media about how a lot of people felt like they were sucker punched by having that notice dropped on us on release day instead of being warned about it ahead of time. But the way I look at it is like, hey, at least like you guys were warned before you engaged. Like, a lot of us who worked on it, like, we found out the same time you did. I mean, that's some shit. And it's like, I have no ill will towards anybody who worked on the project. And I want that to be clear. I think everybody who worked on it, even those who made these unfortunate decisions regarding its direction, I think everybody who contributed to it has something to be proud of. And I think I might still load it up later just to highlight some of the work that I know that went into it. But what bums me out is that people aren't going to play it now and have confidence that what they're looking at was done by someone who cared. Like, I wanted to spend this weekend streaming the patch so I could highlight that kind of stuff and, like, share it with people who I know were excited about it. But literally nobody that I wanted to talk about this is interested in playing the game. And if I was in their position, I would 100% know why. So it's like, instead of streaming the patch, I'm streaming a Let's Play. Just because I think, well, maybe somebody will be interested in just learning how to play the game. I can do that. I've played the game for 20 years without being able to read it. That's why I joined the translation project, because I knew how the game worked and I felt that like I could contribute and explain how a lot of the nuance of the game mechanics worked to the people who were playing it or in translating it. That a bunch of Sega references were handled appropriately. Cause it's like, yeah, Corona's playthrough is the one other playthrough I know of on YouTube, at least done in fairly recent years. Like, I think the last time I tried to look up playthroughs of this game, it was all the way back on Nico Nico. If you look at my YouTube channel's history and, like, sorted by oldest videos, literally the first videos I ever uploaded to it was, like, clips from Segagaga. Because, like, I bought the game back in 2004, back when I was, like, rounding out my Dreamcast library. And, like, back then, there were, like, no English resources on the game that were any good. Like, the only walkthrough on GameFAQs was, like, pretty low quality and didn't even know, like, how to achieve market share, like, to any, like, competent degree. And it had no clue that there was even, like, extra chapters at the end where you get the true ending if you end with 100% market share. So I'm pretty confident that way back then, when I was learning the game, I was the first person outside of Japan to even see the true ending. Because I remember recording a bunch of clips of all of those endgame sequences and sharing them on the internet, like, even before YouTube existed. Like, I was the first person, like, ever to, like, share all of that stuff, and it went semi-viral and created some buzz in the English-speaking Sega community about the game. Like, that's how long I've been, like, a hardcore fan of this game. Like, I learned how to play it and how to beat it completely without being able to read it. And, like, I wanted to bring that experience to the translation project because I knew it would be valuable to the people working on it. I don't feel that great about how it went down. But if you have questions about the game or even about the translation, like, I can, like, answer them to the best of my ability. I'm willing to share what I know, but I can only speak to what I know. Yeah, it's like I can't, like, I'm not literate in Japanese at all, but I did take a little bit of Japanese in high school, and I've retained enough to, like, read hiragana and katakana, and so, like, I can play a game where, like, the menus are all in katakana and just using English loanwords, which is more common than you might think if you don't know Japanese. That's useful, but it's not the kind of literacy that you need to play an RPG like this. Like, that's quite a different beast. So figuring out how to get through this game was a whole lot of trial and error. How much bug testing did I do? Like, for the translation patch? Basically, I played it from start to finish probably half a dozen times and at least made sure to, like, check every NPC's line of dialogue at least once. But again, since I'm not a translator, like, I wasn't working off of the original Japanese script. I was pretty much just working off of whatever in-progress English builds that they already had and just giving my feedback where I felt it was appropriate. And usually it was a case of, okay, there's a typo here, you should fix that. Oh, this text line, like, ran outside of its box, you should fix that. Or, like, if things were written in such a manner where it just didn't make sense at all, I'm like, hey, you should take another crack at this because I don't think whoever translated this had a grasp on the context. And I'd, like, post screenshots and explain, like, what was going on here. And knowing in retrospect there's a decent chance I was just cleaning up slop, and that makes me feel some kind of way. So yeah, my main focus, though, wasn't testing the story beyond just making sure that it was, like, there weren't bugs in it. My main focus was contributing in the development mode, where you're, like, actually creating games, and making sure all of the menu options in there made sense, because I knew how all of those options worked. I also would, like, I did a deep pass on all of the game archives in Segagaga. There's, like, I think there's over 200 Sega games that you can make in this, and they have, like, descriptions you can unlock and view, kind of like trophies in Super Smash Brothers. So I went through all those and made sure all the game titles were translated correctly and consistently. Because, like, the first build I was given, like, there was a lot of inconsistency about that. Sometimes the original Japanese names of the games were being used. Occasionally the English name of the game was being used. Sometimes instead of the Japanese title, it was a translation of the Japanese title. And so I went through all of those and was like, hey, we should probably decide on some conventions for this and, like, be consistent across the board. Like, for example, like, Bare Knuckle is one of the games you can make, which is Streets of Rage in America. And in the first draft I was given, like, the first version of the translation I played, like, that was still just entered as Bare Knuckle. Which, you know, like, there's not a problem with that. But then we had Pop Full Mail on Sega CD, which was entered into the translation as Pop Full Mail, which in Japanese is something like Paparu Mail. And so what I pointed out was, okay, it would make sense if we used Paparu Mail and Bare Knuckle, or it would make sense if we used Pop Full Mail and Streets of Rage, but it doesn't make sense to mix and match these. So we should decide on something to do, like, across the board. And so what we decided was, okay, for any game that has an official localization, let's just use the localized version's title. And for any game that doesn't have a localization, let's just use a direct transliteration of the Japanese title, because that, I think, would be most useful for any player playing Segagaga who wants to learn more about these games. And I think there was a little bit of discussion maybe about whether we should also update the box art to use localized versions when they existed. But that was decided against because sometimes the game descriptions had comments about the box art that we wanted to preserve. It wouldn't make sense if there were comments about the Japanese box art and we used the American box art. So we kept all of the Japanese art in. And also just most of the time the Japanese art just looks better anyway. So that's also a preference thing. But what I'm like, all I can think of right now is anybody who bothers to play the game and look through all of the archives isn't even going to think about that level of care that was done to research literally all of the freaking games you make and make sure that they were like displayed accurately, because everyone's just going to think it's slop. Now, I went through all that too. Even the cut content was translated. I looked over it. If you hack your save to add all that stuff into the game, you will find thorough English translations for shit you're not even supposed to see. I went to the trouble of making sure that was done. And for the record, you can't access that content normally in any retail version of Segagaga. It's dummied out and inaccessible unless you hack the save, even in the Japanese releases. There are 2 versions of Segagaga that were released in Japan. The second one cuts it out completely, just leaves blank placeholder graphics. But even in the first release, you can't actually see it unless you hack your save. So yeah, to the best of my ability, I went through all of those parody games and make sure that the parodies were translated to the best of my knowledge for content that people are not going to see. And it's like not going to be appreciated for reasons that I don't blame people for. If I was in the position of somebody who didn't work on the project, who just wanted to play the game, I wouldn't really be interested in, looking into it that deep. I understand. But I do hope that anybody that does play the game, the translation, at least knows that the people who did work on it did care. Like, that applies to everybody who worked on it. Again, even the people who made, I think, these unfortunate decisions at the outset. Like, that news was a surprise to a lot of us, and I just want to make sure that people understand that. Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty active on Blue Sky, and I follow a fair number of like retro Sega people there that I was really excited to see what they thought about the game, and I know none of them are going to play it. That's why I'm not streaming the patch. Like, there's nothing for me to show off to people who I wanted to see it. Yeah, it's like I can speak to why I didn't even think about this ahead of time. Like, the first draft I was given to playtest just struck me as something that just had a very literal directorial bent. Like, just a very literal basic translation, which wasn't really out of the norm from my experience working on translation projects about 15 years ago. Like, nothing really struck me out as like struck me as a red flag, because it was comparable to work I've seen before. And like, there were typos all over it that looked like human-made typos, like things like spelling errors, punctuation errors, like the wrong use of its or your. That's the kind of stuff that machines tend to not slip up on. Machines usually produce garbage in other ways. So the thought of an AI translation didn't even like cross my mind, really. In retrospect, maybe I should have asked to look over the original Japanese script in more detail earlier and done some due diligence on it. And so, like, I got no one to blame for that but myself. But there wasn't an impetus to do that from what I was playing. One of Nay's battle lines here that she says to you is like, the overseas version has awful art, which is really funny because it's a direct shot at the American version of Phantasy Star 2. One of Sonic's battle lines, originally in Japanese, was a direct copy of the line he says when you pick him on the character select screen of Sonic Adventure. Like, when you pick him in Sonic Adventure in Japanese, he says, "Let's get down," but it kind of sounds like "let's set down." And the first draft of the translation, in the original Japanese version of Segagaga here, when you fight Sonic, one of the lines he says is, "Let's set down," which is supposed to be referencing that line from Sonic Adventure. And the first version of this translation that I played had that line translated as, "Let's set it down," which out of context, I could understand why it was translated that way. Like, if you don't know what it's referencing, that seems like a sensible translation, right? But I knew what it was referencing. So when I saw that, I'm like, hey, let's change this line to, "Let's get him." Because that's what Sonic says when you pick him in the American version of Sonic Adventure. Like, you pick him in that game, he says, "Let's get him," so let's make him say that in Segagaga as well. That is the attention to detail I was giving to this project as I was working on it, because that is the attention to detail that I felt that it deserved. And it's just not going to be appreciated. It's incredible, man. I think I got all the Sega characters. Let me double check my roster. Oh wow, I had no room for any more. I can start cleaning out this stable of developers. I am not going to use all of these guys. What interests me about this game, I'm just a huge Sega nerd. That was the main impetus for it. Like, when I was rounding out my Dreamcast library in the early 2000s, like around 2004 or so, and I was just researching games that might be interesting. I read about this game. It was Segagaga, and the description was a game where you take control of Sega, like a floundering Sega, and try to lead them to market dominance. And the idea of a game like that coming out at the exact same time when Sega announced their exit from the console business sounded so hilarious to me that I just had to know more. I'm like my thought was like, oh, that's classic Sega, man. Who else would do something like that? So I just had to know more about the game. And like, that's why I bought it and played it. And I was like, I feel like it's not the kind of game that would have very wide appeal to very many different people. I think you have to really be into Sega to appreciate this game. And you have to really just have an appreciation for game development in general to appreciate some of the stuff that it goes into. Because, like, there's not much of a game to this game. Like, the RPG part of the game is, like, really simple. Like, you're only ever controlling one character. You don't have, like, a complex inventory to manage. Battles aren't really that complex. The story isn't really anything groundbreaking. The game development part of the game is pretty... it's a tough nut to crack if you haven't played it before. But once you do figure out what options in it are effective, like, it's pretty easy to get into a flowchart of how to keep boosting up your market share and win. It takes a while to get to that point, though. So, yeah, like, I think the game has fairly narrow appeal, but to the kind of people it does appeal to, I think it's a really special game. Someone's already got one up. That's cool. I will be interested to see what people have to say about it. Okay, this guy's game should release in early March, and I think that's fine as long as it comes out By April 20th, I'm good. Yellow hair's in a slump. All three of these teams just got right off the ground, so I don't have a whole lot to take care of right now. But yeah, I'm going to try and keep their resources maxed out. Keep them developing quickly. You have the name of the channel who already has a long play up? I'd be interested in checking it out. This guy develops games super quick. T7. Okay, expected date is February 7th, so we'll give him a few days of wiggle room. Should be up by the 10th. That's fine. Oof. I think her motivation was cratered. I can't remember if that's motivation or talent. But the limit went 1 point up. Let me double check. Yeah, her motivation hit rock bottom. I must have told her to take it easy, and she took it literally. That's fine. This game doesn't take any time to make at all, so it's not going to really matter. Give every project an advertising bump, because it's the end of the month. I give Team A bigger bump than normal. I think I can afford that, can I? I don't need to spend that much though, do I? Yeah, we'll just do that much. 60% boost, that's fine. Yeah, sure, I'd like to see it. And let me know if, for some reason, like, links aren't accepted. I can't remember how I have the channel configured right now. I have not streamed it to YouTube in probably 10 years. And beta. Gonna be a fantasy-themed shooting game. I wonder what that is. Okay, this just needs to be out by the 10th. I have plenty of time. I will go ahead and spend a little bit more on advertising here. Gotta boost the resources up every 10 days. Okay, I don't see it from OBS. But if that's the entire channel name, then I'll just look that up later. Oh god, did he leave? Oh my god, I think the director of that team just ditched work to go flirt with girls. I'm pretty sure that's that cutscene. Oh no. 94% complete, you left at the finish line, dude. We gotta be out by the 10th. What's gotten into you? That ain't right. Okay, this... okay, what's going on over here? Two of our team members forming a bond. I didn't bother to look at what they were talking about. Okay, this game's expected release is March 5th. So I'll add a week onto that. So March 5th, and we'll add 7 more days. Or 8 more. Doesn't hurt to play it safe. Okay, we can't wait beyond the 11th. Like, we can miss the release date by 1, but I don't want to delay it any further than that. Okay, so it's 94% complete. We're forcing it out the door, even though it's not done. Can't miss those dates. Yeah. Sold 32,000 units. Fantasy Zone for Master System. It's weird that this is entered into Segagaga as the cheapest game to make. Seems like it should have more importance than that. Yeah, it does not boost your market share much at all. What's the good ending? It goes into a lot of sci-fi anime shit. That's the biggest summary I could give without like going too far into spoilers. But it is pretty cool. Oh, I did not want to go back into the development just yet. I want to... okay, I'll keep him in the chair. Should I replace any of these developers, though? We should put some of the Sega guys and the Sega characters on the bench. Because, like, if you look at these character stats, they aren't usually incredibly high compared to most others, but most of them have a special ability to where they can restore their own stats. And they typically aren't affected by random negative events. So they're good to have. We'll put all the Sega guys on Team C. Okay, I do have a few spots on my bench still that are open. Everybody else is stat. Nobody's in the yellow. Nobody needs to be healed. Okay, that's good. I usually save the game every time a new game is released. Yeah, you can't even reach the last part of the game, like the final chapters, unless you get 100% market share, which is why a lot of people didn't even know that that true ending existed for a while after the game released. Because this was like pre-YouTube, and there just wasn't a lot of English information about the game out there on the internet. If you're a big Retro Sega head, you might recognize this guy. That is Toru Yoshida of Phantasy Star 2 and 4 fame. That is the avatar he tends to use on social media. He goes by the pen name Yoshibon in most places online. I think that's even his Twitter handle. But in this game, he's called Seshibon. And I don't know if there's some kind of pun there. Yeah, that random pop-up there was just Ney restoring her own stats randomly. It's like the Sega characters have like magical powers. And if you play this game with debug mode on and are trying to instigate specific events, those mystical powers like interfere with it in ways that I was not aware of until I was trying to debug the game. DevD, I'm looking in chat. DevD apparently makes boosting your shares really easy. Like, what do you mean by that? I need this project to sell 300,000 units, which typically means you're going to need at least 300% appeal. So I might have to spend a lot on advertising. We're in beta. He's making a zombie game. I wonder what it is. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the Laboratory D in the basement, that's where you make game consoles. I think you can make one for each normal playthrough. And yeah, if you do it right, it does boost your shares a decent bit. But I don't want to do it right now because I have some important deadlines to meet here, and if I spend time working on hardware, I'm going to delay the games that are being made in these development studios. I might check that out after I get this out the door, though. Like the next important game. Yeah, good work, Minda, now boosting our resources. It's coming out 3.6. Okay, so this should come out. This should be the next game that's ready to ship. Let's really boost the shares. Yeah, we're going all out for this one. I'm wondering if I should save money for the next project, though. These are important decisions. Can I get by with just a 50% boost? What's the stats on this? Probably. Let's just, yeah, I don't need to go too deep on this. Yeah, we can just spend 50 million yen for an ad buy for this game. That should get us to where we need to be. Okay, yeah, I'm liking those numbers a lot. We should be good to go here. You need a console version of Scud Racer? I agree. Where's our Dreamcast hacking heroes porting over old Model 3 games? Daytona 2 while you're at it. It is kind of weird how all the games you make in Segagaga are console games, and how a lot of the references elsewhere... Well, a lot of the references in the console shooting sequence at the end of the game are arcade game references, and not console references. It's interesting. Oh, shoots. Oh, this game's gonna sell like crap. I don't even really care, though. White Macho's games are bugged. It's fine. Okay, this game is almost ready to ship. Yeah, it's reached 100% completion, but I'm going to tell them to keep working on it so they can boost that appeal value a little bit further before it's released. Skull icon is ominous. Oh shit, I did not check the expected release for this game. I think this is on track to release in early April. I'm gonna say early May, just because I want to spend some time developing a console. So I'm gonna add in some wiggle room there. This needs to be out by the 14th. That skull is ominous. I'm going to use... Well, let me double check the stats for everyone in here. Okay, so not many of these stats are super low, so I'll just restore his health and not worry about everyone else for now. Yeah, none of those values strike me as particularly bad. Okay, it looks like that appeal meter isn't ticking up any further. Okay, this team has reached alpha state. Okay, maybe it is. Okay, we have reached release day, so I'm going to save the game, just in case something goes wrong here. No, I agree. If you play Daytona 1 or 2 in a PC emulator, it's super twitchy. Because, like, if you're familiar enough with the arcade games, like, you don't have to tilt the steering wheel much at all to get a decent angle. Like, it's tuned to be super sensitive. But when you're playing in the arcade, there's a decent enough dead zone where you won't make a mistake in the control. But when you're playing on console, or, like, on emulator, it's just gonna be super twitchy. Like, the Xbox 360 and PS3 port of Daytona 1, I think, smoothed out the controls to a pretty good degree, to where it's not a problem there. But if you're playing on emulator, like, I don't know what hoops you'd have to jump through to make it play comfortably on gamepad. Because I had the exact same experience. Okay, I'm gonna put one more advertising dump into this game. This should be plenty. Let's force it to release. We got to make sure it hits 300,000 units. Oh, we cleared that by a ton. Even though we spent a ton on advertising, I think we made most of it back. And who wouldn't be hyped to play House of the Dead? Well on our way to market dominance. Well, did Dogma's director... Nope. We stole all of his potential audience, and his release barely did anything to us at all. Okay. Keep that team in place. Double check and see if there's anybody over here I want to use, though. Not really. I don't recall if I saved just a second ago, so let me double check. Okay, yeah. And since I have no pressing deadlines to meet right now, maybe this is an opportunity to check D-Lab. Oh yeah, you wish they would do a combo game of Scud Race and Daytona. I've kind of thought that myself in the past, where like there should just be a racing game that combines courses and cars from a lot of Sega's arcade racers, just to have it all in one place. I don't know how well that would work in practice, just because the handling from one game can differ quite a bit to the next, and it might not feel very good to play some courses from one game with a car from another. But it's like, I remember buying Daytona 2001 on Dreamcast and being disappointed that it was just another version of Daytona 1 and not a port of Daytona 2. Because I felt like the new tracks they added for that version weren't any good in the first place. And Daytona 2 doesn't play that differently from Daytona 1, especially since it also has the Hornet car, which is almost identical. It's just, I don't know, weird choices, which is not a rarity when it comes to Sega. I'm checking my notes really quick. Because I don't remember how you make specific consoles. Okay, if you had read my original description of this game on the GitHub page before I requested it to be removed, you might have seen me call this game one part anime shitpost, and that's because primarily some of the quote-unquote consoles you make in this game are really weird, to the point where I can't imagine going through the whole list of consoles and coming away with any other impression that most of them are shitposts. So let me see if I can develop one in particular that would let you know what I'm talking about. Oh god, this text is super small. Okay, that's one that I need for this. I think that's one. Oh god, I gotta squint. I can't see this. My eyes are bad. I can't read this kanji very clearly. I think that's the one. Let me look. There's one other pair of notes that I want to look at. Sorry about this. I just want to check a few things. I can't find him, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time looking for it. I did not realize that you were Pearson until you just said that. What have you been up to, man? Okay, so white increases progress by a bunch, but not appeal. These are all in a cycle of 12 at a time, so that's what I'm counting. Okay, green increases appeal by a bunch. So I think I'll go for green. But yeah, the goal here is to match the colors, and depending on what colors you match, that dictates what attribute it raises. You do not want black. That like wipes out some of the stats. It's fairly easy to do if you know it always cycles every 12th time through. It's interesting that they give you menu options to pick from between each cycle. Like, I wonder if I could just abandon this and come back to it later if I wanted to. I don't think I ever actually tried that when I was testing. riveting gameplay. Whoop, fucked that. Yeah, I found a copy of the Japanese strategy guide for this game, which did lay out exactly how this worked. Which is how I figured out it was a preset 12-item sequence. God, I'm not paying attention. Yeah, you do not get nearly as big of a boost if you don't match all three colors. So I'm gonna let that pass another cycle. God, I'm like miscounting. Talked how much of a baby game this is, and then I keep screwing it up. Let's lock it in focus. Already over 100% appeal. I think it keeps going up. Oh, it does not. So let's go for white instead. Okay, 100% progress, 100% appeal. Yeah, so here's our brand new console, the Sega Sunnyside. Which is just like a plate of eggs. Oh wow. It sold like gangbusters. It's like, how do you look at something like that and can you, like, if you can think of a better way to describe that than shitpost, I'd love to hear it. Dogma is not pleased. You got a CRT projector and Daytona on, oh my god, 100. That sounds incredible, man. It's like, if you wanted to play the 360 version of Xbox Live sometime, let me know, because I might buy a 1-month subscription just to have that again. Alright, so the final of Dogma's directors is going to challenge us for their next tentpole release. And so we're getting the details on what we need to do to counter it right now. A-Lab's going to be responsible for developing the game. We got to release it by September 27th, and we got to move at least 800,000 units. So this is serious business. Because it is hard to hit that mark unless you know what you're doing. How much money do I have? Okay. I think we can do it. Oh, was it late September is what I said? So yeah, 6 months. Who made... I'm referencing some material. Give me a second. I think we might be able to hit that mark with the current team we have in Lab A. I think that director's next game might be able to be good enough. At least if I spend my advertising money wisely. That is a good point. If you do hit 100% market share before that director's game gets released, it still counts as a win. And you can still get to the true ending that way, even though you technically didn't beat him. Because I know that from experience. I've gotten the good ending without having to beat that guy in sales. But let's try and make sure everybody gives their best effort. I think at 50%, I might give this team a boost. Okay, these guys are still making good progress. These guys just started. Oh, Full Bottle has stopped by to offer to work for us. And sure, we'll bring him on board. The Rosso on that label is a reference to the Sega Rosso development team, which is responsible for Sega Rally Championship, among other games. I'm pretty sure that bottle is a stand-in for the director of Sega Rally. I might be able to beat this game tonight. I was considering doing a second stream of this, but I think I can power through it. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Yeah, take care, man. Thanks for stopping in, by the way. Next time, are you still, wait, hold on, before you leave, are you still in the Huntington area? Cause next time I'm back home, I might give you like a heads up if you're free for anything. Oh yeah, we got plenty of time for this guy's game. Alright, I'll be in touch. I'm usually not in town at any time other than around Christmas, but if that changes, like, I'll let you know. Oh god, I did not even know. I did not even think to check when the release date is for this game. Whatever, we're just gonna say early June. Ooh, not even close. Yeah, that date's gonna be missed by a ton. Oh well. It's not gonna sell that great anyway. That's why you need to pay attention to what you're doing. Once a game like passes the alpha stage at 40%, you should take notes of the expected release date, because a game journalist comes to visit you at 45% completion. So you should have a good date on hand to give him. Oh, somebody at the office is calling us in. Dogma just released a game. Yep. When you're this deep into the game, every random game they release takes off a decent chunk. So let me actually pay attention to what I'm doing. Okay, they're at 10% complete. They're at 46%. Okay, he's well ahead of schedule, so that's good. At 50%, I'm going to give this team a shot in the arm. Restore some of their stats. At least everyone's real friendly. Make sure those resources are boosted. We're at the 50% mark, and a lot of people on this team are like starting to really suffer. Like, look at all the stats in red. So I'm gonna use this. Ooh, excuse me. I'm gonna use this time to give them this healing item, or just something like Healing Spring. All right, Izumi-san, work your charms. Yeah, so everyone's in much better shape now. And this game was expected to release in early August at this point. Did that boost us ahead of schedule? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's boosted us a month ahead of schedule from what it was. So, very nice. I'll release this on the 1st of May. Dragon's working its miracle power, restoring its own stats. Glad I don't have to worry about him. So end of April, I'll do another round of advertising spends on all of these games. Alright, this game's complete, but we're holding it off until our scheduled release dates. I don't know what your problem is, Program Chief, but I don't care. Oh yeah, there's a few different icons that can happen, that can like show up on your staff members. I think a green smiley face means they're in really high cooperation, whereas if they had really low cooperation, it would be a red angry face. If they're sparkling, I think that means they have high stamina, and if they have a skull over their head, that means it's really low stamina. If they're bouncing up and down really fast, it means they have high motivation. If they're laying down on their side, it means they have low motivation. And if they have high talent, I think they're very brightly colored, and if they have low talent, they are faded out. Or maybe not faded out, but I think low talent, they have like a thought bubble over their head with like an X in it. I think. I might not have all of those 100% accurate, but if you read the translated instruction manual and the patch files, I'm pretty sure I made sure they were correct there. So you can look that up. I made sure the instruction manual was correct. Oh, in the menu and not above staff. Green circles in... Oh, in here? Basically, I know green and blue are both good. I don't remember the order. I think in the patch it's like labeled A, B, C, or D. Like it's labeled in tiers. But yeah, that top value there is the team's motivation. Like the value on the left is the value they're currently at, and the value on the right is the total sum of their base stats. And the higher motivation that the team has, the faster the work gets done. The second line is team talent. The more talent the team has, the faster the appeal meter rises, which is the main factor in driving sales. Appeal is the second percentage value on the top left. The one that's 149%, that's appeal. That's the main driving factor behind your sales. The top value, that's 27% right now, that's the completion. When a game gets to 75% complete, you can shove it out the door and take a hit on your sales if you want to. Or you can wait until it reaches 100% completion, and then it's like fully ready to ship. And the third value, the third percentage meter there, that's 180%, that is the resources and equipment for the current development studio. And the higher that number is, the faster work gets done. That value decays over time, and I'm frequently going back into the menu to boost that back up to 180% because that's the highest you can take it manually. You have to get lucky with random events to take it any higher than that. And I like maxing out that value because if you're developing games quickly, that means your developers don't have to spend a super long time making games and having that wear on them. Because the longer development goes on, the more everybody's stats decays and the more things can go off the rails. And every time you finish a game and release it, everybody's stats get restored and everyone's rejuvenated. So if you're releasing games at a fast clip, your developers are suffering less. And it just prevents things from snowballing in a bad direction. Other stats on the screen in the middle, in that big box of stats on the middle. The 407, I believe, is the total monthly salaries for the team that I'm looking at. And there's two different values for it, because if I want to, I can manually go in and start adjusting people's stats. Salary specifically. Like, I could give them a raise, which would increase their motivation a bit, I think, and make games get games developed more quickly, which, you know, might be justifiable to do in some cases. Or if, like, money's really tight, I can go in there and, like, cut everybody's salaries. But even doing that just a little bit, like, demolishes motivation for your developers. You kind of want to avoid that if you can. The fourth value there, the 1948, that is the total cost of all development for a single month. That includes the salaries, the costs and the costs just to make the games in general. And the fifth value, the 3,1008, that's the total funds I have to spend on game development. And the number right below that, where you see the 15 in yellow, that's telling me that as things are right now, I have enough money to fund 15 additional months of development. And that is such a large cushion that it justifies me spending a bit more money on advertising now. Early in the game, you barely have enough money to fund 1 month of development at a time, depending on how you've played. So you can't afford to spend extra on advertising or, like, equipment improvement. You just got to get shit out the door. But this late in the game, where you've been releasing several hits, you should have built up enough of a cushion at this point where you can start justifying big ad buys. Yeah, I think right now, if I go into the advertising option and just go to the most expensive... Like, I don't have enough money in my bank account to even buy the most expensive monthly ad option. I just can't do that. So that kind of gives you an indication of, like, how much of a windfall you need to really go all out on, like, making a super big seller. But I remember that being the major breakthrough that I made when I was first learning the game. Like, I couldn't even read it and understand what I was doing. And so the first few times I played through the game, like, I ended with a really pitiful market share and didn't do that well. But every time you beat the game, at least for the first couple of times, the next playthrough you start with more money. And by your third playthrough, if you still haven't gotten 100% in your previous playthroughs, it gives you a ton of money to start with. In fact, it gives you exactly 7 billion yen, which, if you recall from earlier in the stream, is the real-life budget for Shenmue. So what the director of Segagaga is saying is that if you have 7 billion yen to blow on game development, you should be able to take over the game industry easily. Because winning Segagaga with 7 billion yen is trivial if you know what you're doing, because you can just spend money constantly on expensive ad buys. That's why, like, in the course of like playing and learning about this game, like it really made me wonder how much Shenmue weighed on the people who were working at Sega, if they're willing to crack jokes that are like that gutting. Well, it's pretty great. Oh god, I'm at the end of the month. I need to spend money on it. Ah, shit, I missed the 4:30 cutoff. I didn't make any ad spends on, whoops. Oh well. Okay, but this is ready to release, so I'll just give it a slight boost. Or wait, what? Oh, I can't spend advertising money while the director's not here. Like if development isn't possible. Oh, that sucks. I'll give it one more day. Oh, gotta release it. Can't miss it by more than one day. Or more than one day. You think that the speedrun spends on ads on the same day as release? Yeah, I can understand why they would do that. If you're not so much speedrunning, but just trying to boost market share optimally, the 2 times you should spend money on ads is the last day of the month and on release day. Making progress. What is May? Okay. Go ahead and save. %, 59%. Okay, let's boost the resources back up. Okay, this guy will hit alpha stage next. What day did I need this to come out? Okay, it has to be out by September 27th. And as things stand right now, it's coming out July. Like, so I have 2 months of leeway for this project. I might tell him to just put more effort in. Like, I'm not even gonna wait. I'm gonna tell him to change direction right now. And how does that alter the release dates? That pushes it back a little bit. So I think what I'll do is I'll let him work on a high quality game plan right now. But once it crosses the 40% mark for the alpha phase, I'll tell him to cut it back and put less effort in. So in the meantime, that should boost the appeal a little bit more. And I should be able to hold on to that appeal even when I tell him to cut corners later. And that should increase the sales overall. I'm gonna strategize around that. The text below expected release date, that is the market condition. So like, each month has a designated value for market condition, and that factors into how well or how poorly games sell. Some months are just better for sales than others. I know that August and December are the best months to release. I can't remember what the worst are. But yeah, that text changes every month. Oh, I got a meeting about GD-ROM load times or something. Something boosted by 5%. Didn't bother to see what it was. Dragon's using miracle power to restore his own stats. And not a lot of pressing things to take care of right now. Alright, so the team chief is in a slump. Progress is going to halt on that game for a minute. Whatever. Oh, fuck. That was bad. It just cut 20% from the progress on this game. Well, I'm not going to save between now and when this game releases, because I don't know if I'm going to hit that benchmark anymore. Yeah, like from my recollection, January is not a good month to release. I don't think September is either, and that's the month where I need to release this game. Yeah, like I saw that in the Katakana as well, and if that comes up again, I'll make sure not to pick that if it's important to hit a release date. Assembly Wizard is also falling into a slump, but that's okay. If it's not the director, you can survive one staff member bailing for a minute. Alright, so one of the team leaders, the RPG team leader from Lab B is offering to join us. So sure, we'll take him on. This team's leader is back. Let's boost the resources again. Yeah, I can. You are right. I do not have a whole lot of space on this. Or, I mean, I don't have to be concerned about space on this VMU. It is a fresh one. Alright, so this game's in beta. Let's stick to the current course of action. And like I said really early in the stream, White Macho's games are bugged. His low effort game sells really well, but his high effort games sell like crap. So we're spending all this time working on a game that's not going to sell particularly well anyway, just for completion's sake. Like if I was really concerned about getting to the end as fast as possible, I would not even be using him to develop games right now. Oh shit, it's the 31st. Gotta spend money on ads. God. What's the efficiency on this? Yeah, the higher up you go in expensive ad buys, the less bang for your buck you're getting. You really only want to do this super expensive stuff for like super vital games that have to just sell like crazy, and this is one of those games. But I'm gonna wait until the very end before I buy the really expensive options. So we'll do this for now. That is pretty high quality for only a 13% complete game. Juice the resources every 10 days. Get a general feel for how everybody looks, see if I need to spend any recovery items. Yeah, it's important to get the word out for your games. As much, every bit of exposure helps. Oof, those guys do not look like they're in good condition. Yeah, so really low stamina for these three. And this guy also has low motivation, so I might look into boosting that. What's the release date look like this? Oh yeah, that is not in the cards. We are going to go well beyond even being close to the release date for this game, so I don't know if I'm even going to worry about boosting team motivation here. Well, shit. It's like down to a third. Maybe I should. Yeah, this guy's about 90 points below where he should be. He's a Mania type staff member. Do I have any motivation boosting items for Mania staff? I do not. I think you need action figures for that. So I'm not going to worry about it. I don't care. Program Chief has some concerns. His motivation, I think, went 20 down, but his talent cap might have gone 2 points up. Oh yeah, his motivation definitely went down because he is taking a nap. He's a charisma type. I will see if I have any items that can boost that motivation. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, this will boost motivation for a charisma type. Yeah, so he should bounce right back up. There we go. Mominoki-san, he can take a nap. I don't care. I'm not going to the store to buy an action figure for him. Skull does not look good. 18. Okay, yeah, there's some low stamina here. You never want stamina to drop all the way down to 0 or else they'll die. But even just getting down into the red might make it more likely for them to start slacking off and causing issues with the project. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm holding R to look at the stats. But good eye. I should be explaining this stuff, but like, you could just play the translation if you really wanted to know. Got another skull over here. Like, when it gets to the point where you're seeing really dangerous icons popping up over everyone's head, that's, yeah, when you should start spending resources to boost the stats up. So I am really digging into my supply of energy drinks now. Oof. God, maybe I should just buy another healing spring item. Everyone over here is really fatigued. Okay, so we got poor motivation for Peach Macho. What kind of staff member are you? He is also a charisma type, and I think I have an item for that. Yeah. I think I'm giving him, like, a woman's phone number. Wonder what kind of business card that is. Okay. I had to sneeze. I'm gonna say Team A has to be done by September 27th. I just gotta keep that in mind. Even though that release date, that expected release date is way off track right now, I should be able to recover when I tell him to start cutting corners. I'm not surprised, but I just think it's kind of funny that there's a speed run of this game out there. Like, I wonder what the most shrewd business decisions are that you have to make in order to get true end. Or even just to get to the... Yeah, I guess to get true end. Because getting to the end of the game otherwise is just a matter of letting 3 years of in-game time elapse. He is also a charisma type. Let's boost his motivation to get that project across the finish line. Oh, June 30th. Better do an ad spend. %77 boost. Let's do a minor ad spend for the other projects. Okay, now we've rolled into July. Color's starting to fade from this team. These guys are still in good shape. Like, the Sega characters usually stay in good spirits because they tend to restore themselves on their own. I think Amigo is the only one of those 6 that doesn't have miracle power, but he has super high stats, so it takes a while for his stats to wear out anyway. Which one of these is gonna hit? Alpha first. Oop, I see a skull. It's not good. Let me check stats in general over here. Okay. Stamina and motivation are dropping a bunch. Talent, not so much. Talent usually stays steady. But I think all of the other stats... Oof, that's rough. I think it would justify buying a healing spring item for this team. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let's go to the store. I think it's over here. Yeah, I got cash I can blow on this. I could buy a lot, but... instead of like spending a ton of energy drinks and like meal tickets or women's phone numbers or other items on this team, I'll just give them 1 healing spring. Because I'll boost everyone's stats by 50. They've been at work long enough to where this should make a pretty big difference. Yeah, everybody's all sparkly now. You're at 94%, guys. Hang in there. You're almost done. You found the speedrun on YouTube. It's a Nico re-upload. Time is 2 hours. Ah, that's not a bad idea. Like getting to the point where you know a console release will take you over the finish line. I could see that. That's good thinking. God, a December win is pretty good. You have to play really efficiently to do that. Yeah, we've missed that date by more than a month. We're getting no sales boost from punctuality on that. Yeah, I'm pretty confident I'll be able to finish the game tonight. This won't be a sunrise stream. So one of the B Lab leaders is offering to join us. Sure, love to have you. Okay, so this one looks like it'll release in mid-October. Keep that in mind for when it Ooh, whoa, okay. Not looking great. You only got 2% to go, guys. Hang in there. Oh, boy. What happens? Oh, no. Not going so well at home, is it? Okay. October 19th. I know it was hard, guys, but you made it to 100%. Let's do one more ad buy before we release. And let's put that game out the door. All that effort for a game that barely moved 100,000 units. This is why if you're playing this game and you want to play efficiently, you want to use White Macho for the first game that you make. But then once he releases that first low-effort game that sells incredibly well, you let him go. He's not worth keeping around after that. I think this is the last game that he makes, so I'm just going to let him off the team. It's so not worth it. Alright, now who should we put on this team next? Do I want to develop games quickly, or do I want to make them sell well? To be honest, I don't remember who would be most efficient for that anyway. I'll go with him. I don't think there's a pressing need to remove any of these guys from this team. And stats are alright across the board. I'll go ahead and... I'm not even going to save scum. I'm going to save over that top save file. We're just going to roll with it. The appeal is looking pretty good, though. Ooh. Uh-oh. Okay, October 21st. October 22nd. Gotta keep that in mind when the magazine editor drops by. If you dig into the files on the game disk for Segagaga, you'll find like graphics for one of the Famitsu editors, like right next to where the graphic for the for this generic game journalist is, which to me indicates that they were initially planning to use that Famitsu fellow for this role. Okay, if we're on track for this to take another 3 months, then this is going to be released in mid-November in a best-case scenario. I'm just playing it safe there. A ton of things can go wrong. Yeah, you want to skip a Studio P if you're playing optimally. It's probably why it gives you that option. But like, if you're playing for the first time and you can either understand this or you're playing the patch, you should play Studio P at least once, just because I think that's one of the more substantial parts of the story. Okay, end of the month. Let's do a substantial ad buy. 69% boost. Let's do a cheap ad buy for the rest of these guys. Okay, we're almost at alpha here. Okay, what was Dogma's release date? Oh shoot, I didn't mean to ask about game direction. I wanted to check Dogma information. September 27th. So Team A needs to be done by September 26th. Alright, we've hit alpha stage again, and at this point, I'm going to tell this guy, hey, we need to cut corners and get this game out the door faster. Oh wait, hold on. I chose the opposite option of what I was supposed to. God, no! I'm mashing too much. Okay, and that boosted us from... Okay, what did I say? September 27th is Dogma's release date? So this has to be out the door by the 26th, and I'm going to do one day earlier than that, just in case we're ahead of schedule. Yeah, by telling him to cut corners and putting in less effort, the progress on this project jumped from 40% completion to 64% completion. And now if you look at the right, we are on track to release in mid-September. That date is going to slip into the future a bit, because it always does, but we might be able to hit 100% completion just in time. So like one of the main reasons I'm going through with this like Let's Play is just so that anybody who wants to play the game and doesn't feel like playing the patch for one reason or another, you can just reference this. I might finish my old guide and actually publish it. It's what I was working on before I joined the translation patch, and then like I figured, well, when the translation is released, there won't be a need for a guide. But some people might still be interested in that. Everybody looks in good shape. Okay, this is also going into alpha. So I should take note of the schedule. We got news. Dogma probably released another game. Yep. They always take a chunk. Nope. You know, we can go back to Comiket because it's open for this year, but that'll just push us behind another month, so I'm not going to go back. Boost resources again. Check Team B's status. That should release in mid-September, 9/17. Just keep that in mind. I got a bad feeling about this one. That number is not rising. I said September 17th, right? So let's... Our director just bailed, so let's say October 1st. Didn't I? Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, appeal over here is stuck at 562, which is kind of a bad sign. That's a sign that we might have hit our cap, like the internal cap on the game that can be handled by talent alone. So I'm going to reverse my previous decision on the amount of effort to put into this title and tell him to go all out, out of hopes that this increases the appeal a bit more. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. That number is not rising. It's not good. I might have to debug to the endgame sequence if this goes bad. Okay. It doesn't matter that the dragon is in a bad mood because Does he start fights? I guess we can just let it roll and see what happens. I don't think random negative events happen to the Sega characters. I know they don't get sick or go into slumps. Not most of them, anyway. I don't remember if they start fights or not. Yeah, that appeal value is not rising. We're gonna have to spend a lot of money on advertising. Got some low stamina. Just check general stats again. Might just use another healing spring item on this team. I just don't like clicking around in menus a ton. Ah. Hey, thanks for stopping by. It's nice chatting with people. That value is not rising. Let's go ahead and spend money on ads now. Cannot do the most expensive. I think I can justify that, though. Oof. We gotta release. Oh man, I might have just screwed us. Gotta be out by the 27th. Gonna tell him to reduce the amount of effort again. Okay, so that boosted us past the beta phase. And put us back on schedule. Stop slacking, Sonic. Yeah, sure, I'd love to have you on the team. These guys are finally back. Let's boost their resources back up. How's our release date schedule looking? Oh, that's not good. I said it would be out by October 1st. Okay, so him coming back did recover some of that. Okay. Everybody hold on to your butts. I'm not sure if this game's gonna sell well enough. Something about GD ROMs. I don't remember. That increased something. This project's passing the beta phase. I'm sure it's going to be another version of Fantasy Zone. Because that guy loves his Fantasy Zone. I do not like that Rystar is at low stamina. Can release on the 24th to get that maximum bonus from being punctual. And no, do not release it just yet. I want to wait a few more days. Schedule's important. Stick to it. Oh, this guy's hyped about one of the Virtual-On characters, I think. He's got good taste. Virtual-On is a great series, if you've never played it. Okay, we're on the 24th now. I'm gonna save the game just to be sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. Okay, where you've gotten 727% appeal. I'm going to release the game now. See how it does. God, it missed its target by like 20,000 units. If I get a really good roll on the ad buy, I might be able to hit that benchmark. Let me save scum a little bit and see if I can do it. Oops. $20 to 70%. Let's try to roll 70. Nope. I think my last attempt gave me a 51% boost. So I want to get as close to 70 as possible. Ah, shoot. Let's try and do at least 65%. Oh my god, I'm mashing the wrong buttons. Probably should have picked a different director. I guess this guy didn't have what it takes. % is not good enough. We're gonna save scum for a bit. If this takes too long, I might just debug and give myself some more money, just to cheat to the ending. God, it's getting worse. We'll do 3 more attempts. And if I don't get in that, I'm going to use debug mode to give myself some more money. 3 more attempts. Let's not screw up the menus any further. It's not good enough. Do 2 more attempts, and then I'll just give myself a bunch of money. We'll try 59%. We'll see if that is enough. I'm 1 day ahead of schedule, right? so I can release it today. Ugh, I think that's worse than last time. There's a degree of RNG in the game sales. Like, the main factors that dictate how much your games sell is the appeal percentage value. That's one of them. It's the month you release in. It's how close you are to the scheduled release dates. It's, God, what else? It's whether you've already released that same game before or not. And then there's just a random factor where there's like a 10% variance, where sometimes games sell between 1 and 1.1 times the expected value of all other factors. 53 is probably not good enough. We'll try. Okay, I'm pretty confident that if we get the best roll for the ad buy and just the general RNG, we can pass that 800,000 barrier. So if nothing else, I suppose this video should be instructive on how important it is to handle this particular game release when you're going up against that last director that Dogma sends out. You want to make sure you put your best guys. 30% ain't gonna work. You want to make sure that you put your best team members on that counter release, and that you are focusing all of your ad money into that project. Otherwise, you are probably gonna miss that mark. Also, since like you should not release in September, I know that that's a bad month. So it's just unfortunate that it turned out like this. 20%, really? Come on, I want to do this without cheating. Cheating beyond save scumming, at least. God, that's such a wide range, 20 to 70%. Three more tries. I know I said that earlier. But, I'm pretty confident I can do it. The 35% is not enough, but let me just see. Oh, wow. That's really close. Maybe I don't need a huge roll on the ad buy. I might be able to do it if I just get at least 50%. Ooh, that's good. 66% is good. I'm gonna save scum again. As long as we just get a good roll on this RNG, we should be able to pass 800,000. Yes! That'll do it. Oh, listen to that fanfare. It's so much higher energy than normal. Oh, we can promote some of our guys to director if we want. I'm not going to do that. Alright. You're back in business.
シェア90% 達成おめでとう。最後の踏ん張りを見せてくれ。どうか。
Okay, so Dr. Dogma releases his game, and it only does 2%. So we beat him quite handily. Let's definitely save our progress, because those are 3 big hurdles we have under our belt now. Is there anybody that I want to sub in on Team A? Not really. Okay. Team C is not looking so hot. What's the progress look like over here? 77%? Man. I'll just buy a recovery fountain item for those guys. It's not particularly cost effective, but I don't feel like clicking around in menus more than I have to. Get up and work. So how are our release dates looking over here? Okay, I told the press this will be out by October 1st. That is not happening. I told the press that this would be out by November 18th. Let me double check that again. Okay, we are well ahead of schedule. Giving them a recovery fountain boosted that up by at least another week. They should hit their targets. This might be a struggle, and we gotta wait over here. That is a long development cycle. Rolling into next year. Alright, beta status for this guy's game. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, that guy's... This game's appeal value is rocketing way up there. That's good. Give every game a minor ad spend, because it's the end of the month. We could rush this game out the door, but I think it would sell better if we just let it reach 100% completion. So I think I'm gonna scrap that up to be a lost cause for punctuality. Whoop. Didn't mean to pick that. I don't want to mess with people's salaries. I want to boost resource values. They're starting to fade out. I see a skull over there. Not on Peach Macho. And I don't want to waste a recovery fountain item on this team when there's a team member missing, because he won't get the boost. Which one of these two games is releasing first? Probably this one. Oh. He's activated his chakra. It's going into hyper mode. He's on a roll. Yeah, whenever this happens, they get like super pumped to put in like 150% effort. But then once that hyper mode wears off, they just suffer severe burnout. So I'm gonna have to check in on him later. All right, Program Chief is back. That's good. I'm just gonna release this whenever it hits 100%. Yep, we already missed the date by 2 weeks. We are getting no sales boost related to release dates. But we finally finished, and I'm not going to release it just yet. I'm going to do one more ad buy for it first. And now I'm going to release it. Shining and the Darkness. I think it's Shining in the Darkness in its English release. I don't feel like promoting anybody. You're going to stay a programmer, not a director. Ooh, we are close. We are closing in on you, Dogba. You have nowhere to go. Oh, and when does Dogma's next game release? I want to double check. December 23rd. So if I can get 100% market share before December 23rd, we'll advance to the last part of the game. It might be worth just dumping in a ton of advertising money for this next game release and just trying to do it right now. Okay, what date did I give to the press? Oh wow, I told the press that this would come out on November 18th, and they're on track to to finish development this month. But that sucks, I might have to sit on it. Let's do that. Stop running into computer viruses, you slackers. Okay, so let's do a minor ad spend on each game at the end of this month, and then do a major ad spend on the release dates of the next game that we release. Okay, so Lobster is willing to join us. I will say he can join us, but then let me double check the staff list. Because he has very good stats, but his salary is also absurd. Like, compare it to this guy. Like, he costs 6 times as much. Whatever. I'll keep him on board. Let's do another round of ad spending on the 31st. Nope, you're not releasing yet. It's too early. We gotta wait until we're closer to the release date. Do the ad spend for everybody at the end of the month. And then once we get to November 17th, I'll just pour a ton of money into ads for this game and see if that'll take us over 100%. 100% market share, that is. And if not, I'll keep the other development teams on track to finish what they're doing. Okay, November 17th. That's when we need to check in on this again. The other teams in good spirits, yes. Okay, Okay, but he is going to be in Burnout. Yeah, whenever the chakra boost wears off, these guys suffer. So he's a charisma type. Let's bring his stamina and motivation back up to an acceptable level. And yeah, that boosts talent. Just brought talent back up. And he also needs a stamina boost. Everyone else in here in good shape? Yeah, everyone else is fine. God, that took a lot out of the guy. Okay, he's okay now. Yeah, he's recovering. Okay, gonna wait for November 17th. Doesn't matter that he's going into a slump, the game's already technically complete. This is all extra credits. Okay, let's save just in case. Because if this does not take us over 100% share, then I want to roll this back. So I can save some of that money for other games. How much can I afford? One day ahead of schedule. Let's go ahead and release it. God, that's so much. I should have used him to counter the last game. It's incredible. Like, his early games don't sell well at all, but he puts it all in the line for his last one. Fantasy Zone for Saturn. What else? That'll do it. Alright, I am going to take a bathroom break and then lock in for the final leg of the game.
売り上げ70万本突破よ。やったわね。社長からのお祝いのメッセージが届いているわ。
ついにシェア100%達成だ。心から礼を言わせてもらう。
Just realized I probably should have waited until the next cutscene to take a break. Well, in any case, there's one more person at Dogma who has a trick up their sleeve to take all of their market share back. And guess who it is?
本日千葉幕張マッセにて開催された日本ゲームショウで業界最大手の一つドグマ社は画期的な新型ゲームマシンを発表しました。ドグマメット2と名付けられたこのマシンは機体に装着するだけでゲームを直接脳で体験できるというこれまでにないもので、会場ではテストプレイを求める人々の長い列ができました。ドグマ社では来月の発売に向けすでに全社を挙げた量産体制に入っており、発売初日に500万台の売り上げを見越しているとのことです。先頃新たに同社の開発主任となったクール上級副社長は、
これにより業界のシェア競争に王手をかけることとなるだろうと語りました。
Okay, those two people who flank Cool behind him on his left and right in that cutscene, they've always stuck out to me as being kind of peculiar. Because there aren't a whole lot of background characters in the FMVs in this game that are designed that deliberately. And I've always wondered if those two were supposed to be stand-ins for Kalinsky and Stoller. I even asked Mr. Okano, the director of this game, on Twitter if those two were supposed to be anybody in particular, and he said no. So take that for what you will. Alright, so they told us that our partner has broken out of the medical bay and also stolen what was left of the alien artifact in the D-Lab basement. The game is giving us one last opportunity to save before we continue any further. It's time to round up the whole gang for one last adventure. Before we head to Dogma, let's see if we can buy any more equipment that we might need. Let me check my stats in here before I go any further. Okay, level 62, that's good. And what is my current equipment? Okay, the spike bat and the knitted sweater. And I have about 339,000 yen to spend. Is that enough for the best weapon and best armor? I think it is. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so that's that. I do... Okay, what else restored MP in this game? I gotta look up an item list real quick. Bear with me. So the one that costs 6,300. That recovers... Okay, that recovers all of my MP. What recovers all of my health? Okay, Unker Star does that. That's not in this store. Okay, and I have none of those on hand right now. It costs 58. Yeah, sure. And then I'll use the rest of the cash to buy the MP restoration item. Yeah, that looks good. I should be able to manage with this. Let's just go into this room where I can pull up the equip menu and equip all of my new gear. Yeah, that raises the defense quite a bit. And that raises the offense quite a bit. Get rid of the old items. Still have a lot of those, so I can use those between battles. Yeah, if you're at level 60 for the end game and you have the best gear, you should be in good enough shape to win. At least that's what I recall. Can I save right now? I think she just shoos you out of the room. Yeah, you just get that one save point earlier and that's it. Alright. Let's get this done. Dogma's releasing a VR helmet that's actually a mind control helmet. There's going to be terrible consequences if it comes to pass. So Seaman's going to hack the terminal and let us get in. That means he's going to have to stay behind. There's also an obstruction blocking our path for whatever reason, so Landman is going to use his networking powers to teleport us inside. That means that he is also going to have to be left behind. Yeah, and this is the only dungeon in the game where you can't avoid random encounters, even if you're running. Like, the monsters here at Dogma stop for nobody. You can recruit them to work on games in, like, an extra mode you unlock after this. But you cannot recruit them in this in this part of the game. There would be no point because at this point there's no more games to develop for story purposes. Care that he ran. Gotta push all these switches to open the doors. And the A-Lab chief is noticing that he's hearing really strange things whenever we flip one of those switches. To the point where it's kind of bothering him. Doesn't like the sound of it. Yep, sure enough, the place was booby-trapped, so we gotta outrun this boulder. Which is really easy to do, but if you don't react quickly, then you just get game over and pushed back to your last save. But that boulder is nothing that the A-Lab chief can't handle, at least once you get to that point. This is where the A-Lab chief has to be left behind so that we can get through before the walls close in on us. And then we run into a dead end, and Flagman is going to use his powers on manipulating game flags to just break the game and push us through. Yep. And that's everybody. It's just us now. Alright, so I have basically full health. Yep, boss rush, level 60 recommended. We're ahead of that, so we should be good. And as you might expect, these last few showdowns are against the major Dogma directors in battle. I think this is one of my stronger attacks. I think it's the Shocking Opinion attack. Does 166. Oh, she does like no damage, so let's just use normal attacks. A lot of the lines she uses in this battle, like, really give the impression that she hates the otaku fan base that she's cultivated. So she's, like, constantly screaming at you to, like, get real hobbies and stop bothering cosplayers and stuff like that. One of the lines she says is something like, you should go outside once in a while. Which I kind of suggested to the translation team should be punched up to, like, touch grass or something, but... because that's kind of what I felt like that represents the vitriol behind that line, but I don't know. Let's use the healing skill and then just use items to restore MP. Yeah, I think that's an effective way to do that. And this guy's whole demeanor seems to, like, give the impression that he's so confident in his own ideas that he doesn't need the approval from others, not even customers. That he's some brilliant, misunderstood genius, and the quality of his work stands for itself. How do normal attacks just fare against him? 63. We could use some of the, okay, I could use the fantasy zone skill here to sick Opa Opa on this guy, but I'm pretty sure the fantasy zone attack does like random between 16, 160, and 1600 points of damage. Not really, don't really want to use something random. But we could use this. It's the skill we learned from Sonic. I think that boosts our speed, or if not speed, it boosts another stat. Oof. Maybe it boosted our attack power. Or maybe not. And we're getting kind of low. Let's use our maximum rest skill. Oof, we're getting close. Take a quick power nap and get back on our feet. Yeah, let's heal one more time. Restore MP one more time. And this guy's text here, like, he talks like we're some like heated rivals, and our character is like we don't even know who you are. We're just here to pick up our partner and get out of here. I think he has really high defense, and it's recommended to use the Moe Moe skill to lower that defense. So yeah, now we're doing a ton of damage. Okay, Moe Moe wore off. I'm gonna heal once and then do Moe Moe again. This takes me back to the first YouTube videos I uploaded. I think they were all this endgame sequence of this game, back before you couldn't make YouTube videos longer than 15 minutes. Let's restore our MP again. She literally just says, like, can you just handle this guy while I do my work? And if I recall correctly, no offensive, like, techniques in this menu, like, do anything to this dude. Like, I think he's, like, he resists everything. So you just gotta brute force him through regular attacks. God, he does a lot of damage, too. 79. Damn. You fall under like 50% health here. It's like you gotta heal. I'm literally gonna alternate between like one round of healing and one round of attacking. I don't know, maybe I should look up real strategies for this guy, but like, again, my recollection is that most of your skills don't do anything to him. Like, if he crits me at an inopportune time, it's like curtains. Okay, at least I got a crit. Alright, good. Yeah, you definitely should be level 60 before you do this endgame section. Yeah, it's so cool discovered that the missing piece of that alien artifact resided at Dogma. And so he convinced the Dogma president to let him use it to create his mysterious VR mind control helmet. Okay. Now I'm trying to remember what's most effective here. I'm not sure if Sonic's attack does much damage to him, but we might benefit from the stat boost. Okay, it seems to work okay. I'm really hoping that she just carries us. Oh god. Should I heal now? I think I can take one crit, right? Does the processing crash work on him? can find out. Nope, it does not work. Oh my god, that's terrible. Let's just use a recovery item. Please carry us. Yeah, just take shots at her. Maybe we'll get a lucky roll on this. I can't remember if he can specifically defend against it. Oh, nope. That clobbered him. Is he susceptible to the shocking opinion? I don't think he is, but it doesn't hurt to check. Nope. He's heard it all before. Oh god, 107. Like, literally a random attack from him did over 50%. Oh, that was enough. But he's not going down so easily. Only one more leg of the game left.
無駄だ。今やドルメッカの全てを知ったこの私にかなうものか。
それはどうかしらね。ドルメッカを利用しようとした人たちが結局はどうなったかあなたは知ってる？跡形もなく滅んだわ。でもそうはさせない。教えてあげるわ。完全なドルメッカがあなたのような人間をどこに導くのか。逃げて。行きましょうか。黄金の国へ。
Yeah, and I think that if you fail to defeat all 3 Dogma directors earlier in the game, like outsell their like tentpole releases, then the game ends right here. It just goes straight to credits. You only get to advance further if you've really taken care of everything up to this point. That's my recollection anyway. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. Like, Cruel's escapes to outer space and is just on a rampage. It's interesting that Sonic doesn't use his Sonic Adventure design for this game, even though they did use it for his sprite earlier. They used his original design for the animated sequences. So if you recall from way earlier in the game, when you learned about the incident that the A-Lab team ran into, where a super advanced arcade machine project like went south due to a lot of bugs, they've been working on that project in the meantime, and now we're going to see if really ready to be used properly. If you're not aware, the R720 is inspired by a real arcade machine called the R360, and if you've never heard of it, look it up. I think there was a YouTube retrospective that was pretty good that was done on it in the last few months, where somebody went to Galloping Ghost Arcade in the Chicago area and basically had them showcase it to them. Got a lot of good footage and shared a lot of history about it. It's an interesting subject. And if you had suspicions that Alyssa might have been somebody in earlier scenes, like concealing her true identity, then this scene will confirm that. The same Alyssa from Phantasy Star. Now the gang's all here for one final stand. Even the troubleshooters. And the fish from Sega Bass Fishing. It's a nice graphic on Tails there in the background. Apparently, Segata Sanshiro was supposed to be revealed when that building fell down. When that building like had its wall fall down just a few seconds ago, and those I think it was Golden Axe villains that walked out of it, but they couldn't get the likeness rights for Segata Sanshiro cleared in time to release this game, so they just replaced him with a couple of minor characters instead. Pretty easy for a shooter. I am not a shmup expert by any stretch of the imagination, but as long as you don't miss a ton of power-ups here, you're usually in pretty good shape to take care of all of the bosses. And if you recall, the controls for this section of the game were explained in a manual all the way back in A-Lab, in the storage room. From the archive room. Basically maxed out at this point. He's going to use the power of this artifact to wield all of Sega's hardware history against us. And thanks to Jeremy Parrish's Video Works series, I have watched his entire catalog of videos about the SG-1000 and thus know all of the game references that are being shot out by it right now. Okay, I want to talk about this one for a minute. This message that pops up whenever the SG-1000 is destroyed, it's not from an SG-1000 game. It's from a 1980 arcade game called Samurai for the Vic Dual arcade board. Specifically, it's a message that only shows up in the Japanese version of that game. It did have a localized American arcade release, but this message only shows up in the Japanese version. And it's a message that shows up whenever your player character dies, and is calling on one of his comrades to step in and avenge him. And I think in the translation patch that was just released, this line was translated, and it says something like, "Regret, it's up to you." The original version of the translation that I play tested had that line translated, but it was displayed here in a font that was much more modern and sleek. And knowing the reference, that it was a reference to the Japanese version of a 1980 arcade game, I brought it up to the team that, hey, why don't we restyle this death message in a font that's more faithful to that original arcade game that it's referencing? And because I'm a big enough freaking Sega nerd to know that reference and also have a collection of old fonts that are styled after Sega arcade games on hand, I had one that, like, there's an old Sega / Gremlin Vic Dual era arcade font out there that you can use. I had it, so I was like, okay, I'll just remake this death graphic in this font that's accurate to the source material. So I did that, submitted it to the team, and they altered it a little bit just so that it fit the format that was needed to make it work in the game, and they put it in. And I'm bringing this up because I want to communicate that that's the attention of detail that I wanted to bring to the translation project, because that's what I felt that this game deserved. And it bums me out that a lot of the people that I wanted to see that and appreciate that probably aren't going to now, for reasons that I entirely understand. But I just want to take this moment to point out that kind of stuff, just so that people know that despite the decisions made by a few people on that project, the people who did the work on it did care. Even when it was for references that I know 0.001% of players are even going to think about. You have some degree of shields, I think, so you can just take on a few hits. If you pay attention here, you'll notice that the 32X's release date is incorrect. Yeah, it says 1991 for the 32X when it was released in 1994. That's another thing I caught for the project and had them update it to make sure that it had accurate info. I have bombs to use, I'm just gonna use them. GG easy. Yeah, and it's like the fact that AI was using the translation at all is just baffling to me, because this scene right here where there's spoken dialogue over the gameplay is unique in that this is the only time that happens in the game. All the other spoken dialogue either happens in FMVs, which could just have subtitles hard-coded into them, or they happen during the RPG scenes where there's always text boxes with the dialogue in there. But this scene, in order to have subtitles appear in the translation, like the team had to actually go through the effort of hacking in a custom text display routine just for this scene. And that by itself added on at least an extra month to the end of the translation project. Like everything else, like material wise, was done in December. But like enough effort was put in to make sure that this part of the game was also handled appropriately. And it's like, why put in all that effort on the technical side if you just phone it in somewhere else like that? Anyway, that's Segagaga. Enjoy the rest of the ending. It's a pretty good game. And, like, it's possible to play even if you can't read it. Not that it's the best way to experience it, but heck, I put in the work.
誰かが一つの石を人間に与え
Might finish my guide. Might post that on GameFAQs or something. Just in case if anyone else wants to power through it.
それは人間をただ生まれて死ぬだけの生き物から何か別のものへと導くためのものだったと言われているわ。でもそれはほとんどの人間に正しく伝わらなかった。それがドルメヒカ。ゲームはその結果だっていうのか。そう。ゲームはドルメヒカのごく小さな現れ。遊ぶという行いはこの宇宙の本当の仕組みに人間が至るための鍵なの。もしも人間が遊ぶことの本当の意味に気づいたらその時新しい世界が出現するわ。でももし
I might load the translation a little bit before I sign off for the night. Just to go over some of the archive stuff.
いいの。これはただのきっかけに過ぎないわ。大切なのはここから何を作り出すのか。俺ゲーム作るよ。まだずっと先のことになるかもしれないけどきっとすっごく面白いやつを作るよ。人が褒めてくれるような大したもんじゃないかもしれないけど遊んでくれた人がさ、ああ面白かったって、それで元気になってくれるようなやつを作るよ。きっと作るよ。だからその時はまた。
Enjoy the credit song, like check on a couple of other things in the meantime. The work never ends. Gonna save our clear file. Yeah, when you 100% the game and get the true ending, you unlock an endless mode that lets you continue with game development without any story events or interference from Dogma. That's this right here. Which is really useful if you're just trying to unlock more games and character profiles in the archives. It's a more efficient way to get that stuff done. I guess I will load the translation for at least a little bit. Just to highlight a couple of things. Give me 1 second. Gotta plug in a VMU that has a complete file on it. Okay, I think this should load the translation. Yep. So we'll just go ahead and look around in here for a little bit. Oh, memory card C. I don't think it matters which one I pick. I think these both have complete archives. Yep. So yeah, every game you can make in the development portion, it's all cataloged here. And I have 100% of this game in the past, and I have a bunch of save files with everything unlocked. Like I said earlier, I put in a lot of effort to at least make sure all of the game names were translated correctly, referring to localized games when such games existed. I remember the description for this one, like the original draft in English. It said something like, you might have expected the first version here, but even that is out of stock. But I know from knowing a lot about the SG-1000 that the original Pachinko game released for it is one of the rarest games on the system, and like super rare, costs a ton of money now. So I figured that this reference was probably referring to the fact that the original Pachinko game was so rare that Sega didn't have it anymore. And so that's why the description on screen now reads the way it does. So yeah, I probably didn't catch everything, but you know, I put in the work where I knew work needed to be done. What else? Anything else in here worth talking about? I remember the original description for this one too. It said something like, the final title to grace all platforms. That was the first draft for this. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I know it was one, like, I think my suggestion was that it was probably meant to say something like, it's the swan song for the SG-1000, just because it was one of the last major games released for it. But I know it wasn't the very last. Yeah, this is the only American box art that's featured in the game, because I'm sure it's like a huge meme in Japan. It is such hideous art. Yeah, if you look at the description for these games, like, bare knuckle in the artwork, but Streets of Rage in the description, just because we wanted consistency for having localized American names across the board when they existed. I remember the Game Gear version of Wonder Boy was localized as Revenge of Drancon, and that's what I suggested the archive entry here to be changed to, but it turned out that that entry had data shared between that and another version of Wonder Boy, so if you changed one of them to Revenge of Drancon, it changed both of them to that. So for that specific game, we just left it as Wonder Boy. Made sure, like, even a localized version of that Shiny Force game exists. Yeah, there's the Game Gear version of Wonder Boy. This description bugged me, because it says it includes a stage editor, and I made sure to highlight that comment and run it by the rest of the team to see if that was accurate, and they said that that's what the Japanese description says, and I figured, I don't, like, did whoever wrote it, were they confusing the Game Gear version of Sonic the Hedgehog for the Genesis version, and they were just thinking of the debug mode in that, which lets you place objects around the stage? Because that's the only thing I could think of that was even kind of related to that. Because, unless I'm really out of the loop, I do not think the Game Gear version of Sonic 1 has a stage editor. Please let me know if I'm mistaken. Because I would be pretty hyped about that. Okay, where's Phantasy Star Adventure? That's one that I really want to pull up. There it is. Okay, so out of all of the game descriptions I looked at in this project, this was by far my favorite. So, like, if you can... if you're familiar with Japanese Mega Drive games, you might be familiar with the fact that there was a modem released in Japan for the Mega Drive, and an associated cartridge with it called Sega Game Toshokan, or Sega Game Library, where it had the capability of downloading some exclusive but small games over your phone, like from Sega servers, all the way back in 1990. And some of the games distributed through that service were some text adventure spin-offs of Phantasy Star 2. They were just basically called the Phantasy Star 2 Text Adventures. And so if you read the description here, it seems that Okano, or whoever else was writing these game descriptions for Segagaga, originally thought... he confused this Game Gear game called Phantasy Star Adventure with the Mega Drive Phantasy Star 2 Text Adventures. And that's what this comment is talking about. And I just think it's incredibly funny that instead of putting a comment in here that's actually about this game, Phantasy Star Adventure, he's just using the space to compliment the editor that caught his mistake. That's like... How many people who play this game, like, understand, like, the joke being made here? Like, oh man, this is just... From top to bottom, Segagaga really is just made for the diehards. Mr. Bones, it's an incredible game. It's like not a game that I really ever want to play, but I think I am a better person for having played it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I remember there being some discussion about what name we should use for this game, because this is a sequel to a game on Sega CD that also had the name Mansion of Hidden Souls for its localization. And I thought it was kind of confusing that two different games had the same name. It was like when those games were released in Europe, they actually did use distinct names for those two games. So there was some discussion on whether we should just use the American names in Segagaga for both of them, or if we should use the European names so we can like tell them apart. And I think we just went with the American names. There really aren't a whole lot of Dreamcast games here, are there? Just 2 pages. Yeah, and all these parody games. So, when you're playing Segagaga normally, the only 2 parody games you can actually make are this one that Seaman makes during that one story chapter, and the second game, Sega Lolly Championship, which seems kind of cursed. Of all the parody games to make the cut, they went with this one. See, all these other games you see here, like throughout the rest of this sub-menu, you can't unlock these when you play Segagaga normally. Not even in the original Japanese releases. Like, this is all just cut content. You have to hack your save to unlock these. Or you have to mess around with memory in an emulator to do it. And it's like, we even went to the trouble of combing over these parody games to make sure that the references that we knew of were handled appropriately. Like, the first draft for this game, the first English draft, just called it Muscle Penguin Land, because that's kind of a translation for Mookie Mookie Penguin Land. You can see the penguin in the background. He's completely ripped. Like, that's the joke. He's all buff now. But being a Sega nerd, I knew that this was an obvious reference to the old SG-1000 game, Doki Doki Penguin Land. And I figured, you know, that point will probably come across better if you just leave the original Japanese transliteration, like Mookie Mookie, because it rhymes with Doki Doki. And so it was changed back to Mookie Mookie Penguin Land. I think the first draft of this game's title was Yamame-kun Next Door, but I looked up some information on the parodies and I found out that this is referencing a movie, I think, called My Neighbors the Yamadas. So I'm like, oh, let's just rephrase it to My Neighbors the Yamamames so that reference gets across better. I had to fix the spelling on that because I know it's a reference to Chelnov. What else? Final Pharmacy. Okay, this one. Originally, the original title for this in the first English draft just literally translated Otochu to husband execution, because that's kind of what it means, as far as I'm aware. But I was able to spot that this was a likely parody of Tenchu Stealth Assassins. So I figured, to get that parody across better, we should go with Otochu Demon Wife Assassin. So that was updated. What else? Okay, this I know I submitted a change request for this item that I don't think was acted upon. Because I know, as far as I'm aware, Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle, like a real game for the PlayStation, I think the Japanese title is like Klonoa of the Wind. So I figured that this game's title was probably meant to be Klonoa of the Cold. I don't think that change request went through, but oh well. I think the first draft of this said Juhato, just I think because it's a literal transliteration of the kanji, pronounced Jew. But I knew it was a parody of Two Heart, so I suggested it be changed to Two Hato to get the wordplay across. I think this one's first translation was Muscle Homo Real, but I knew it was a reference to Tokimeki Memorial, so I think keeping it as Muki Muki Memorial gets across that wordplay better. Also, like, look at this. They were out of pocket with these parodies, man. That was a Super Dimension Fortress Macross reference, I'm pretty sure, so I made sure that the translated title reflected that. I don't think the pun here just gets across in English at all. I'm pretty sure this is a Metroid parody, because if you rearrange the katakana on the title, you can spell out Metroid in katakana. So I don't know if there's a better translation you could make for that. This one was originally translated as Rose Brothers, but I figured, you know, this is probably a Cho Aniki reference, so just leave the original Japanese title Bara Aniki that was here, because I think that gets across the reference better if you just leave it in Japanese, because everybody knows Cho Aniki by its Japanese name. And there's a sequel to one of Kowloon Kurosawa's games. What a wild reference. Go through the developer profiles a little bit. Yeah, everybody you battle and recruit throughout the game, you can unlock their profile and read it here. Let me actually see if I can spot the ones that I know are based on real Sega employees, 'cause I think that would be worth highlighting. What else we got in here? Okay, like I mentioned earlier, this guy that you meet in Comiket, Root, he runs a game history website called Ryusendo. Look it up if you're interested. This guy, Mindanao, is one of the otaku groupies, or not otaku groupies, otaku amigos. Mominoki is based on the leader of Team Andromeda. I forgot his name. Muchida is based on Makoto Uchida, the director of Golden Axe and other early Sega beat-em-ups. He was also the director on Die Hard Arcade. He's called Sashibon in this game, but he usually goes by the alias Yoshibon. That's Toru Yoshida. He's one of the main creative forces behind Phantasy Star 2 and 4, as it's mentioned there. Yeah. Even though I don't know why he's represented by a wine bottle here, but this is a reference to the director of Sega Rally Championship, one of the main creative minds of the Sega Rosso development group. If you power through the game to the point where you unlock almost everything and get to the phase 2 of the archive unlocks, eventually Kowloon Kurosawa will walk into the development room to join your team. If you don't know who this is the guy responsible for Hong Kong 97. He's just in Segagaga. He's just a random person that shows up. Tomoharu Saito, I don't know if he was an actual Sega employee or just a contractor that worked on a few of their games, but I know he's in the credits of Streets of Rage 2, and I think some of the early 2000s Treasure games for either Game Boy Advance or Nintendo DS. I can't remember which ones exactly. He passed away at a really young age, like I think in the mid-2000s, like he died in his 30s, like really unfortunate. The B-Lab director is He's a stand-in for Yu Suzuki. Because if you use him during game development, all of the games that he develops are games that Yu Suzuki was largely responsible for. He's also one of the last people you can unlock. These 5 characters here, they are also cut content. You can't unlock these characters normally, not even through debug mode. You have to hack the game to get them in. This fella on the top left was a Famitsu editor. This is a parody of, oh god, Studio Ghibli guy. Can't remember the name off the top of my head. I'm sorry. It's late. I'm tired. Miyazaki? I don't remember. I think this is the Chunsoft guy. This is Yuji Naka. Like, you'd figure he'd be the kind of... I'll talk about more on him later. And then an obvious Shigeru Miyamoto stand-in. If you read the description for him, you'll notice that his description is kind of the inverse of Kowloon Kurosawa's. Kurosawa said something like, makes crying children cry even harder, whereas Miyamoto is like the world's best game designer that can silence the cries of crying children, can put them in a good mood. Yuji Naka is interesting because I feel like he was not meant to be cut. Like I mentioned way earlier in the stream, the games you develop in Segagaga, like they're determined by whoever you put in the director's chair. Like certain directors, certain games are only possible to create with a certain director. There's in very rare cases a game can be made by more than one person. Most of the time, there's only one guy you can pick that can make it. And Yuji Naka's games have archive entries that you can look up. Like over here, like the original Phantasy Star for Master System. Like it has data in Segagaga's archives, but when you play the game normally, there's no way to get Yuji Naka on your team, so there's no way to develop Phantasy Star. You can't unlock this game archive when you play the game normally. And like that doesn't hold true only for Phantasy Star, like it's also true for the original Sonic the Hedgehog games. Like these games are all tied to Yuji Naka's character, and you can't make them in Segagaga. Like, not without hacking your save. And that's, like, I remember playing Segagaga years and years ago and eventually getting a 100% clear file on it. And being kind of surprised that the original Mega Drive Sonic games just don't show up. Some other Sonic games do, like Sonic Drift or Sonic Spinball, but these 3 don't. And, like, I always wondered if this was a case of just they wanted to fill the Segagaga archives with like deep cuts and not go to like the really commonly known ones. Like not the original Nights into Dreams is also you can't. It's tied to Yuji Naka's character. You can't make it in Segagaga, but it's in here. That's all I feel like going over. You can just glance at the next gen console. These are all the consoles you can make in D-Lab. Some of them are clearly just based on real Sega hardware, but for whatever reason, they gave it a different name. Like, this isn't a mistranslation, just so you know. In the original Japanese, this is called System Master instead of Master System, and this is literally called Mark San instead of Mark III. Like, that's the wordplay. You know, this is called Turn S in Japanese. I don't know why they changed the names for the real stuff for the consoles when the games were left alone, but they did. And then there's like this stuff that you can also make that is not based on anything in reality. It's literally a trash can that you can make as a console. Sega branded VR helmet, I think. Dreamcast X. I think this was called Oji-san Bonsai in the Japanese text. It's been a minute since I looked it up. This is why in my write-up of the game I called Segagaga one-part anime shitpost. Because I don't know how you can look at this collection of quote-unquote game consoles and and not think that it's kind of a shitpost. Hideous. I don't know if there's any items worth going over. Yeah, not really. Cutscenes. There's other stuff you unlock after beating the game, like you can play the shmup section again, you can play the warehouse section, or the arcade game cleaning section, and I think most of these minigames have extra stages here that you can play when you're playing them outside of the story, to the extent that you care about that. Yeah, and these two saves that are hacked to have all of the cut content made available, this second one is a mid-game save, or at least an early game save in endless mode, where I hacked in all of the cut characters. So these 5 that you normally can't get, actually these 6, because this guy doesn't have this Yuji Horii parody that doesn't even show up in the archives, he's also in here. But yeah, these 6 characters, like, you can't get them through any normal means, not even through debug mode. So I just have a save file where I hack them all in if I wanted to use them. And also some of these other characters that are beta versions of characters that you can recruit in the game. Or sometimes bosses that you fight. Yeah, this guy, you can't meet him normally. He's based on a Hitmaker employee. Not based on, he is. That's literally his photo. Yeah, and boss characters that you normally can't recruit. You can at least add these guys to your roster through debug mode. The top 6 you can't. This is the boss version of Cool that appears in the D-Lab basement fight. He has no graphic, because the graphic in that fight is just background art. His sprite is transparent, which is why nothing shows up here. Yeah, these are the Otaku Amigos. Why do I keep saying it, groupies? That you meet in Comiket. You never actually battle them or recruit them, so these graphics are never actually used in normal gameplay. I might save this. I might share this save file for anyone interested if you want to just play around with the stuff that you normally can't access. Oh, that's Segagaga. That's all I feel like going over. It's pretty late, and I want to shut this down. Play the translation or don't. If you don't want to, I perfectly understand, because if I was just a normal player and was not part of the project, I don't think I would be particularly interested in playing it after the news came out. But I do want you to know that the people who worked on it and put in the work cared about it. So if you do play it, I hope you enjoy it. That's it for me tonight. And if you watch this and have any questions about the game, feel free to ask. I'm a pretty big fan of it.